Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Boku no Hero Academia. Next Generation Part 1804 Chapter 1. Izuku and Boruto, Origins. Hello guys. Welcome to my fourth story and second crossover between Boruto, Naruto Next Generation and My Hero Academia. Doing one between these two new gens will be fun because currently, both mangas are on fire and fusing these two together will upgrade it to the next level. Without further ado, let's get this story started. Chapter 1. Izuku and Boruto, Origins in the afternoon, on the playground at 1 p.m. Hey, a blonde hair boy, Boruto, yells at three kids bullying a green freckled, Izuku. Who's protecting another kid, what are you three doing? Hey, Boruto. A boy with a spiky ponytail, Shikadai, urges him not to get involved. Huh? And who the heck are you, Whiskers? One lead boy, Katsuki, turns to his direction. Izuku stutters upon glancing the blonde boy. Whiskers, I'm Boruto Uzumaki, he shouts, pointing to himself, now leave them alone. Ha ha, try and make me. Katsuki challenges with a pop of a tiny explosion in his hand, with his two other friend bullies, one with red wings and one with stretchy fingers. Oh no. Shikadai sighs with a hand on head, you want help, Boruto? No, I can take them on myself. Boruto does two hand signs via fingers and creates a shadow clone next to him. Do you have a brain in there? The two of you against the three of us? How stupid. Katsuki pounds his fist together, making a tiny explosion too while grinning very cocky. You don't stand a chance here at playing the hero. He and his friend bullies charge at Boruto and his clone. Fine, then let's go. Boruto and his clone say at the same time and charge too. Shikadai and Izuku watch Boruto and his clone take on Katsuki and his lackeys for the next 5 minutes of being in a scuffle. During this, the kid Izuku was protecting ran away. 5 minutes later, the kids pant after their little battle while all covered in dirt. Boruto's clone puffs away while the kid with red wings and one with stretchy fingers are looking done for the count. See? Even against 10 villains, the hero will always win in the end. Boruto pants with a little smirk, rubbing his cheek too. Grr. Katsuki slowly stands up with bruises as well and with an angry face, don't think it'll be over cause of this. He turns the other way, along with his bully lackeys, with one having tears in his eyes, and run off mad. Hey, that serves them right, Boruto said, seeing them run off. Amazing. Izuku glances at Boruto in amazement. Man, I thought I had to step in and help, Shikadai said, admitting to being worried there for a second. No worries. Somebody had to give it to them. Boruto grins with hands behind head. Thank you. Izuku timidly thanks, head lowered. It was nothing. Heroes always come to help someone in need, Boruto smiles. I see the one you were protecting ran off, and without saying thanks either. Shikadai looked around for the boy Izuku was protecting. Forget about him. I'm just happy I knocked some sense into those three bullies. Boruto shrugs it off with a positive grin before glancing at Izuku. Anyway, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya, he replies, stuttering a little. And I'm Boruto Uzumaki, he introduces, pointing to him. I'm Shikadai Nara, he introduces as well, smiling a little. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Boruto extends a hand. It's nice to meet you too, Boruto, Shikadai. Izuku extends a hand too, both giving a small handshake. After receding hands, this means you're our new friend and we can walk ya home too, Boruto smiles. Thank you. But, I don't have a quirk. Izuku frowns sadly, looking down. You don't have a quirk? Wow. We're sorry to hear that, Shikadai said, feeling sorry for him. Boruto still smiles and replies in reassurance, that doesn't matter, you can still make friends, even if you don't have a quirk. Feeling these assuring words, why yes. Izuku nods and grows a smile, accepting his new friend. They walk on their way home after leaving the playground, and Izuku asks them, do you guys have a quirk? Yep, we have chakra-type quirks, Boruto replies. Chakra-type quirks? Izuku doesn't know what that type is. It's like normal quirks, where we have the same quirks like our parents. But with chakra types, we can learn other elements, like fire, water, and many others. Shikadai explains with a finger up in demonstration, we can also give our chakra quirks its own name. Wow. That's so cool, Izuku winces in amazement, that means you have another power, Boruto? Well Izuku, I can also use wind and I'm still practicing on using lightning, Boruto replies. Awesome, what about you, Shikadai? Izuku asks curiously. A shadow quirk is all I got at the moment, Shikadai replies, scratching his head. Oh, so that's what your is. Izuku gets it now, but still finds it amazing, before also noticing a resemblance, Boruto. Boruto glances. I noticed that you have the same blonde hair as that other man on TV. Izuku compares, curious. Oh yeah, that's my dad, he's one of the cage heroes and has the strongest chakra quirk. Boruto smiles proudly, referring to Naruto, as they keep walking on the sidewalk. Wow, really? Izuku widens eyes in huge surprise, seeing that was unexpected. Yep. Boruto nods. Surprising isn't? Shikadai asks, knowing it is, which Izuku nods too. In his thoughts, Izuku frowns sadly and wishes he had a quirk just like his two new friends, even if it's a normal one. Also to help him not get bullied anymore by Kachan. Boruto can tell by his expression that he wished he had one and pats Izuku on the back. Cheer up, Izuku. Do you want to become hero? The timid boy nods and Boruto smiles. Even those who don't have quirks can still become one. Yeah, even becoming a police officer works. They assist heroes in capturing the villains. Shikadai adds and recommends. Oh, I see. Izuku frowns timidly again, wanting to be an actual hero instead of being on the sidelines assisting them. It's really up to you, Izuku. You can still be a hero, no matter what you have. Boruto grins and assures him with a thumbs up. Listening to this encouragement that's telling him to keep striving, Izuku smiles, nods before replying, thanks, Boruto. No problem. Boruto smiles. Also, Izuku trails. The two glance. Are you guys going to become heroes too? Izuku asks, making them blink in surprise. I sure will. Boruto grins with a fist up. It's a drag, but why not? Shikadai shrugs, seeing there's no harm in trying to become one. So awesome. Izuku beams. We'll all be heroes together. Boruto smiles and says positively as they walk home, along with the new kid, Izuku, as a new friend. Now in the present, through Musutafu, Japan, Boruto, followed by Shikadai, are running through the city, jumping on some buildings as they do so. Wait up, Boruto. Shikadai tries catching up, close by. Is it that bad? Yes, it is. There's a villain attack and we're almost about to miss the action, Boruto replies. Isn't it supposed to be the opposite of a head toward the danger? We're going right to it. Shikadai said, confused at his task, and we still have to make it to class, you know. Don't worry, we'll be perfectly fine. If we watch pro heroes in action other than on TV, then we'll be learning even better at how they perform, appear and leave the scene. Boruto grins as they still run. How they appear and leave. Shikadai sweat drops, didn't think it was necessary adding that. They appear seeing a crowd of people gathering around the scene. While standing over the bridge, a large villain throws a large pipe downward. Luckily, a pro hero, Death Arms, catches it with just his physical strength alone, which impresses everyone. Boruto and Shikadai force their way through the crowd into the front row, seeing in amazement, mostly Boruto, wow. That's the hero, Death Arms. He only relies on physical strength as his main power. He's also known as the punching hero. Another pro hero, Backdraft, sets up a floating water sign in front of the people to keep them walking into the commotion. That hero is Backdraft, who's real good at rescuing, which gave him his reputation as a rescue specialist. Shikadai identifies. Meanwhile, Izuku also comes in closer to the and spots Boruto and Shikadai from his right. Hey, Boruto, Shikadai. Two turn their heads right and see Izuku coming to them. Oh, hey Izuku, Boruto waves. Hey pal, looks like you got caught up on this and came to see it too? Shikadai figures. Yeah, well, it was hard not to avoid this. I mean, some of our favorite heroes will show up. Izuku said, smiles and blushes, a little. You got that right. Boruto completely agrees and turns to Shikadai. See, even Izuku gets that this action can't be missed. Alright, you win. Shikadai shakes his in defeat and sighs. So, who's fighting? Izuku looks out. Just then, another pro hero, Kamui, jumps over the crowd onto the huge villain. The ladies blisses over how cool Kamui is while Boruto and Izuku glance wide in amazement too. That hero is Kamui, Boruto exclaims. The young and talented rising hero, Izuku adds, both too amazed. You asked, but gave great commentary. The man next to them is impressed before asking, are you kids fanboys? Well, when you out it like that. Izuku shakes his head, trying to hide it and sweating dramatically. Oh, we're 100%. Boruto grins and answers, putting an arm around Izuku and Shikadai. Hey, don't drag me into it. Shikadai sweat drops. Here it comes. Izuku points them to Kamui doing an attack, which they glance back in the action. Kamui uses preemptive, binding lacquered chain prison, and his rude arms were about to strike the large villain until a gigantic pro hero comes in and kicks the villain unconscious, surprising everyone, especially Kamui as his moment of credit was taken by her. The large hero introduces herself as this is her debut and many reporters take pictures of her all around for her size. She is huge. Boruto widens his eyes in complete amazement and surprise. As Mount Lady waves in applause, she shrinks back down to normal human sizes. And she's back to normal. Shikadai said. The pro heroes round up the villains and arrest letting the police take them off. This is all like in the comic books. Boruto glances widely with stars in his eyes. These level of performance is what makes them hero. Shikadai glances. Izuku takes notes and mutters to himself while doing it, which the two can hear and sweat drop. Dude, you're muttering again. Shikadai taps him, which Izuku freezes up dramatically. Typical. Boruto shakes his head, it's surprised. Are you taking notes? That's great if you want to be a hero, the man before finds that great. Izuku glances widely, and Boruto pats his shoulder. Don't worry, pal, you'll be a hero one way or another. He grins, which Izuku smiles at the encouragements he's hearing. Alright, let's go so we won't be late for class. Shikadai urges them to hurry up, which they do so, and a couple minutes later, they barely made it. Aldera Junior High. As class is about to wrap up, the teacher lectures everyone on deciding their futures since they're all third years. He states out and knows they want to be heroes before throwing them printout sheets, which the class yells enjoy by showing their quirks, except Izuku, Boruto, Shikadai, and Katsuki. After the teacher reminds them not to use their quirks in the classroom, Katsu remarks, while leaning back in his seat in a cocky way, "Hey, teach, I'm not like the rest of these losers, so don't compare me and them." The rest of the class dramatically get mad at Katsuki's insults, which the latter laughs and taunts, "You extras should shut up cause I'll take you all on." He even brags and declares, "I'll definitely surpass All Might, as well as Firefox and become top hero. I'll be among the list top winners." "Oh really? You're just all talk the way I see it. Guess that makes you an extra loser too, since I've aced all tests here." Boruto speaks up, taunting him back with a smirk. Katsuki turns to him now dramatically angry. "Huh? The hell you're talking about, Whiskers? I've aced those tests too." "Here we go." Shikadai palms and shakes his head, eyes closed at their arguing. With the test result paper, the teacher states out, both have top test results. But Boruto is a little ahead of Katsuki. Hearing this makes Katsuki look like he's about to explode and glares dramatically at the teacher. "What? Heh, in ya face." Boruto taunts, even give him the raspberry tongue, which ticks off Katsuki even more. Even the rest of the class laughs at Boruto's remarks to Katsuki, seeing that it serves him right, which Katsuki exclaims them to shut up dramatically. The class expected no less from Boruto since he is Firefox's son. Izuku covers his head down in all the dramatic commotion, while Shikadai sighs. "Okay, that's enough, everyone back to your seats." The teacher orders, which they eventually do just that, with Katsuki scoffing at Boruto before doing so as well. The teacher then remembers, if I recall correctly, Katsuki, Boruto, and Shikadai want to go to UA. Am I right? "Yeah, you bet I do." Boruto raises his fist in confirmation, with Shikadai yawning but doesn't deny it. The class is shocked. HMPH. Katsuki leans back and scoffs in reply. Even the rest of the class is surprised he calmed down the cockiness thanks to Boruto. "Oh yeah, Midoriya also wanted to go to UA too, right?" The teacher remembers again. The class turn to Izuku, who covers his head in embarrassment, and begin laughing at him, which one commenting that he can't get there just by studying, which Izuku stutters and counters by standing up. They removed that rule. "You guys need to chill out, there's no rule saying one can't get into anything by studying. You do whatever you have to get into school." Boruto speaks up, before leaning up from his seat, which gets the class to seize as their laugher at Izuku, who sigh and glad Boruto said that. The bell then rang, signaling the end of the school day. As Boruto and Shikadai picked up their bags, Katsuki and his friends were over there bully Izuku as usual. Katsuki slams his hand on his desk, exploding it and making Izuku stumble back to the floor. "Hey Deku, you're beyond an extra reject since you're quirkless. You have nothing to say, you can even get through the entrance to UA." He picks up Izuku's notebook next and his friends laugh at the title of Hero Analysis. Having had enough, Boruto comes over and snatches the notebook from Katsuki. "You talk too much, Bakugo. Last I checked, you're not in any position to decide whether someone gets into UA, so take a hike. You're not threatening in the slightest." "What? How about you stay out of this? Damn Whiskers, I'm simply stating facts about the nerd, whether you like it or not." Katsuki sneers in a menacing tone, which doesn't faze Boruto, and then he looks back at Izuku, and "Nerd, there's a quick way to being a hero." He states this without any remorse. "Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof." Hearing this, "Now that's way too far," Shikadai admits, knowing that wasn't a funny joke. Izuku tenses and shoulders and turns to face his bully with a mad look in his eyes, but Katsuki sneers while letting off small explosion bursts via his right hand. "Something to say?" In response, Izuku shrunk up with fear and didn't answer. "That's what I thought, so what are going to say in his defense this time, Whis?" Katsuki brags, but ends up getting punched in the face by Boruto, making him hit back to the floor. Boruto has an angry look on his face from Katsuki's statement, literally telling Izuku to kill himself just because he hates him. "How about you go take a dive off the roof instead? Talking all high and mighty is best thing you're good at doing, you're nothing to be honest." Katsuki's friends, Izuku, and Shikadai, a little, are shocked at this. Katsuki gets up with a furious look on his face. "I've had enough of you, Whiskers. Always butting into our business when it has nothing to do with you. You'll regret that the second I blast you to smithereens. You always say that and you fail. This time isn't any different. Boruto rebukes as he and Katsuki glare each other right in the eyes. Both grabbing each other by the front of their school uniforms, Katsuki starts steaming it and Boruto readies his punch to retaliate. Oh. Shikadai can see where this is going and braces for it, while Izuku tense up nervously. Just then, hey, what's going on in here? The principal walks by and sees the commotion between Katsuki and Boruto, also grabbing their attention. They turn and look at the principal before receding their hands off the other's collar. Both Boruto and Katsuki couldn't stand each other during their childhood. The latter would get pissed every time Boruto would interfere when he bullied Deku and they would end up always fighting, neither really winning or losing, but coming to a standstill with slight bruises. Back to now, Katsuki turns around and walks toward the classroom door with his other friends, but not before turning his head and stating to both Boruto and Izuku, "This is far from over, Whiskers, and you nerd, you're not getting into UA." He begins walking out the classroom with his other two friends. "Just get your ass out of here." Boruto scoffs, seeing they're now out the room. The principal glances at the trio and Shikadai replies, "Thanks for that. It was real helpful." "Sure, you're welcome. Just what you students to stay out of trouble." Principal nods and walks off. Izuku sighs while looking down with a low expression after that little commotion. Boruto glances and only says, "Let's get out of here." In which they do as the school day is done. On their way homes as they walk on the sidewalks, say, "Izuku? What is it, Shikadai?" he asks, looking to him. "One question I don't get is why don't you fight back against that guy?" Shikadai asks, referring to Katsuki, "Either that or at least tell a teacher to solve the problem." Boruto's only silent and look at Izuku, waiting to hear his respond. "If I tried fighting back, then he'll get what he wants and prove that I'm weaker," Izuku said. Replies to Shikadai, "If I tell the teacher then he'll just make my life even worse, especially if I get him in trouble." "He deserves it though," Boruto said, seeing it satisfying Katsuki did get in trouble. "Yeah, he's always a big jerk whenever I see him, but I don't hold grudges too well," Izuku admits, sighing a little in the process. "I see. That's understandable. Shikadai gets it now." "Phew." Boruto sighs too and pats him. "Forget about Bakugo for now, I've got your back. As long as I'm around, that guy won't do much bullying." He grins in assuring him, and continue doing what ya gotta do to be a hero, Quirk less or not. "Thanks, Boruto." Izuku smiles, feeling the assurance and encouragement as they continue in the neighborhood. That ends the first chapter of My Hero Academia, Next Generation. This is also gonna be a fun fanfic to expand on, and I'm raring to go. I'm thinking about what hero names to decide for Boruto, Naruto, and the rest of the cast. I'm also open to the hero name ideas from you guys. Hope you all enjoy, review, follow, and until the next chapter. The start of our two protagonists, Izuku and Boruto. 805 Chapter 2. Being the hero. Welcome back to the second chapter of BHA, Next Generation. Before going in, I'll answer this guest statement. Guest. Good, thanks, you haven't seen nothing yet. Chapter 2. Being the hero. After the trio goes separate on their way homes, Boruto wanders around a bit, while having hands in pockets until he sees a few dudes bullying a kid, wearing a blue suit with white trimmings. They even proceed to kick him in the corner of the sidewalk, where nobody who walk by will see them. However, Boruto saw that and decides to go check it out. In his mind, these bullies don't know when to give it a rest, picking on the weak or those whose quirk less like Izuku. Question is if that the kid they're bullying has a quirk or not to defend himself. In the corner, the bullies pushes the boy, Denki, to the ground and take his wallet, with the ringleader stating this isn't enough money. Before they could do more harm, a pebble strikes the ringleader in the head, bending him down. The lackeys and Denki turn and look at the Boruto's arrival, seeing toss a pebble up and down with a smirk on him. "Oops, did I do that? Are you crazy? You want to get hurt?" Lackey number 3 threatens. Boruto isn't bothered by this and replies, "Give him his wallet back and I might let you guys off the hook." "Huh?" Lackey number 2 scoffs to that threat. "How about doing something about it then?" the ringleader challenges. "If you insist." Boruto smirks and puts his index and middle finger together and shadow clones puff out of the smoke and dash toward the bullies. "Shadow clones?" The ringleader's shocked. "Is that his quirk?" Lackey number 2 staggers back. Before they know it, they end up in a fight. Boruto's clones while the real one snatches the wallet from the ringleader. "Here." He tosses it to Denki. Huh. Denki glances awkwardly. As the clones fight off the bullies, 3 more arrive and witness the clones fight their friends. What are you doing?" Lackey number 4 proceeds to help out by dashing in. "Oh, let's get out of here." Boruto pushes Denki down a direction. Wait. Denki feels rushed, but goes with it anyway. The bullies begin chasing them down the sidewalk. As soon as Boruto and Denki run in another direction, in which the bullies follow, they see the two are gone. Where did they go?" Lackey number 5 exclaims looking around. "Spread out and find them." The ringleader orders and they do just that. Unbeknownst to them, behind a building, Boruto and Denki manage to lost them, with the former sighing, "Phew, that was close. Are you alright?" "No, I'm not alright." Denki lowers his head in his knees. "Sadly, they'll just end up coming after me again and that was just spare change." "Hey, do you have Quirk?" Boruto asks. "Yeah, it's a lightning quirk." Denki replies after receiving his hard duo from his knees. "Being quirkless is one thing, if you had one then why didn't you fight back?" Boruto asks, finding that strange. "Teach them a lesson." "It's not strong enough like yours," Denki mumbles. "Huh?" Boruto looks in confusion. "Do you also have a quirk? Are you attending a school called UA and plan to be a hero?" Denki asks. "The answer to all that is yes," Boruto replies, grinning. "Same as me then." Denki mumbles before introducing himself. "I'm Denki Kamiko." Boruto. "Nice to meet ya." He extends a hand to Denki and they shake on it. They proceed to walk in there for a bit, with Denki telling Boruto he wants to improve on his quirk for the Kamiko Company, who are doing the biggest enterprise in Japan called the Thunder Rail, which Boruto beams in joy over. Once they turned a corner, they noticed a crowd ahead. "What going on over there?" Denki wanders around. "Don't know, but I bet ya it's any villain attack that the heroes are about to swoop up." Boruto gets exited for more action and heads over. "Wait up." Denki follows. When they joined the crowd, there were already plenty of heroes on the scene, facing what looked to be a monster of sludge. Several heroes are on the scene trying to rescue him. Fang over Fang. A spinning attack is launched and rams into the sludge, but it did nothing to it and the sludge pushes him back. "Stubborn bastard." He scoffs after landing from his attack. A few citizens identify his the Hound hero. Dogman, Kiba, in amazement. "Ha!" A fat man comes in with his fist extended and glowing blue butterfly wings. Butterfly hero. Butterfly man, Choji. He rams his fist into the sludge, but it ends up stuck. "What's is this?" He's then smacked by the sludge and slides against the brick wall. GRH. Butterfly man. Death Arms exclaims, with other heroes on the scene too. Kamui evaluates some people with his roots while Backdraft puts out the fire with his water hoses while asking, "How are things going over there?" "He's too sticky and it's hard landing an effective hit on him," Dogman said. "A strong kid with a quirk is struggling against him," Death Arms adds. "Because that quirk, it's a landmine out there, which makes it harder," Butterfly man states, standing beside Death Arms and Dogman. They then dodged an attack from the sludge monster, with Kiba scoffing in frustration, "We need to hurry and get that kid out." In the crowd, "What kind of monster is—" Boruto was about to finish his sentence until he notices that a certain someone is inside the sludge monster, that being Katsuki. "Someone's inside there." Denki gasps. "Bakugo," Boruto exclaims, shocked that he's in the sludge. He can even see that Katsuki has a scared look on him and is struggling to get out. What's he doing in that sludge monster? I didn't think even he'd get caught up in this type of situation. What's even more shocking is that Izuku jumps out from the crowd and ran toward the sludge, despite shouts of nearby heroes telling him to stay away. "Izuku," Boruto exclaims. "Is he crazy? He'll get himself killed?" Denki exclaims. "That's just plain reckless. What is he thinking?" Boruto doesn't get what he could be planning and D is confused at this sudden act. Izuku threw his backpack, with its contents spilling out and hitting the sludge villain, also making him loosen his hold on Katsuki as he gasped and coughed for air. "Kachan," the quirkless boy screamed, desperately trying to get the explosion quirk user out of the monster's hold as he clawed at his slimy body. "What the hell? Why are you here?" Katsuki exclaims aloud. "I don't know," Izuku answered immediately, still trying to free him. "My legs. They just started moving," he cried out. The slime built back up around Katsuki though, entrapping him again as he grimaced. Even so, Izuku wasn't going to give up. "Kachan. I couldn't just stand there and watch you die," he exclaimed, with tears in his eyes. "Damn." Boruto hesitates a little bit and finally decides he needs to help his friend rescue Katsuki, even if he was a huge jerk. Boruto runs off from the crowd and finds an open space to assist while the heroes are trying their best to get in too. "Boruto, what are you?" Denki was about to ask, but Boruto interrupts. "Getting in there saved them." Boruto middle, index combined fingers forms two shadow clones. "Here we go." The clones prepare the real Boruto for aim and throws him toward the commotion. "Don't get in my way." The sludge monster was about to attack Izuku until Boruto comes and swoops him out of the way, saving his friend. "Another one?" Death Arms exclaims, surprised at Boruto's arrival as well as a few other heroes in the crowd. "Boruto?" Izuku exclaims, shocked. "That was a death wish you gave yourself that time, Izuku. Lucky I came just in time." Boruto smiles anyway and adds while glaring at the sludge, "Let's get him out." "Alright," Izuku responded. "You brats." The sludge monster goes for another attack at the kids, which Boruto was ready for. Then out of nowhere a huge burst of dust impacted and when it settled, the two middle school students found themselves unharmed. "I really am pathetic," a powerful voice admitted. Izuku and Boruto looked up to find All Might standing over them, having blocked the attack with his right arm. All Might. The trio uttered out, even Katsuki looks on in disbelief too. I told you the traits that make a great champion, he states before grabbing a hold of Bakugo by his arm, but I see now that I wasn't living up to my own ideals, he exclaimed before breaking free of the slime. They watched the number one hero of Japan grab hold on the villain's body with his left hand, rearing his right fist back. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero, he declared proudly as blood sprayed from his mouth. Damn you, All Might. The Sludge exclaims in one final attempt to attack him, but it was over for him. Detroit. The hero started to bellow, grabbing onto Izuku, Boruto, Katsuki with his left hand, SMMMAASSSHHH. He roared, unleashing a powerful punch that made the sludge monster splatter apart as wind rushed throughout the air, forming a tornado that towered into the sky. As everyone thought it was over, another sludge villain, being a red one, comes out of the corner and attacks. Oh come on, another one? Dogman exclaims, seeing that it's one thing after another. What the? Boruto exclaims at the second sludge monster. Not again, Izuku exclaims shocked. Ku. All Might scoffs to himself, seeing he's almost at his limit and not enough for another attack. As the second sludge villain roars and is about to attack All Might and the kids, a blonde man, Naruto, with an orange sweatshirt, black pants and a white cape comes flying in, with a spiraling blue ball forming in his right palm. Rasengan. He dives it into the red sludge villain, blasting him to pieces and ending it for good. With the dust clearing and the cloth blowing in the wind, that was a close call. Everyone safe and accounted for? Everyone is dumbfounded at the number 2 hero. Firefox, Naruto, himself appearing. It's the blazing hero, Firefox. A man exclaims amazed. He's the number 2 hero and strongest cage hero, women exclaims in joy too. Dad, Boruto exclaims, surprised to see him, also amazed at the same time. Firefox, the number 2 hero, the top cage hero with the strongest chakra-type quirk. He's also on the same level as All Might, Izuku said, having the information. The crowd cheer in total amazement at both Naruto, Firefox, and All Might in the same place. It starts to rain as this happens as well. How you holding up there, All Might? Naruto asks. Ha, never felt better. I blew off a lot of steam on that one, Firefox. All Might chuckles, and Naruto does too before they fist bump, which the crowd cheers louder. Whoa. Katsuki is in disbelief, witnessing both All Might's and Firefox's strengths. Amazing. Boruto and Izuku said at the same time. The most incredible thing is that the 3 middle schoolers were part of this, having witnessed some great. Afterwards, the heroes collected the scattered remains of the sludges and delivered them off to the police. Izuku gets scolded by Death Arms and Dogman for going in that dangerous situation recklessly on his own, but Katsuki, and even Boruto gets praised for their toughness, mainly cause of their quirks. 3 news reporters also record them for their efforts. You kids have some amazing quirks. A random hero said, in amazement, even pointing out Katsuki's toughness. You guys become heroes, you're welcome to my agency. You'd make also sidekicks. Sure, I guess. Boruto scratches his head, appreciating the compliment, but unsure about his agency offer down the line. Katsuki glanced at Izuku before glancing at Boruto next, which the blonde boy does the same, but they didn't talk to each other. Boruto. Naruto walks over. Hey dad. He waves. Heard the details from Kamui, and I must say, going in to save your friend out of that last blow took guts and bravery. Naruto smiles, impressed and proud, plus referring to Izuku. But what that green hair kid did was even more selfless. He's impressed with Izuku as well, surprised he didn't use his quirk. He's quirkless. Boruto replies, looking over there at Izuku, who's finished getting scolded by Death Arms and Dogman. Quirkless, I see. Naruto finds that really surprise, and the freckled boy still jumped in there without turning back. What guts, these reckless acts are reminding me of myself at this age, as well as a certain someone else. He finishes his thoughts before more news reporters show up, for him and All Might. Later on this evening, with Denki already heading home after he and Izuku introduce themselves to each other, the freckled and blonde boys walk on the sidewalk in the neighbor as the sun sets. Oh man. Boruto sighs with hands behind head, this has to be one of the craziest days of my life. Yes, it was. Izuku replies, with a low voice and low expression. Boruto can tell he was mentally exhausted, or something else is on his mind. What's with the sad look? Is it because of the heroes scolding you for that reckless act? Forget them, that took impressive guts. Thanks, but that's not it. Izuku replies, receiving a question mark from Boruto. I wanted to apologize to All Might for wasting his time before that incident, but he was still getting interviewed. Apologize to All Might. You ran into him. Boruto exclaims, pretty jealous. I did. I'll probably trying sending him a message on his website when I get home. Izuku said. Well, what did you guys talk about that makes you want to apologize? I find that strange. Boruto asks. Knowing not to spill All Might's secret about his skinny form, Izuku replies, I only asked him if I'm capable of becoming a hero, even without a quirk. Quote. Boruto keeps listening. Izuku trembles a little sadly, but he said I couldn't, not without a quirk. Wow, Izuku. I know that was tough to hear. Boruto puts a hand on his shoulder, bad for him. Deku. Whiskers. Katsuki's voices is heard, getting their attention and turning back as they see him running up to them with his fist balled up. Kachan. Deku blinks in surprise. What's the matter you? Boruto asks, tilting a brow. Panting, Katsuki angrily makes this clear, know this. I never asked for either of you to help me. I was fine by myself. Hearing this, Boruto frowns and replies, fine by yourself. It sure didn't look that way to us. You almost got swallowed, so enough of the tough guy act already. Tough guy act. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't think you can look down on me. Katsuki angrily exclaims before saying this to Izuku, especially you, the quirkless failure. He tooples around and walks away angrily, and don't you guys forget this. Whatever. Boruto scoffs, not bothered and doesn't care for his words. Toughness. Izuku's sweat drops, but admits, he's right though. He said, which Boruto glances, it ain't like I accomplished anything. Aren't you being a bit too hard on yourself? Boruto asks. I guess, but now I know I can think of a realistic future. Izuku sadly replies with a small smile as they keep walking. At this moment, I am here. All Might exclaims as she dramatically slides out of the fence's corner, much to the surprise of the boys as they yelp dramatically. All Might. Izuku stuttered out, where'd you come from? And how'd you get rid of all those reporters? Even my dad was with you the whole time. Boruto adds to that. Ha 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 ha. The number one hero laughed out. Fire Fox left way before I did, and getting away from the reports was a piece of cake. He proclaimed proudly before starting to flex his muscles. Why? Because I am all my. He suddenly burst into a cloud of white steam, transforming back into his skinny form as he spat up blood. Whaaaaatt. Izuku and Boruto exclaims dramatically in shock, especially the blonde boy as he's never seen All Might in this form like Izuku. All Might notices and lets put a sigh, now having another kid know about his weak form. All Might is skinny. Boruto stutters and points dramatic as All Might let out a sigh, wiping his lips. At this moment, him and Izuku filled Boruto in on why the number one hero looks like what he currently is, the latter also telling him that Naruto already knows about his condition, which surprises Boruto more. After hearing all that, Boruto sighs and replies to All Might, hearing this is still quite a shocker, ya know. But it's fine, now that I know, your secret's safe with me. Thanks for the understanding. All Might nods before glancing to Izuku, thanking him for doing what he could against the sludge villain, having given him enough time to act. If Izuku wasn't there and hadn't told him about his quirkless life, then he would have been all talk while wearing his N1 bodysuit. As Boruto listens, Izuku still thinks it's his fault for interfering with All Might's work and thinks he had no right to talk, despite being quirkless. However, exactly. All Might states otherwise, because of that quirkless timid you at the scene. That I was able to act. Same goes for you as well, young Uzumaki. Thank you. He reveals in gratitude, which the boys perk up in surprise. There are stories about every top hero from their school days. One thing that most of them have in common, their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Just like what you did, right? He asked as cherry blossom petals fell down nearby as a breeze blew about the street. Hearing all this, Boruto can tell what he's gonna say next. Izuku can tell as well and begins whimpering with tears as he clutches his school uniform as he lowers his head and drops to his knees. He recalls his mother, Inko, apologizing to him that he didn't have his own quirk. But, that wasn't the answer he was looking for, he wanted her to say that he could become one too. You did it, Izuku. Boruto states out, making the freckled boy slowly glance up at his best friend, you never stopped believing in your dream, everything you did paid off and became a reality. He smiles, really glad for him. Even during their childhood, he always encouraged Izuku to do whatever it took to become one, and the result of that, it was successful. As the wind rushed through the two blonde's hairs, All Might stares down at Izuku and began his words, young man. You too, can become a hero. He finishes. Izuku cries out in joy, having approval from his first idol as Boruto, and All Might smiled as the wind rushed by. You are worthy of my power. All Might said with a hand out. Come again. Boruto asks, confused. Your power. Izuku's confused as well after looking up. All Might laughs and states, what's with that face? It's just a suggestion. The real show starts now. He goes on to explain the power of his quirk. One for all, one that increase physical strength and speed. Stating that his quirk has been passed from generations and that he's looking for a successor, which he sees in Izuku. Boruto finds this surprisingly amazing, also surprised that Izuku gets to inherit the number one hero's power to finally get a quirk. Izuku nods in agreement and accepts All Might's offer, who grins at his answer, telling him training starts first thing in the morning. This sure took me by a surprise. Naruto walks out the side, which gets their attention. Oh, Dad. Boruto perks in a glance. Sup, Boruto. He greets his son with a wave. You were listening, Naruto. All Might asks, which the latter nods in confirmation. Passing on the power of one for all means that you're officially master and student, starting today. He notes. You're Fire Fox. Izuku beams in surprise. So you're Izuku Midoriya, right? Boruto told me about you. Naruto greets, smiles and walks up with a hand reached out. Nice to meet ya. The pleasure is mine, sir. Izuku stutters and shakes his hand. Be good to Boruto, will you? Naruto asks. I will. Izuku nods, smiles after they finish the handshake. The heck are saying? I've been good to him. Boruto scoffs and rephrases that. I got it. Naruto laughs and rubs his son's head, much to his annoyance. Don't treat me like a kid in front of them. Boruto pushes his hand back in embarrassment, which causes Izuku and All Might to laugh. After they cooled down, Naruto notes this to Izuku, even without a quirk, you got guts in being the first one to make a move back there. He gives a thumbs up, you totally earned the power that All Might's about to pass to you. Izuku widens then smiles bright and nods, right. All Might grins and reveals, prepare yourself, because training starts in the morning. Yes sir. Izuku nods, serious as Boruto and Naruto look on with a grin as the quirk-less teen is now about to gain one of the greatest powers in the world. That ends this one. Now to the beginning of the next arc, where new characters start to be introduced. Fire Fox is Naruto's hero name, as saying just, Hokage, would be kind of off. Him and All Might are also on the same exact level, despite the former being number 2. As well as Kiba being Dog Man and Choji being Butterfly Man. You guys can take your best guesses at who's number 3, 4, and even 5. With that said, till the next one. Chapter 3, UA. Hi. With the entrance exams beginning in 10 months, All Might begins training Izuku to strengthen his body to become a proper vessel for the one-for-all quirk by having him remove all dumpster that scatter around the beach. As for Boruto, he's also been doing some training on his own. Every now and then, Naruto would help him, but only for a short while due to having hero duties, which leaves Boruto to practice what he learned and gain further improvements as the days went by. To add to that, he'd even go to Hinata's sister, Hanabi's house to have her help him in his advancement skills of close combat. The whiskered and freckled teens are giving it all they've got in order to prepare for the upcoming challenges that's in store for them in the entrance exam, as it draws near. February 26, 6:30 a.m. During Boruto's morning run on the sidewalk wearing sweatpants and a white short-sleeved gym shirt, he heads towards the beach to see how Izuku's progress is going and to see if he's prepared for the entrance exams later on. As he runs to the beach, sweating a good bit, he glances up ahead and sees All Might also walking to the same destination. Hey! Boruto calls out him with a hand wave. All Might jumped up a little startled in surprise, but still turns back to the whiskered boy, who stops upon coming up to him. Ah, if it isn't young Uzumaki. He greets, I take it you're headed to see how young Midoriya is doing as well. You bet. Boruto nods with a grin. As the sun rises and when the two blondes get to the beach, they hear loud yelling of success coming from Izuku. Ah. He has his fists balled up and stretched back while having sweat all over as he stands on a trash bus, along with the trash pile underneath. They even see that all the heavy trash has been cleared and removed from the whole shore, which totally shocks them both. Are you serious? Boruto exclaims as him and All Might look around every inch of the beach. He even cleaned outside of where I told him to. All Might exclaims too. Everywhere, and I mean everywhere, there's not a speck of dust or trash laying around. Boruto points out and looks up amazingly at his friend. Izuku really cleared this entire shore. It was at the last minute at that. More than perfectly. Seriously. All Might exclaims before stuttering, oh my, goodness. He suddenly puffs to his bulked up form. Ah. Boruto shrieks dramatically at that sudden transformation. Izuku staggers on the trash pile and begins to fall, but All Might quickly catches him in his arms at the last second. Well done. All Might smiles down at the freckled teen. All Might. I did it. Izuku slowly smiles. After rushing over, great work, Izuku. Boruto says happily. Boruto. Izuku slowly glances down at him. Yeah, you surprised us, you entertainer. All Might sets Izuku down, who staggers a bit. The bulked blonde pulls out his phone and shows them, here take a look. He said, and the two see Izuku in the picture, crying dramatically with a weak, skinner body. Boruto snickers at how winny he was in the photo, which Izuku reddens his face in embarrassment. It's you 10 months ago. All Might says to Izuku and compares that to how muscular Izuku is now. Wow. It's really amazing how much you came from back then. Boruto says in surprise, amazement, if I were in your position Izuku, there was no way I could have done all of that. I mostly would have relied on my shadow clones. he said all dramatically with a shivered look, which Izuku snickers a little at. Fire Fox's signature move, So you got a chakra quirk as well. All Might figures out, which Boruto nods. He then states to Izuku, the mirage of it is barely visible, but you've now become a suitable vessel. All Might said with arms out. Izuku glances at his right hand and utters, I feel like I've cheated. This got All Might and Boruto with a question mark in confusion. You did all this for me. Izuku utters next. I wouldn't call it cheating, you did all the hard work and earned it in the end. Boruto smiles with reminds, can't forget about that, ya know. Young Uzumaki is correct, it was all your own work. All Might agrees, usual smile. Yes, I've been truly blessed. Izuku nods, tears starting stream down his face. All Might chuckles and thought, these teenagers are amazing. He then puts a hand behind Izuku's back, with his other hand in pocket, those leaky eyes of yours will have to be fixed. I know right. Boruto sweat drops, completely agreeing with him on that. All Might takes a strap of hair off his head and says, I was once told that something you receive is because you're lucky and what you're given is because you're recognized. They're different essence, he mostly says this to Izuku, take that to heart because this is the power you earn because of your own work. Izuku widens his eyes at that statement and looks at Boruto, who gives him a thumbs up smile for the efforts. Izuku smiles, nods back before looking back to All Might, who then says this, eat this. He means the strap of hair. Huh. Izuku's so dramatically confused, Boruto as well. Eating a strap of hair. Seriously. Boruto narrows a brow. Well, it doesn't matter as long as he has some of my DNA in him. All Might replies, shaking his head sheepishly. That's different from what I imagined it would be. Izuku shakes his hands up dramatically. No, it's not the time. All Might urges him to eat it, come. Come on. He urges more dramatically, which Izuku shrieks dramatic as well. Might have to eat it as gross as it sounds because the exam starts later on. Boruto said. He's right. Come. All Might agrees and keeps urging Izuku, who's now forced to eat the strap hair. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Leadit does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. UA High School entrance exam, 8:40 a.m. The freckled and whiskered teens are standing in front of UA as all the other beginner students make their way through the entrance as well. Phew, we made it in the nick of time. Boruto sighs in relief. Yeah, I was so worried about missing the exam because I didn't get the chance to test out my new power. Izuku sweats a little in dramatic nerve. I was interested to see that, but ya know, this exam. Boruto shrugs off before also bringing up, though it still gives me the cringes how he made you swallow his hair without at least a bottle of water to wash it down. He cringes in a little disgust. Right, and the thing is, I don't feel like anything great has happened to me even after swallowing it. Izuki said, handing over his lips. No surprises there. Boruto sweat drops, hands in pockets. Stupid Deku and Whiskers. They turn to see Katsuki walking up with a grumpy look with his hands in pockets. Kachan. Izuku utters in surprise. Sigh, great, what do you want now? Boruto narrows his eyes at Katsuki. Just stay out of my or I'll blast you both. He threatens, passing by them. PFF'd, you wish. Boruto murmurs in taunt. Ya know, ever since the sludge incident, Kachan hasn't tried doing anything to me. Izuku noticed. Now that you mention it, he hasn't tried his usual stunts. That's out of character for him, but good thing he is taking it easy because it'd be annoying on regular basis. Boruto said. Yeah, Izuku sighs and adds, and I guess I was just scared out of habit. Now that you have a quirk there's no need to be frightened of him anyway. Boruto assures. Alright, I'm not defenseless anymore. Izuku straightens up, medium serious look. That's the spirit, now let's get a move on. Boruto starts walking, and he nods. Thanks to All Might, I can finally be a hero. Izuku thought, and when he takes a step, he trips over and falls forward, or I can just die. Quote. When Boruto turns back, he sees his freckled friend floating in the air and a girl with pink cheeks and brown hair, Ochako, standing beside him with her hand out. Are you okay? She asks with a giggles. Izuku yelps in a fail before she helps him stand back up and claps her hands together. I stopped you with my quirk. Sorry I didn't ask first. She smiles, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. She adds, which surprises Izuku at a girl talking to him casually. You almost tripped, didn't you? Boruto asks Izuku with a narrowed brow, not surprised knowing how he is. Izuku stretches his head, looking away embarrassed. Boruto looks to Ochako and says, sometimes, Izuku here can be clumsy, so thanks for catching him. No problem. She replies with a smile and exhales. This is all a bit nerve-wracking, isn't it? She asks. You can say that again. Boruto agrees. Izuku stutters dramatic. Well, I guess I'll see you two inside, bye. She waves and moves on ahead to the entrance. Yeah, see ya. Boruto waves a hand one time before glancing to Izuku, who has a stunned small blushing reaction to him. Let me guess. This is your first time talking to a girl, isn't it? Boruto asks, growing a smirk teasingly. Izuku starts laughing dramatically hysterically in front of all those walking toward the entrance, getting attention. Boruto sweat drops and finds this too weird and says with a hand on shoulder, okay, stop that, it's creepy. Let's just go inside and get ready for this exam. Before they could go, they hear a girl with purple hair and a long ponytail running hurriedly to the entrance with her book bag on, muttering, I'm gonna be late. She's anxious dramatically, however, when she gets near Boruto and Izuku, she begins to trip off a 1 foot. Watch out. Boruto quickly grabs her by the right hand, stopping her from falling to the ground. Honestly, everyone seems to be trippy today. Standing her up straight, you okay? Izuku asks. Yeah, she replies timidly, thank you. She glances to Boruto. No problem, but you seem to be in a rush. He noticed with a narrowed brow, the entrance exam only starts in 10 minutes. It does. What a relief. Sumair sighs, I thought I was gonna be late for a second. Yeah, being late sure is the worst, isn't? Izuku laughs awkwardly, so does Boruto. By the way, I'm Sumair Kake. She introduces with a smile, what about you guys? I'm Izuku Midoriya. He smiles. Boruto Uzumaki. He introduces in the same manner, nice to meet you, Sumair. She nods, smiles and walks off with a wave, I'll see you guys later. You too. Izuku waves. Time we get a move on too. Boruto said, which his best friend agrees as they proceed inside through the entrance. Exam orientation. In the auditorium room, the voice hero, present Mike, explains how the entrance exam works, starting with the practical exam and then the written test. For the recommendation students, he states that their practical is different and that in addition, they have an interview with the principal. Looks like we're flying solo on this test since they're separating us. Boruto says to Izuku and Kachan. In other words, we're not allowed to work with any of our friends. Kachan adds to that. Sitting in between the two, why yeah, you're both right. Izuku said, taking a peek to that Katsuki's sheet, examinee number, 2235 in test location B, while Izuku sees that his is number, 2236 in test location C. Get your eyes off my card. Kachan sneers, which startled Izuku. Since I'm in the recommendations category, my practical test might be different from you guys. Boruto guesses. Yeah, probably once we begin ours, you might get a test sheet to clarify that. Izuku nods. Katsuki then scoffs quietly, damn, I was really looking forward to crushing you. He refers to the Uzumaki, including you, ya nerd. He scoffs to Izuku. Yeah. Boruto shrugs off with a hand wave, while Izuku stutters awkwardly. Just then, a student wearing glasses, Lita, stands up with his hand raised and asks, excuse me sir. I have a question. Hit me. Present Mike points at him and the light also points at Lita. On the printout, you listed 4 types of villains, not 3. He points on the sheet. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA material, it'll be shameful. He adds, we are here at UA because we wish to be trained into ideal heroes. He then turns to point up at Izuku in front of everyone, before he speaks, in addition, you with the curly hair. Huh. Izuku points to himself in confusion. You've been muttering to yourself this entire time, stop that. Lita scolds, if you can't bother to take this seriously, then leave. You're distracting the rest of us. I'm sorry. Izuku cover his mouth embarrassingly, which caused the other students to laugh in the room. All of you need to chill out, especially you. Boruto says out, annoyed look especially at Lita, he's muttering due to being nervous, just like some, if not anyone in here, so quite being so skeptical. He adds with his hands relax fully behind his head, which surprises Lita to the point he sits back down a few seconds later. Okay, guys. Present Mike calms them down, examinee number 7111, thank you for the message. Thanks for that. Izuku whispered to Boruto on his left. Don't mention it, some of these guys are just playing the tough guy act is all. Boruto whispers back. After that Present Mike finishes the rest of the orientation before finishing with this statement, you ready to go beyond? Plus ultra. He says out in a rock and roll manner, good luck. Hope you study more than just books. With that out the way, students make their way to their assigned test locations, while the recommendation students stay in the auditorium. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order, Izuku with a right hand wave smile, Boruto with a grin thumbs up, Sarada with a hand on hip smile, Tenya with a dramatic salute, Katsuki with an angry, serious expression, Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile, Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Eijiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That's it, the entrance exam and the recommendations entrance exam begins next chapter. Some more new characters will definitely be introduced next. The openings and endings will be added as well to keep the hype. Happy Easter Sunday, with my birthday being today as well, woohoo. 805 Chapter 4, Recommendations Exam. Opening 1, The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Fox Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand. Metal does a round kick. Inojin flies on his paint-made bird. Shoto surfs on ice. Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer. Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Chapter 4. Recommendation Entrance Exam. After the normal examinees leave the auditorium, the recommended examinees move down to the first row seats and prepare to listen to their recommended orientations. Boruto glances around to see the other recommended students. A boy with red-white hair with a scar on his left side, Shoto Todoroki, a girl with black hair and glasses, Sarada Uchiha, a girl with black hair, Pontail, Momo Yaoyarozu, a boy with dark spiky hair, red makeup, Shinki, a guy who's lipless, Juzo Honanuki, a girl with dark moss green hair, Setsuna Tokage, and a tall guy with buzzed dark brown hair, Inasa Yoarashi, and various other recommended students from middle school. They see Present Mike appear in the front stage as he begins to speak. Welcome to the UA Recommendations Entrance Exam. He does so in a rap-like manner. This exam consists of a written test, practical test, and an interview. He continues, explaining that the written test will be first and that it will be 2 hours long with given breaks throughout the exam. I will tell you about the last 2 parts of the exam later. Any questions, little examinees? With no responses form the students, no. Okay, now with that done, the examiners will pass out the test after everyone spreads out to their seats. Good luck, everyone. The written test was really that hard for Boruto since it mainly focused on heroics more so than Japanese, math, English, and history. He turns in his test after an hour before going to the waiting room for the reminder of the test for the other students to finish. For the next 20 minutes, the blonde teen is bored out of his mind, tapping his feet in the ground with arms crossed. Goo. I wish I brought my game Switch to keep myself entertained. He sighs and tries to relax, but still finds himself a little anxious to move on to the practical. Just then, the door opens, revealing Sarada and Momo to be walking in. We finally got through the written part. Momo said, all that's left is the practical and interview. Affirmative. Sarada agrees, though the interviewing part is a little nervous-wrecking. She adds, which Momo agrees to. She glances to her right to find that Boruto is sitting on the bench, having noticed her too. Boruto. Sarada. He notices in surprise too. You know each other? Momo asks. Yes. Our dads are friends. Boruto replies, not all that thrilled. I'm Boruto Uzumaki. By the way, nice to meet you. He introduces to Momo with a smile. Likewise, I'm Momo Yaoyarozu. She introduces with her arms crossed. Though I didn't expect you to be in the same section as me. Sarada said, not all that thrilled either. Same here. Boruto replies, likewise about her, but good luck anyway. You'll need it for the practical. He grins with a thumbs up. Ha, that's what I should be saying to you. Sarada responds, chuckling a bit. Momo smiles at what she sees to be a friendly rivalry. All in all, I wonder how Izuku is doing about now. Boruto wonders, and Bakugo too, I guess. He isn't too pleased at wondering about him. With Izuku. At the normal practical test, the freckled teen is running around to see if there were any robots that he could beat to gain points, but all he found were ones that's already destroyed. Ah. He dramatically shivers, they're already taken down, is there at least one I can take down? Suddenly, a 2-pointer robot bashes through a wall, setting his sights on Izuku and proceeds to attack him. Izuku dramatically shivers in fear and it's too much that he can't move. It's coming, idiot. It's coming. He adds with dramatic tears, why can't I move? He then shuts his eyes as the robot is close to attacking him. Suddenly out of nowhere, a painted colored lion rams into the bot, its fangs crushes down on it. Izuku blinks in confusion and turns to that the painted beast came from a boy with pale blue eyes and light blonde hair, Inojin. And that adds tumor to my points, 32. Inojin said, with a closed-eyes smile. Ah. Izuku utters. Oh, and don't get the wrong idea. Inojin says to him, still having his closed-eye smile with a straight face, it wasn't like I was trying to save you or anything. In fact, you might as well give up while you're at it cause I highly doubt you what it takes to get through this part of the test. He criticizes and adds with his close-eye smile. After that, he leaves on ahead. Izuku blinks and is unable to say anything, only thinking, first the laser guy and now him. He even said all that, with just a smile. Izuku sweats dramatically, but gets up immediately upon hearing the 2-minute time limit. As he runs, he sees a 2-pointer going around the corner, and decides to set his sights to finally gain points from that one before rushing after it. When he turns to a building corner, he surprisingly sees the 2-point bot already destroyed. Huh. He blinks. Out of the shading shadows, the light-blued hairboy Mitsuki appears out the shadows with a smile on him, along with his glowing yellow eyes. Izuku stammers in surprise at the crushed robot quickly defeated before glancing back up to Mitsuki. The latter replies, this one immediately came to me when I turned around so I went ahead and took it out, no hard feelings right? Oh sure. No problem. Izuku replies with nervous sweating since he couldn't get that pointer. Well, you might want to get a move on since there's only 2 minutes. Mitsuki advises with a smile. Right. Thanks. Izuku quickly leaves to try and go after some points. With Katsuki. The explosion quirk user was on a roll himself, destroying countless robots he'd come across without thinking about the points they cost. He was really having too much fun breaking these bots and nothing could ruin his moment, especially his strive for perfect victory, haha. Next. A grins wide as he heads for a 3-pointer that's Kamiko is attacking, out of my way, extra. He roars and blasts the bot to smithereens. Whoa. Kamiko exclaims, and glances to the explosion quirk user blast ahead, I was just about to get that too. He sighs. That Bakugo. Shikadai sighs unsurprised from a distance after defeat his pointer, he'll ram through this thing without giving a damn about the others. Back with Boruto. After everyone turning in their test sheets, now that the written test is over, the practical test will start after everyone changes into their gym clothes. Present Mike announces, before the recommended students move to their locker rooms for changing. Boruto changes into a red-white tracksuit and sweatpants, before putting on some white sneakers and making his way out to the training grounds. Along the way, hey. The whiskered teen stops in his tracks to turns around to see the running Inasa waving dramatically, halting to him. You must be Fire Fox's kid, am I right? He asks with enthusiasm. Yeah. Boruto sweat drops at the sudden question. Let's be pals. I'm Inasa Yoarashi, it's great to meet you. Inasa shakes his hand back and forth in friendship. Why yeah, I'm Boruto Uzumaki, and likewise. Even though he doesn't mind being friends, Boruto still weirds out over this introduction, this guy is so loud and obnoxious. Let's give it our best on the practical and pass this thing. Inasa evens a look of extreme confidence. You bet. Boruto agrees with him nevertheless, it'll take time getting used to him, but he's not wrong about acing this exam. The recommended students were then led to the UA training grounds for the next exam. Rock on. The written part of the exam is over, the practical starts now and then the interview. Present Mike announces, for this exam, you will race through a 3-kilometer obstacle course while freely using your quirks. He explains, you'll go 6 at a time, get step in when your number called. When Boruto's number 15 is called up, he went to the lineup for the race, where he saw Shoto, Inasa, Shinki, and Juzo, along with one random examinee, so I'm against these guys huh? Okay. I'm ready. The Uzumaki thinks inwardly in determination, as they all got in starting positions. Ready. The light then turns green, go. Shoto immediately uses his ice quirk to move, Inasa propels himself using his whirlwind quirk, Shinki uses what looks to be black sand to move, and Boruto encases chakra into his feet for him to run at a fast pace. As the race goes on, he sees that he's in 4th place and inwardly, I'm not getting anywhere at this pace, especially with their type of emitter quirks. Boruto decides to stop running at where he's at, in that case. He forms 2 hand signs to summon 2 shadow clones and they uses their wind quirks to prepare to launch the real Boruto by the feet, here we go. Gale Stream. The clones propel him to forward before dispersing and Boruto flies at the top 3 with a high amount of speed. With this utility, he flies by Shinki, who widens a little in surprise, and moves to get past Inasa and Shoto next, however, his speed begins to slow down and he's forced to tuck and roll before running to the finish line. Shoto and Inasa are evenly matched until the latter barely crosses the finish line first, wowza. Number 41 finishes by a hair. Present Mike reveals with a stopwatch timer. Boruto proceeds to come through the finish line as well, followed by Shinki, then Juzo and the last examine. Sigh. Boruto huffs pants after that, dusting the dirt off him while at it. Alright, I won. Inasa cheers in high delight with fists raised, before turning to the whiskered teen, whatever you did back there must have been awesome, you almost got past me. He holds up his right fist for a pound. Hey, thanks. Boruto grins and chuckles, returning the fist bump with his, and congrats to you, Inasa. I'll take being in 3rd place fair and square. Yeah, see ya at UA, Uzumaki. Inasa waves off and leaves. You too. The blonde waves. When he sees Inasa try and talk to Shoto, the latter coldly refutes him, not even bothering to look at the whirlwind quirk user. I just came here to pass this stupid test, that's all. Shoto notes, I don't care if I beat you or not so give it a rest. This deeply surprises Inasa at receiving this cold response, you're in the way. Shoto finishes, with eyes that look to be filled with hatred at something. What's that guy's problem? Does he even know what sportsmanship means? Boruto wonders, finding Shoto's response unnecessary since Inasa just wanted to befriend him. He even noticed, he has a hateful look in his eyes, that's for sure. He thought as he sees Shoto walk off, while Inasa does the same going the other way, but with his head down, poor Inasa, he's even lost his enthusiastic demeanor. Onward, the students change back to their uniforms and sit in a different room. Present mic announces, you guys are now at the last part of the exam. The interview will be conducted by our very own principal. Once the interview is done, you're free to go. He adds, this will take 5 minutes and I can already see that most of you are happy to hear that, good luck. Present mic calls some students, starting with Shoto, and then Inasa, both ending at the 5-minute marks. Some students were either chattering or trying to calm their nerve, while Boruto sits with his arms crossed and tapping, simply waiting for his turn so he can get it over with. Just one interview and it's done, ya got this. He tells himself. On Izuku's end, after the students in that area witness Izuku destroying the 0-point bot with one full blow, they started having second thoughts about Izuku being lame and weak. Now some of them found him pretty amazing. That guy, murmurs a tall boy with a red cape, Iwabi, he took down that 0-pointer with just one punch. It's obvious he put his full power into that to the point it seems he can't move. What type of quirk is that? He murmurs in surprise. You guys are missing the point. Tenya walks up next to Iwabi, who turns and glances to him. What do you mean we're missing the point? Iwabi asks, narrowing a brow in confusion. Didn't you guys see? He jumped out to save that girl. Tenya replies, eyeing Ochako laying on a destroyed bot. Now that you mention it, it's true. Iwabi said with a finger under his chin, looking at Izuku, he did that despite knowing it's a 0-pointer and knowing that time was almost out. He wanted to pull at least something off before that happened. Right, and his own safety without hesitation no less. Tenya agrees and adds before tightening his fist, shaking a little, if this weren't a real exam, then I would have done the same. He straight faces dramatically. So would I. Iwabi does it too. They both then realized that there could be more to the exam than just fighting for points, something like rescuing others to gain points as well. Well, looks like I was wrong about him. Inojin blinks, surprised. Merci, he's the backbone of UA. Yuga charms dramatically. An old lady with a cane walks by, giving some gummies to some injured examinees before walking over to Izuku. She observes his injuries and says, oh dear, you were hurt this much by your own quirk. She worries after seeing his broken wobbly legs too, it's like his body isn't used to it yet. She smooches her lips before crouching down to smooch Izuku on the head, kiss. Form that, Izuku's broken parts start to heal with glowing green. Amazing. Iwabi admits. One of them question what she's doing, to which Yuga replies, UA. Hi's licensed school nurse. Also known as the recovery girl, the youthful hero. Inojin as to that, thanks to her, anyone can go through the entrance exam as reckless as they want, that is if they don't overdo it too much. Let's finish this quickly, is anyone else injured? Recovery girl asks other examinees. Back to the interview. Boruto Uzumaki. It's now your turn for the interview. Present mic calls up. Finally up, he got up from his seat and headed to the room where the interview was held. He noticed some students looking in his direction, but simply ignored before knocking on the door, which the principal says, come in. Which he does. When he goes in, he sees that the principal's short animal appearance, a talking rat, he's the principal. Boruto's is inwardly taken off guard. Good afternoon, Uzumaki. Principal Nezu greets with a smile. Oh, good afternoon to you too, Principal Nezu. The blonde teen bows. Please, have a seat for the interview to start. The mouse advises, which he does. Now, tell me about yourself. I'm the son of the number 1 cage hero, Fire Fox. I'm also the oldest in the family to my little sister, Himawari. Boruto starts out, I've acquired these prodigious talents thanks to training with Dad, and sometimes, Aunt Hanabi. Excellent statement. Nezu approves. Next question, what are your strengths and weaknesses, if you have that part? I'm seen as the laid-back type, but very diligent. I'll be a team player if I have to be, but sometimes I prefer completing things on my own. Boruto continues, I don't tend to get stressed or emotional. To me, keeping one's cool and not overthinking things is the way to make accomplishments. He adds, my weakness. I honestly don't know. That's great, Uzumaki. Most people don't stay calm while they're out on the field and tend to make rash decisions that leads to the opposite outcome. Nezu said, last question, why did you choose UA? How will you benefit from attending our school? To become one of the greatest heroes, and save people when they're in need of help. Boruto responds, in extension to that, I also want to follow my own hero path, different from Dad's. Why is that? Nezu asks, curiously. Well, some people assume that I would become the next cage hero since I'm Fire Fox's son, but that's not the case. Boruto replies, being a regular hero that's not a cage hero, is the path I've set upon. He states determinedly. I respect that. Nezu smiles, there's nothing like making your own decisions and what you want to do. He adds, that concludes the interview. Do you have any questions? No sir. Thank you having me here. Boruto stands up and bows his head. I'll be excused. Before leaving out the door and getting his things before heading home. The whiskered and freckled teens went home after parting on the way. While Boruto feels like he passed, Izuku feels he himself did good on the written exam, but not on the practical exam, which leaves him in a daze of thought. With Boruto. I'm home. Boruto walks in through the door, taking his shoes off. Hello, big brother. Himawari happily welcomes him. Welcome home. Hinata walks from the kitchen. How well did the exam go, Boruto? It was pretty decent. He replies, I'm confident I passed both the practical and written test, though to be honest, I think I did better on the interview than those two. I see, well no matter what, we know you'll get into UA. Hinata smiles sweetly. Yes, you got this, brother. Himawari agrees with a hand up high. Thanks. Boruto smiles to them. With Izuku. After getting back and cleaning off, Izuku sighs while sitting on the couch in his bathrobe, while doing arm curls with a weight. The results should arrive today or tomorrow, right? Inko asks, staking up books on shelf. Yeah, Izuku murmurs. Geez, I think it's amazing that you even applied to UA. Inko says, sweat drops awkwardly in cheering him up. Yeah, Izuku murmurs, still a bit depressed at his results. After a while of that, Inko runs hurriedly back to the living room, grabbing his attention, Izuku. He stutters dramatically, holding a mail letter from UA, it's here. Izuku only gazes at the note, knowing full well what his results were. With Boruto. While chilling out in his room and playing a game on his Switch, a knock on his door is heard, Boruto. Hinata calls. Quote. He gets up and opens it to meet her. This just came in the mail, it's from UA. She show it, holding it up. It's my results. Boruto notices, it got here earlier than expected. He takes it from here and says, I'll tell you and Hima my results once I come out, think of it as a surprise. He grins sheepishly. Sure. Hinata giggles a little and leaves him to it. After closing the door and sighting near his computer, here goes. Boruto rips the letter and out comes a small disc chip that then immediately projects a hologram. Hello, Boruto. Naruto appears in the projection. Dad. Boruto exclaims, surprised, also surprised to see him wearing an orange suit with a bow tie. Hey, you're probably noticing that I'm wearing something different than usual. He laughs awkwardly, but reveals, and that's because I'm now a faculty member of UA. Seriously. Boruto widens eyes in surprise, Dad being a teacher. But with that aside, the main reason I'm on screen is to also say congratulations on passing the recommendations exam, you're one of the 5 recommended students who succeeded. I was watching and you did really great. I'm proud of you, son. Naruto nods, grins on screen, this starting semester, you're now officially a UA. High school student. He adds with a grin with a fist raised, go beyond, plus ultra. Believe it, ya know. After that finishing flash statement, the projection closes. Boruto gazes then turns his lips into a wide smile, really happy and laughs a little before quietly exclaiming, yes. With small tears of joy too. With Izuku. The freckled teen sits in his room in front of the computer, gazing at the note before straightening himself and tore the note open, out coming a small disc chip that then immediately projects a hologram well. Booyah. I am here as a projection. All Might exclaimed with his signature smile as he appears in the screen. All Might. No way, this is from UA. Izuku exclaims surprised. I couldn't contact you due to having some paperwork that needed to be done. All Might said and adds, I actually came to this town to work as a faculty member at UA. All Might's working at UA. Izuku gasps. After a record tells Hi to wrap it up on screen, All Might clears his throat and continues, you may have passed the written exam, but you got 0 on the practical. So that means, you didn't pass. I knew it was obvious. Izuku lowers his head, shaking his shoulders in frustration. If that was all there was to it. All Might then has a remote in hand. First, take a look at this video. He aims it at the screen next to him before it turns on. The video shows Ochako, who Izuku recognizes, going to present Mike after the test was over. She asked if Izuku could have some of her points after hearing him say he wanted at least 1 point. Not to mention, he used the rest of that time to save her from the 0-pointer. All Might pauses the video and says, your actions inspired others now that you have a quirk. He adds as the video shows present Mike assuring Ochako not to worry, because there were also rescue points after saving someone. The judges were also looking for that from the examinees. The rankings show that Izuku has 62 points while Ochako has 45, meaning they both passed. Izuku's eyes start have tears forming, uttering, this is too crazy. In the projection, welcome. Young Midoriya. He adds, this is your hero academia. Izuku whimpers, beyond having gratitude, right. With Boruto. Outside the door, Hinata and Himawari are waiting for Boruto, until he's finally comes out, acting like he's depressed with his head hanging. What's wrong, brother? Himawari asks, worried. Boruto. Hinata too. Boruto tricks them as he looks at them both with a wide grin of joy before he tells them the good news, I passed and got in UA. This surprises the 2 blue hairs in total joy as they exclaim proudly, yay. And hug him. With Izuku. Inko walks around worriedly outside her son's bedroom door, hoping his results turned out to be successful. Izuku then opens the door gaining her attention quickly. He looks up and smiles widely with eyes closed, a sign saying he got into UA. She is shocked and immediately whimpers tears of joy, "My baby." She exclaims, proudly hugging him. After Hinata and Himawari go downstairs to make dinner, Boruto a buzzing sound in his pocket. He reaches to take out his phone, turning it on and sees a message from Izuku, reading, "I did it. I got into UA." Reading this, Boruto widens his eyes in surprise and amazement that his best friend passed both exams. He messages Izuku, "Great job. Knew you could do it. Now we're both into UA." "Yes. And thank you." Izuku message reply. Separately both of them thought, "It begins tomorrow, the start of becoming a hero." They smile with the same thoughts as the UA semester is near to its beginning. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up. Sarada with a hand on hip smile. Tenya with a dramatic salute. Katsuki with an angry, serious expression. Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile. Asui with her frog tongue out. Shikadai with a shrug expression. Ochako with a joyful smile. Eijiro with his fist pound together. Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That ends the entrance exam, and the end of the recommendation exam for Boruto. Now that both of our protagonists successfully made it in the high school of UA Hero Academia, the semester begins. You guys are probably noticing that Boruto and Naruto are on good terms, unlike the beginning of the series. In this story, Naruto trains Boruto every now and then, as well as spending time with the family. Which is one of my favorite moments. I was also asked on which anime arcs to do, and I don't know for the early ones. If you guys have any anime arc recommendations, then drop it in the review section, and I'll think about it. As for who I'm shipping Boruto with, you'll see as the story progresses. Izuku, Ochako is still the same. Anyway, till the next one. Till next time. Chapter 5, Quirk Apprehension Test. In the morning, I'm heading out. Boruto to Hinata and Hima while in his school uniform and standing up after putting on his shoes. Do your best at UA, big brother. Himawari wishes good luck with a cute smile. This is the start of your path to being a hero, so best of luck, Boruto. Hinata adds with her smile. Right, thanks you too. He nods, smiles before putting on his book bag. Okay, I'm off, ya know. He opens the door and leaves on his way to UA as they wave him from afar. With Izuku. Just as he ties his shoes, Inko worriedly asks him a series of questions quickly. Do you have tissue? A handkerchief? I have it. I'm going to be late. Izuku replies before getting up quickly to the door. Izuku. Inko calls him again, making him turn around to her. What? Izuku asks until he sees her with a teary-eyed smile. She compliments in a proud tone, you're really cool. Izuku smiles awkwardly but accepts it and replies, I'm off. He waves before heading out the door. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Iawab, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Inomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses flame bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. UA High School. Along the way, Boruto, Izuku, and Shikadai meet up. You getting in through recommendations is so awesome, Boruto. Izuku beams. Hey thanks, it actually wasn't as hard as I thought it was gonna be. He replies, in all honesty. Is that so? What was the practical like anyway? Shikadai asks, hands in pockets. It was a 3-kilometer distance race through an obstacle course. Boruto answers, which surprises Shikadai and Izuku. Seriously. Our whole practical exam was harder. The latter replies, and that was destroying robots. Wow, you guys really did have it rough. The blonde said. And you had it real easy. Shikadai sighs. Next topic, ready for the first step in our hero careers guys? Boruto asks, pumped up and ready. Why yes. Izuku stutters, straightening up. Ready as I'll ever be. Shikadai scratches his head in an almost unmotivated manner. Have some motivation, Shikadai. Boruto said, with a relaxed smirk as he takes the lead step of the trio in front of the large school building. This first day should be a walk in the park. After that, they walk inside through the halls and comment how huge the place is on the inside before stopping at their destination in front of a large door, labeled Class 1A on it. Wow, now this is huge. Boruto notes out. It makes you feel like there's only a class of the elites past that door. Shikadai said. Like Kachan and that guy with the glasses, for example. Izuku said, shaking at the thought. Those two. You just had to bring them up, didn't ya? Boruto narrows a brow. I couldn't help it. Izuku replies meekly. Relax, those guys are probably in a different class for all we know. Shikadai said. Yeah, I mean, there's so many other class sections and their chances of being in the same with us are almost zero. Boruto assures before pushing the door opening, but as they walked in, their guess was totally wrong. Take your feet off that desk right now. Tenya demands of Katsuki, who gave off a smug grin before stating that he'll crush him since he's some elite from another school after Tenya stated so. Well, we spoke too soon. Shikadai sighs with his head leaning on his hand, as him and Boruto were wrong completely. Well, I didn't think we'd be that wrong off the mark. Boruto sighs and shrugs to Izuku, looks like we're stuck with them from now on, as much as I hate to admit it. He adds, making Izuku sigh as well. Good morning. Tenya walks over to the trio, I'm Tenya. We know. Boruto interrupts in having heard his full name already, I'm Boruto Uzumaki. Shikadai Nara. He introduces next. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, Lita. He said. Lita pauses, looking down for a second before saying, Midoriya, you realize there was way more to the practical exam, right? I had no idea and I misjudged you, as much as I hate to admit it, you're better than me. He states in a dramatic way. I didn't realize anything. Izuku's sweat drops in a murmur. Well, I guess that's one way to apologize. Boruto's sweat drops too. Hey. Sumair greets from behind the doorway to Boruto. He turns around in surprise to see she's her too, but quickly smiles, oh. Hey, Sumair. He greets too, what do ya know, the same class. Sumair nods and smiles, let's do our best. Yeah. Boruto thumbs up. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. It's Falling Boy. Ochako greets near the doorway, complimenting Izuku, catching the group's attention. Izuku broke out into an embarrassed blush, thanking her for what she had done when she offered to give him some of her points from the practical exam. You're not good at hiding that look. Boruto sighs with a shrug at Izuku's blush-covered expression at Ochako. What do ya know, we're even in the same class. Sarada says to Boruto, coming by the doorway too, which gets their attention. Sarada. Boruto's surprised she's part of this class too. You know each other? Ochako asks. Yeah, we do to some extent, plus our dads are friends. Boruto said. Let's hope you resist the urge to be reckless here. She heads to her seat next. I'm not reckless. Boruto replies dramatically, which makes Izuku, Sumair, and Ochako giggle. Meanwhile, Katsuki glared over at them with an angered glare. Boruto getting into UA was expected since he obviously got recommended, but Izuku. Something was up with him. You know it's rude to be staring profanely at them. Sarada pauses at where Katsuki is. Huh. He turns his glare at her. Quote. Sarada glares a little too with hands on hips, but sighs as she can already see Katsuki won't be reasoned with and continues heading to her seat. Katsuki is further annoyed that she didn't answer. He swears in thought, along with the other two, I'll destroy her too. Boruto sees that Momo and Shoto are here too, but it's more surprised by the latter, who cold declined Inasa's friendship. Speaking of the upbeat whirlwind Quirk user, I'm curious as to what Inasa is up to. He thought, recalling his downness at Shoto refusing his greeting. I wonder if today is just the entrance ceremony and orientation. Ochako asks in wonder. Well, I have no clue. Sumair replies with a finger on her cheek, I also wonder who our teacher is. What do you think, Boruto? Beats me. He replies with a shrug. Well, until we find out. Mitsuki approaches near the doorway. Let's use this chance to get to know one another, he insisted, with a closed-eye smile. You're here too. Izuku raises a brow in surprise to see him in the same class. A pleasure to see you again, Midoriya. Mitsuki smiles, and turns to Boruto, you're Boruto Uzumaki, right? I'm Mitsuki. A pleasure to meet you. He nods, smiling. Sure, you too. Boruto replies with a small grin anyway. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff and go somewhere else, a voice suddenly stated. Everyone perked up to a tired-looking man with shaggy black hair and stubble, lying in a yellow sleeping bag, which weirdly stuns them. Something's on the floor. Boruto, Izuku, Tenya, Sumair, Ochako, and Shikadai thought simultaneously, except Mitsuki, who kept a straight face. It took 8 seconds for you all to quiet down. Time is limited at the moment and you kids aren't rational enough. He said tiredly after getting out his sleeping bag. This person's a pro-hero and our teacher. Izuku thought in question. How does a hero have a worn-out looking expression on him? Bad sleep or something? Boruto raises a brow in thought. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoto Aizawa. He introduces tiredly, nice to meet you. He adds, which shocks the class at him being the homeroom teacher they got. He then takes out a blue gym PE suit and advises, I know this is sudden, but put this on and go out to the field. Now out in the training field. All 28 students are dressed in their PE gym uniforms while outside on the PE field. Shota explains that they will be having a quirk apprehension test and unlike what they had in middle school, they'll be use their quirks. Katsuki goes first in the painted ground circle and a couple stretches, he throws the ball with a wide dramatically grin, die. He roars and throws it hard in the air with a blast of his hand. Die. Izuku blinks in confusion. What a terrible catchphrase. Boruto shakes his head with a hand leaned on his forehead. The watch shows that Katsuki got 705.2 meters, which surprises the class. 705.2. Dang. Iwabi's surprisingly impressed. Goes to show he ain't playing around, right? Kaminari's grins impressed too. Now I'm fired up to try that out. Metal yells with fire in his eyes. It looks like fun. Mina says happily. And easy. Chocho adds. On top of that, we can use our quirks as much as we want. Hinata said. From the hero course, that's to be expected. Eijiro adds with a confident grin. Looks fun and easy, huh? Shota questions in an unpleasing way at their reactions and before stating in a new rule that whoever comes in last place out of the 8 test will be expelled from the class. Huh. The whole class is shocked. We're free to do whatever we want with our students' circumferences. Aizawa grins in a sarcastic evil and scary way with a hand lifting up his hair, welcome to UA's hero course. Izuku is shocked by Shota's last statement and knows he can't control his one-for-all quirk at a time like this. In the corner behind the building, Naruto, in his orange suit watches the group and sighs at Aizawa's antics. The moment I read that Boruto had Shota as a teach, I knew this would happen. He sighs in though with a hand leaned against his head, that guy got has the, no mercy, personality form Kakashi. What will they do in this situation? Last place will be expelled. Ochako asks, still nervous, but it's the first day of school. Even if this wasn't the first day, this just isn't fair to us. Surmise adds in reasoning with Shota. Natural disasters, big incidents, and selfish villains. Japan is unfair in all sorts of places. Shota begins stating the surroundings, heroes themselves have to reverse the situation around. If you want to talk with your friends at Mickey too bad, because the next 3 years of UA will be harder than you all think. He smirks with his finger in pose of bring it on, go beyond, plus ultra. Overcome the odds with all you got. With this declaration and motivation, the students prepare themselves for this serious challenge. Tenya straightens his glasses, Ochako and Sumair readying themselves while a little nervous, Sarada full on ready with her fists tightened, Mitsuki with his usual smile without worries, and Katsuki grinning menacingly and raring to go. Hey. Boruto closes eyes before opening them with a grin. We can take whatever you throw at us, so bring it on. He speaks for everyone as they all have no choice but to accept the challenge, with Izuku, Ochako, and Sumire a little nervous. Oh yeah, let's see. Shota grins at Boruto's spunkiness. Hey, atta boy, way to say it for the team, Boruto. Naruto's proud at his son in thought. Test 150-meter dash. The test is underway as only two at a time go up to the starting line to race the other as Shota records their speed in his stopwatch. When it's Boruto's turn, he's matched with Kaminari as they're both in starting lines. Ready, go. The machine commences. Here goes. Boruto summons a shadow clone and with a palm of wind, he throws the real Boruto across at fast speed past the finish line, finishing in 3.2, meaning he was almost close to beating or tying with Tenya's score. Kaminari ended up finishing with 4.55. Test 2. Grip strength. Amongst the boys, it was close, but Mezzo manages to come out on top, with Iwabe close behind in second place. The latter grins a little, but humbled at almost beating Mezzo. Amongst the girls, Sarada triumphed over the rest, with Chocho close behind. Meanwhile, Izuku was struggling to even attempt to use his power. Every time he tried, he's always imagined himself breaking, which stops him every time from attempting it. Test 5. After getting past the long jump 3 and side steps 4, it now comes down to the ball. After Ochako scored infinity, Boruto stepped next and gathers wind under the ball and uses Gale Palm to throw it far in the air, earning 705.2. Everyone's surprised that Boruto got the same score as Katsuki, who scoffs angrily at their scores being tied. Yes, using Gale Palm sealed the deal in amplifying his grip throw on the ball. Great work, Boruto. Naruto thought, proud. Izuku is nervously the last one. Thoughts of what he should genius running through his mind. He had to use his quirk, this is the only test he must pass and it's now or never. It's not looking good for that guy right now. Iwabe murmurs to Boruto, Tenya, Katsuki, Ochako, Sumire, and Yuga with his arms crossed. This is the only test he's got on the line and if he fails this, it's over. Huh, of course he's gonna fail. Katsuki grumbles to Iwabe, he's a quirk-less small fry after all. Quirk-less. Iwabe narrows a brow in confusion. That's false. Aren't you aware of what he did during the entrance exam? Tenya asks the explosion user. Boruto only silently watches as Shota's talking with Izuku with straps wrapped around him. Only he knows what his quirk is and its consequences. He thinks that's what Shota must be talking to Izuku about, cause the one for all quirk hurts him when he uses it. In the corner, you're just in time. Naruto turns to the yellow-suited All Might, in bulk form and yellow suit, joining him in observing the students. Of all the teachers, it just had to be Aizawa that young Midoriya and Uzumaki wound up stuck with. All Might whispers. No joke. He only does his hero work in the nighttime cause of his dislike of the media. Naruto whispers, also saying it hinders his work. Even I'll admit, he and I don't get along much. All Might sighs. He's definitely rough around the edges in the same way with me. Naruto agrees with him there as they continue watching the ground. Izuku, determined to be a hero, was about to throw the ball with his quirk activated, but it's revealed that Shota Aizawa, known as the pro hero, Eraserhead, erased his quirk. His quirk allowed him to temporarily erase a power while he had his eyes fixed on someone. Shota erased Izuku's because he was going to break his own arm to try and succeed. He told him that he wouldn't be a hero if he would break down after just one attack. So with that, Izuku had to think of another way as he knew he had a long way to go in gaining control of the all-for-one quirk. So I'll focus on what I can do right now. He declared inwardly, rearing his arm back again with the ball in his hand. This time, he channeled his power into the tip of his index finger and threw as hard as he could. And as he did. SMMMAASSSHHHH. He yells out, launching the ball into the air with his fingertip, sending it high into the air as everyone watched in awe. That was a further score by 1 point. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Boruto thought, grinning at his freckled friend's success. His throw had gone 705.3 meters, little bit ahead of his and Katsuki's score of 705.2. Mr. Aizawa. Izuku turns to him, grinning a little through the pain. I'm still standing. He declared. This kid. Aizawa utters out, impressed with a grin. Watching from afar behind the corner, All Might and Naruto in amazement from Izuku's progression, seeing that he used one for all on his fingertips to amplify the throw, minimizing the injury while the power is maximized. How did he become so cool? All Might dramatically beams in a whisper. Naruto sweat drops at his reaction in a grin. Yes, that was very impressive on his part. In fact, everyone did great. He smiles, with All Might agreeing. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile, Boruto with a grin thumbs up, Sarada with a hand on hip smile, Tenya with a dramatic salute, Katsuki with an angry, serious expression, Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile, Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Eijiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That's Chapter 5. The 8 tests are now over and done with. Now the verdict of the scores revealed next chapter, as well as the beginning of the battle trials in 2 vs 2 teams. Chapter 6. Surprising results. He got over 700 meters. Kaminari exclaims in surprise, the rest of the class are astonished as well. Finally, a hero-like record. Ochako celebrates. Way to go. Sumair cheers. His fingers swollen again like that time when he took down the bot during the entrance. Iwabe notices. What a strange quirk. Tenya adds to that. It doesn't have style. Yuga said. Mitsuki observes as well, thinking that's the cause. Katsuki is the most shocked in disbelief. Normally by age 4, everyone's quirks would awaken. This really makes the explosion user as furious and dashes straight at Izuku with hands bombing. Deku, you bastard. You're gonna tell me what the hell's going on. He roars. Ah! Izuku shrieks at the incoming Katsuki, bracing himself for explosions. Quick to act, Boruto tackles him Katsuki to the ground, pinning him in place by his left side. What's gotten into you all of a sudden, Bakugo? Boruto demands an explanation. Whiskers. Get the hell off me. Katsuki roars, almost to the point of exploding the ground. Luckily, Shota erases his quirk while also using his carbon bandages to restrain Boruto, from forehead to stomach. What's with these bandages? Boruto has a hard time, struggling to move, while looking back that it was Shota's doing. Weapons for capture and they're made of carbon fiber, while mixed with metal wire made of special alloy. Shota notes, also with glaring red eyes, which startles Izuku a little, good grief, stop making me having to use my quirk constantly. I have dry eyes. He calls back the carbon bandages off Boruto while receding his red eyes to unrestrict Katsuki's quirk, we're wasting time. Oops, our bad. The blonde rubs the back of his head sheepishly before getting off of Katsuki, who stands up grumblingly. Alright, whoever's next, get ready. Shota orders up in his usual relaxed way. He's back to that tired expression already. He was serious for the last 7 minutes. Shikadai thought, in a sweat drop. As Ochako and Sumair went over to check on Izuku, Boruto glares daggers at Katsuki and states, you have some serious issues, you know that. Huh. Katsuki sneers, but is ignored as Boruto walks back over to the others. This only makes it worse as Katsuki glares angrily at him and then at Izuku from afar. He had thought that the freckled teen was nothing more than an insect that he could crush at any time, but seeing him do that with his finger just enraged him even more. Moving on, the last 3 tests sit-ups, seated toe touch, and the long-distance run went by quickly before everyone gathered for the results. Shota said that the student who had the lowest score on the test would be immediately expelled. He brought up the list of students as everyone, especially Izuku, were nervous. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Iawab, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses flame bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA. School building. Test rankings. 1. Sarada Uchiha. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Boruto Uzumaki. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. 6. Tenya Lita. 7. Mitsuki. 8. Fumikage Tokiyami. 9. Shikadai Nara. 10. Mezzo Shoji. 11. Iwabe Ueno. 12. Mashirao Ojiro. 13. Metal Lee. 14. Eijiro Kirishima. 15. Chocho Akamichi. 16. Mina Ishido. 17. Sumire Kake. 18. Ochako Uraraka. 19. Koji Koda. 20. Rikido Sato. 21. Suyu Asui. 22. Inojin Yamanaka. 23. Yuga Aoyama. 24. Hinata Siro. 25. Denki Kaminari. 26. Kyoka Jiro. 27. Toru Hagakuri. 28. Minoru Mineta. 29. Denki Kamiko. 30. Izuku Midoriya. Seeing that he's really in last place, Izuku hangs his head over in a little frustration of shock, knowing he'll be expelled, so, it's expulsion. Izuku. Boruto glances to his freckled friend, feeling very sorry for him that he's in last place and knowing it means expulsion. However, by the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Shota notes out in reveal. The class is very speechless with wide drastic eyes that they've been tricked about the whole expulsion ordeal. Shota grins and adds more to that, it was a deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Izuku, Boruto, Ochako, and Sumire exclaimed dramatically at not seeing through the lie. Here I thought the lie was obvious. Sarada said, sighing at their reaction. Having not been deceived by it. Right. Especially if you thought it through. Momo agrees in a sweat drop, having saw through it too. I didn't know. Kyoka, Minoru, and Denki admit in thought. He totally had us fooled, can't believe it. Iwabe is dramatically ashamed of himself. It sure was nerve-wrecking, wasn't it? Hinata adds. Either way, I'll take the challenge anytime. Eijiro said with pumped energy. You said it. Metal agrees, fist pumped. With that said, we're done. Shota dismissed them, the curriculums are waiting in the classroom so look over them when you get back. Izuku sighs in relief that he managed to not get removed out the class, and Boruto puts a hand on his shoulder, smiling, good job, you persevered through the tests without giving up. He whispers. Thanks, Boruto. Izuku whispers back with a nod. Midoriya. Shota gets his attention and hands him a slip of paper, have recovery girl to fix you up in the nurse's office ASAP, because tomorrow will be more rigorous than it was today. So prepare yourself. He adds and walks away. In the corner, seeing Shota walks by Naruto and All Might, with the later stating, Aizawa, you liar. Shota stops and turns to them, All Might, Fire Fox. So you two were watching. Too much time on your hands I'm guessing. Oh don't give us that, too much time, stuff. Naruto said, arms crossed, deception. April Fools has been over since last week, ya know. You punished a whole group of the last first years with expulsion. All Might notes out, you wave aside those you don't see much potential in without hesitation. You got that method from Kakashi as you share a lot in common. That's what I thought too, but today was surprisingly different in your case, Aizawa. Naruto notes out in a notice. How so? Shota asks. Right. You also saw potential in young Midoriya, didn't you? All Might's quick notice with a point. Also, you seem to be providing him with support. Shota smirks, is that how a teacher should be acting? Then again, Guy was the same about Lee during our school days. Hey, he's not wrong about that. Naruto chuckles, which All Might's a little embarrassed. As for your son, Shota mentions Boruto to him, he's kind of like you at that age with all the spunk and potential he's got in him. Hey. Naruto rubs his head sheepishly, that's Boruto for ya. As Shota begins walking along, he states, as for Izuku, he potential isn't zero. That's all it was. He then adds, I'll remove those who don't have it in them. There's nothing cooler than cutting dreams midway. Man, he sure is kind in his own way, huh? All Might notes. Yeah, sorta, he still hasn't changed all that much. Naruto sighs, which All Might agrees with him there. Meanwhile, in the nurse office, Kiss. Recovery girl smooches Izuku's finger, healing it in the proceed. It's healed. Izuku notes, but suddenly feels drowsy in his eyes, and now I'm tired from all that. My quirk stimulates a person's healing ability. Recovery girl explains and adds, Sakura's healing abilities are similar, but doesn't have the same after effects. Leaving out my brute strength is part of it, are we? Sakura narrows a brow with a smirk as she walks in with some pills. Mentioning that wouldn't be necessary. Recovery girl notes, a little sigh. Sakura lets it slide without a problem, with a tease smirk before handing Izuku some healing gummies. Be extra careful to not get major injuries because healing requires a lot of stamina. She advises with a smile, it could lead to fatal injuries. Fatal. Izuku exclaims dramatically, a perked up shake. Don't worry, as long as you control your powers, you'll be fine. Sakura assures, take it easy. Izuku nods and heads out the nurse office. As the first day of school is now over, with the freckled and whiskered teens are walking out the building back in their uniforms. How's the fingers? Boruto asks. It's better now thanks to Recovery Girl and Med Women, Izuku replied before asking, did you also know that Med Women works in the nurse office? Nope, not at all. He replies in all honesty with a straight face. What about Shikadai? Where's he? Izuku asks. Still in the classroom. Don't know what he's doing, but he'll catch up. Boruto shrugs, not bothered that he's late. Midoriya. Uzumaki. Tenya yells out, coming over to them as they turned around to him. He also asks Izuku about his fingers, which he replies it's fine. Hey. Ochako and Sumire come running up brightly as well, joining them. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl and the girl that shoots water. Tenya identifies. I'm Ochako Uraraka. She introduces happily. And I'm Sumire Kake. She introduces in the same manner, but quietly and adds, I know Boruto and Deku, and you're Tenya Lita. Deku. Izuku perks up at that. Isn't that what that guy, Bakugo, called you? Ochako asks. He only calls him that just to insult him. Boruto replies, rolling his eyes in that name is an insult. An insult. Tenya thinks with a finger to his chin. Why yeah, Izuku's my real name. He sets in correction. Oh, my bad. Sumire rubs her head sheepishly. But ya know, Deku, sounds like a Japanese name as in, you can do it. Ochako next states with encouragement, I like the name. And I think it's cute. Deku it is. He exclaims with a blush immediately. That was quick. Boruto exclaims in a little surprise. Just like that. Tenya asked aloud, weren't you saying, that it was an insult? I think that's a great name too. Sumire admits, gaining his attention. Yeah, and to tell the truth, it's barely an insult. Boruto adds to that, take that as your hero name with pride in Bakugo's statement in that will be irrelevant moving forward. Hearing all these compliments, Izuku blushes a little and said in gratitude, thanks, guys. With that said, the boys walk off from school, along with their 3 new friends. Next day. With Class 1A already seated, greetings, everybody. Naruto waves after walking in his hero costume. Dad. Boruto exclaims, whispers, surprised to see he's teaching them this time. Fire Fox. He's teaching us. Zero exclaims in amazement, so does some others as they compliment his amazing costume cape, his title of being equal to All Might. Haha. Alright then guys, let's get down to business. Naruto begins, this will be interesting to most if not everyone so our main topic for today chakra-type quirks, he tells the class, a show of hands, who wants to explain what they are. He asks, which Izuku raises his, yes, you Midoriya. Chakra-type quirks were harnessed and spread by the 6 paths hero known as Hagoromo. He explained in reply, chakra also subjects in many other elements, like earth, wind, fire, and water. So those with chakra-type ether have more than one element. Correct you are. Naruto nods, anybody else want to state theirs? Sarada raises her hand next and adds, the villain, known as Kagaya, was the founder of chakra quirks and had a source of power called the chakra fruit, which was lost for eternity from what I heard. You're also on the spot, Sarada. Naruto compliments, chakra be determined by a small portion of blue spiral-like energy or by hand signs, which a very few heroes do. I know some of you in here have chakra type, like Boruto example. He eyes his sons with a played grin, which Boruto sighs in a happy way with a hand to his forehead. HMPH. Katsuki scoffs, looking like he doesn't care. Here's an example. Naruto does a simple hand sign and another clone of himself appears in smoke, which the class gasps in surprise as Boruto uses the same thing. Show off. Boruto notes in thought, but knows this is just a less. After the next 10 minutes, Naruto wraps up with this, that's it for today. And also. He wishes with a thumbs up and grins, good luck on in hero training session.
So astounding. The students notes in thought at his cool in character. I am here. All Might dashes in dramatic entrance with his hero cape costume, like a normal person through the door. All Might. Izuku exclaims in delight. Nice entrance. Boruto sweat drops. Now All Might is teaching us. Ajiro exclaims in amazement, so does several as they compliment his design, giving them goosebumps. For this class, we'll be building up on your hero training through various trails. All Might gets to the instructions with a pose, adding they'll get a lot of credit out of it. Let's just right into the trial of battle. The trial. Izuku trails in surprise. Of battle. Boruto finishes that statement in surprise too, while Katsuki grins in delight at this stage. This is already the stage of intensity. Shikadai said. All Might states out that, along with your first competition, we've prepared the requested gears that suits your quirks. Our own battle gears. Iwabe is pumped up. Awesome. Ajiro's pumped as well, both energized, so is the whole class. We'll be ready to go once you've all changed. Meet at Ground B. All Might instructs, the designs you bring in will be important, boys and girls. He finishes with this awesome statement, don't forget. From here on, you're all officially heroes. With that sentence stated, the Class 1A students are suited up in their hero costumes and are ready for the battle trial that awaits them all. All having determined and fired up looks as it now begins. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile, Boruto with a grin thumbs up, Sarada with a hand on hip smile, Tenya with a dramatic salute, Katsuki with an angry, serious expression, Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile, Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Ajiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA. Teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That's it for this one, the battle trials start now. Note, Boruto and the others will have their manga appearance outfits as their hero costumes, which would be cooler to have here. 805 Chapter 7, Battle Trial. Hey guys. We're back with another chapter of BNHA, Next Generations. For starters, here's the description of Boruto, the others' costumes. Boruto wears a black unzipped jacket with the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back. Beneath it, he wears a white t-shirt and also wears black pants with a belt and with pink strips on the sides and at the end that stops below his knees, along with black shoes like in the manga. Sarada wears a sleeveless, buttoned dull red dress bound by a yellow tie and a white belt. She wears white bandages underneath. She also wears a black fingerless glove on her right hand, a black arm warmer on her left arm, and a pair of black ankle-length, open-toed high-heeled sandals with wooden soles. Mitsuki wears a loose-fitting two-toned light and dark blue kimono shirt with billowing, overlong sleeves, tied by a thick khaki-gray Ono stylized belt, and a pair of navy pants. In addition to his outfit, he wears black long fingerless gloves and black calf-length shoes. Shikadai wears a white shirt, a green jacket with yellow sleeves and a collar on his right shoulder with blue pants and long black shoes. Chocho wears a sleeveless white kimono with a net t-shirt under it, a yellow sash, tied with a dark yellow ribbon, a pair of black arm warmers, and a pair of black long boots. Inojin, a black collarless suit with red straps and mesh armor and a purple shirt underneath. In his backpack, he carries two items, the handles of which can be seen at each sides. Sumair wears a black polo neck shirt with no sleeves that has a white collar and with black wristbands and black shorts. Also has black boots that run from thighs to toe. Iwabi wears a dull red shirt and a black jacket along with trousers and shoes underneath. Metal Lee wears a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers, a scarf and bandages over his hands. Denki Kamiko, note, switched it from Kaminarimon so it won't fit in with Kaminari, wears a dark blue Boy Scout uniform that is comprised of a shirt and shorts, complete with a light blue scarf on his neck, as well as having gloves. Sure you guys know the rest, so without rest, time for the chapter. Chapter 7, Battle Trial. As all the kids stand ready in their hero costumes, Izuku's the last to run out into the open, with a proud look of determination. Ah, Deku. Ochako greets happily after adjusting her helmet, niece, costume. Not too flashy. Uraraka. Whoa. Izuku blushes and quickly covers his mouth at the sight of her, finding that she looks so cute in her costume. I guess I should have been more specific about what I wanted to wear because this costume is skin tight. She rubs her head sheepishly. What the? Boruto murmurs upon noticing the similarities between Izuku's outfit and All Might's face. His upward mask matches All Might's two spike hairs while his downward mask matches his teeth. Boruto begins snickering a little after putting his hand to mouth to cover. All Might notices Izuku's outfit similar to his and they both snickered and thought, "You're so obvious." Hey, Boruto. Sumair walks over with a wave. Oh, hey Sumair. Nice costume. Boruto compliments. Thanks, you too. She smiles, liking his attire. Minoru glances at the girls' outfits and with a straight face, "I love this school." He thumbs up. After that, now that you're all ready, let's see what you're made of, you embryos. All Might begins explaining the rules of the battle trial. There's a hero side and a villain side, with the objective being straightforward. The villains would safeguard the fake bomb in the building while the heroes would try to retrieve it. The villain either win by waiting till the time runs out or by capturing the heroes, where else, the heroes would win by recovering the bomb or restraining the villains. With the rules now in place, the battle trial begins. The students would be teamed up in pairs. Team A, Shoto and Mezzo. Team B, Sarada and Momo. Team C, Shikadai and Fumikage. Team D, Mitsuki and Asui. Team E, Iwabi and Eijiro. Team F, Hinata and Metal. Team G, Katsuki and Tenya. Team H, Koji and Inojin. Team I, Mashirao and Toru. Team J, Boruto and Sumair. Team K, Yuga and Rikido. Team L, Chocho and Mina. Team M, Kaminari and Kamiko. Team N, Minoru and Kyoka. Team O, Izuku and Ochako. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Iawab, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Leadit does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Iawab smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Wataya no, it's us. Boruto pumps his hands together in a grin, let's show him what we got, Sumair. Alright. Sumair nods quickly. Wow. What are the chances? We're a team. Ochako notes in enthusiasm. Oh my gosh. I have to make a good impression on her. Izuku blushes in thought. And the first two to combat will be up. All Might takes out colored balls with letters O and G, meaning the first two teams up is Izuku and Ochako against Katsuki and Tenya, which is a surprise. Oh Shikadai sighs, seeing that Izuku has to end up fighting the childhood bully, Katsuki. This was the last thing I expected to see. Boruto admits. In his mind, he knows full well that Katsuki wants to beat up Izuku badly, especially now that the whiskered teen can't interfere for Izuku like he always would during their childhood. So he'll just have to watch and observe how this goes, especially Izuku's performance against the ill-tempered Katsuki. The freckled teen is on his own from here. The other teams make their way to the viewing section to observe the fight between the two teams. Starting from outside the building, Izuku and Ochako begin their entrance inside, scanning through the hall as Izuku leads the way. So far, the two are making progress and steal things through the halls, but suddenly through a burst in the wall, Katsuki attacks with his explosion blast, which Izuku pushes Ochako out the way and takes some of the attack, which blasts off half of his mask. Already? Minoru questions. He jumped him right from the get-go. Iwabi exclaims. A sneak attack, huh? Sarada notes. Really Bakugo? What kind of man pulls cheap crap like that? Eijiro pumps his fist together, not pleased at that. No surprise, of course he would attack first without a second delay. Boruto notes, seeing the obviousness with hands in pockets, then again, he's playing the role of a villain. He's right. All Might agrees with the Uzumaki, a surprise attack is a great strategy and they're in the middle of a battle. Midoriya evaded it. Mina exclaims looking at the screen. He can now counter-attack. Kamiko Denki exclaims. You knew he'd do that beforehand. Sumair asks Boruto. Me, Boruto, and Izuku went to the same middle school as Bakugo, even when we were kids, so it's predictable at what he'll try and pull. Shikadai explains to her, standing next to them. Oh, so that's why. Sumair gets it now with a nod. Hold on, there goes Bakugo. Kaminari exclaims as they continue looking at the screen. Meanwhile, what's the matter, Deku? Katsuki questioned as the smoke settled, scared to come and fight me. Izuku also figured that's what his rival would say, as well as knowing he'd come and attack by surprise. I won't hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the fight. Just close to it, Katsuki charges toward the one-for-all inheritor while thrusting his right arm forward. In a swift move, Izuku grabs his arm before proceeding to roar and use good physical strength to throw the explosion Quirk user right over his shoulder and slamming him down to the floor in a hard way, making Katsuki grunt from the impact. Nice shot. Boruto cheered with a pumped fist. Incredible. Shiro admits in surprise. He's starting to give it to him. Mina adds. Izuku pants and bravely goes in fighting position, declaring this to Katsuki, you can call me Deku, but I'm not the same useless defenseless kid anymore. With a serious look, you hear me? I've changed. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. Yeah, you tell him, Izuku. Boruto cheers in thought, with a fist pumped, despite not knowing what he's saying as there's no sound. Liking the fire that he usually doesn't, if never, sees in his eyes. This only angers Katsuki, seeing that Izuku is trembling but still continues to fight him. Geez, what was Bakugo saying that time? Eijiro wonders as they continue watching their fight. No clue. It's hard to tell with just the cameras in a fixed position with no sound. Iwabi said. He's talking to his partner over the small wireless radio. All Might explains, pointing to the blue wireless bud in his ear as an example. Further explaining that he gave that to him and the building map instructions along with the tape to capture the villain side and hindering them unable to continue. Well, there's 13 minutes left and they have no idea where the nuclear weapon is hidden. Mina notes. If that's the situation, then shouldn't that mean the heroes are at a disadvantage here? Chocho asks. Heroes have to outwit villains on a daily basis. All Might replies, even when the odds aren't in our favor, we fight. He states words of encouragement, which makes the students smile. He then follows up, now all together. He raises a fist, so does everyone before they all shout. Let's hear a plus ultra. They say in unison. Monsieur, Bakugo is on the move. Yuga notes, making them all turn back toward the screen. While Ochako ran off to retrieve the fake bomb from Tenya, Izuku takes on Katsuki by himself, which he already planned to lure the explosion user away from the start and will try his best to capture him via tape. Seeing that Izuku's holding his own, the rest are also surprised and impressed that he's not even using his quirk yet. While Boruto grins at his freckled friend putting on a great performance at outwitting Katsuki. The time is now at 6 minutes and Katsuki is relentless in chasing Izuku down and corners him at some point before unleashing a stun grenade from his gauntlet that blasts through the building hall, seemingly engulfing Izuku. Is he nuts? Shikadai widens in surprise. Even if he's playing the villain, that was dangerous and uncalled for. Sarada said. Agreed, at this rate, he's attacking reckless at Midoriya in anger. Momo adds. Boruto only continues watching, and knows that Izuku ain't done, but gotta find some way to fight back. He noticed that he isn't using his quirk cause it hurts him, but at some point, he might have to use it. On the other hand, Katsuki needs to chill the hell out, his dislike for Izuku is clouding his judgment and actions. As the smoke clears, Katsuki menacingly marches toward the recovered and damaged freckled teen. What's the matter? You look scared. He taunts in a maniac expression. Whiskers ain't here to save you like he always does, even if he was, I wanted to thrash him too. Young Uzumaki did say that Bakugo values his pride too much, that right there could lead to his downfall and demise. All Might thought, looking at the screen. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? Eijiro asks All Might, Bakugo is acting real crazy right now. No doubt about that, the guy has serious anger issues and needs to be stopped. He'll end up killing him. Iwabi agrees. I don't think so. All Might states otherwise in thinking Katsuki isn't trying to kill Izuku because of his previous statement, but still decides to remind him before speaking through the mic intercom. Bakugo, use that stored up power again and I'll step in and stop the fight, which will make your team lose. What? Katsuki questions that in surprise. To attack such a large scale inside is inviting destruction of the location you're supposed to be protecting. All Might explains, it's a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You'll lose points for that. Katsuki is frustrated upon hearing this and rushes for Izuku, who stands up immediately, deciding they'll use their fists to settle things. As he flies in, Izuku sees he can't dodge in time and tries to punch back, but Katsuki uses his gauntlet to blast his way up to dodge and change directions. Now behind the blinded Izuku, he blasts him in the back, making the freckled boy grunt in pain. Sumire puts a hand over her mouth in shock while Mina gasps. Damn. Boruto scoffs at that blast blow. What was that just now? Metal questions. He doesn't come off as one with strategies, but he is intelligent. Shoto notices. What do you mean by that? Eijiro asks. I know what he means. Bakugo changed the protectory in midair while using a blast as a smoke screen. Mitsuki explains that, with a straight face, not bad, considering he's like a wild untamed animal. He adds, which Shoto agrees. It takes a lot of lateral adjustments for him to have that type of explosions while fighting. Momo said. Especially while going in for a clean attack. Sarada adds. That Bakugo is too talented. Kaminari sighs. Katsuki continues his onslaught and swings his right hook into Izuku's right side, making him yell in pain before grabbing his right arm and using his explosions to amplify his swing before slamming Izuku to the ground in return for what he did to him at the beginning. I can't bear to watch, all he has to do is wrap tape around him and not kill him. Mina notes, not wanting to watch the beating, even Sumire has both hands over her mouth in shock. In this scenario, he's not acting like a hero at all, more like a villain. Fumikage said. This is basically already over and decided as it is. Shikadai said. It's clear he's going to kill him, just look at the state Midoriya is in. Kamiko exclaims. I thought he was amazing at the start of the fight. Kaminari admits, with a rub of his head, but he's outmatched in combat power, and Bakugo looks like he has a talent for this. Grr. Boruto tightens his fist at Izuku taking this beating, which pisses him off, especially since Katsuki is going over the edge of beating him even more for no reason. All Might tightens his fist on the mic and in thought knows that his is going too far, I should end this, but. They see that Izuku still refuses to give up and All Might decides to let it go on for the sake of his hard work. The freckled teen stumbles and moves to retreated quickly from the angry explosion user. Looks like he's running away. Chocho points out. Not very manly, but still. Eijiro gets it. He's at a disadvantage here, so he doesn't have a choice in this situation. Iwabe said, arms crossed. For all we know, he might have a plan. Hinata guesses. Katsuki shouted at him angrily, thinking that after all those years of being quirkless, Izuku was just pretending to be weak to laugh behind his back. That was far from the truth and that made Izuku have a mad expression. You idiot. Izuku growls out, clenching his fists tightly, that's why I wanna beat you. Because you're amazing. You're even more of an idiot than I realized. Katsuki growls back, come at me. The two of them charged at each other, ready to land final blows. That's it. All Might, this match has gotta stop. Boruto exclaims. They'll end up killing each other. Eijiro exclaims and agrees. After some hesitation, All Might gives in and agrees with the two before exclaiming, both of you stop. Uraraka, now. Izuku shouts instead, rearing his fist back and aims it upward, unleashing a blast of air that crashes through all the floors. In doing so, he provided Ochako with a means to use a pillar like a baseball bat, hitting debris out to distract Tenya long enough to grab the fake weapon. Izuku, however, took the explosion from Katsuki before that attack, and is in bad shape. Katsuki accuses him of having tricked and played him for all those years about not having a quirk. However, Izuku states otherwise, and utters that he can't control this new power and finishes it with, this was, the only thing I could go with. After that, Izuku falls to the floor unconscious, but nevertheless him and Ochako won the match. In the viewing section, everyone is stunned at what they saw, even Boruto, who grits his teeth and knows what his best friend is feeling about now. He had no choice but to use that last attack and it took a lot of him. Now Izuku will be out for a while and also needs more training for his recent acquired power. Ending 1-Inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up. Sarada with a hand on hip smile. Tenya with a dramatic salute. Katsuki with an angry, serious expression. Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile. Asui with her frog tongue out. Shikadai with a shrug expression. Ochako with a joyful smile. Eijiro with his fist pound together. Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That's that for this one. The first round of the battle trial is done and we shall dash forward to the upcoming chapters to see how Boruto and the others do. 805 Chapter 8, Everyone's Challenge. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Leadit does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA. School Building. Chapter 8, Everyone's Challenge. Battle Building G. Here we go, we're all set. Iwabe uses his earth quirk to summon an earth wall around the fake bomb, guarding it. Great, and now to take down the hero's manly fashion. Eijiro grins coats his fists with his hardening quirk. As they glance at the shadowed doorway, a bolt of lightning resembling a snake comes out of nowhere and is headed their way, but luckily, Eijiro intercepts it with his hardening quirk just in time. Out of the shadowy doorway, Mitsuki alone enters the room with a calm and collective smile. Mitsuki. Chakra quirk, snake physique, and lightning. He can stretch or contort his body to use as weapons and restraints, which makes him an expert at stealth, as well as summoning snakes and is proficient in lightning. Eijiro and Iwabe narrow around and are confused at something upon notice, just him alone. The frog girl isn't with him. Iwabe catches on. Worrying about that won't be necessary. Mitsuki assures and confident notes this, I'll be enough for the two of you. You. As if. Iwabe is already provoked. That's manly, but overconfident at that same time. Eijiro agrees, pumping his hardened fist together before charging at Mitsuki to attack first, but the latter jumps over him easily and evades the hardened punch. After landing, Iwabe yells and smashes his earth hammer to the ground. Iwabe Ueno. Quirk. Earth Release. He can create weapons and protective walls from the surrounding ground, as well as controlling earth from him by wood flooring. Sometimes, this catches his opponents off guard. As pillars of earth are aimed towards Mitsuki, the latter uses his snake physique to slide at fast stealth out of harm's way. Huh. Iwabi exclaims in shock. Mitsuki smirks before getting close to Iwabe and summoning a snake from under his sleeve to wrap around him and tie him also disarming him of his earth hammer. Goo. The earth quirk user grunts and struggles to break free. Iwabe. Eijiro exclaims. From the view room, a snake came from under his sleeve. Mina exclaims and shivers in shock, dramatically. Not only that, the way he moved just now, was sorta that of a snake. Hinata noticed, surprised. A physique modification quirk, perhaps. Tenya wonders, with a finger under his chin and thinking. Back in the battle building. This guy must have a chakra-type quirk. Eijiro notices before going to attack at Mitsuki next, but out of the shadowy door, a long tongue comes out in view and wraps itself around Eijiro, restrains him in his tracks. What, the hardened quirk user is taken back by now himself being restrained. Ribbit, Suyu hopes on the seeing, the plan went accordingly. It did, great work. Mitsuki nods as they have Eijiro and Iwabe restrained as they grunt in trying to break free. Mitsuki then uses snake lightning to destroy the earth wall before walking up to the fake bomb and touches it, sealing the victory for the hero team, much to Eijiro's dismay. View section. Unbelievable, that was a solid victory. Kaminari's taken back by that fight. I see what happened, the villain team was too focused on fighting one opponent, while the other took the opportunity to restrain the second opponent. Shoto noticed. Yeah, and at that moment, the hero team's victory was sealed. Sarada adds. Agreed, that also counts as an excellent strategy and one the other needs to be aware of. All Might nods before they move on to the next match. Battle building M. And, there. Momo said as she laid down the last of the metal bars onto the door, they won't be able to break in so easily now, she pointed out, putting her hands onto her hips confidently. Great arrangement, Yaoyorozu, Sarada said in gratitude, though I plan on wrapping this up quickly. Well, I'm glad to help. Also, the creation quirk user replies before adding this, making Sarada stop to glance at her. I noticed during the exams that when your eyes turn red, it increases your speed and physical strength to a great extent. She recalls with a finger up, your eye activation's also the same color as Mr. Aizawa's. That is true, but it's way different since his power erases quirks for periods of time while my Sharingan quirk has more than that. Sarada smiles, replies. Oh, I see. That's a better way of putting it. Momo nods and understands, though I wonder what the more part means. You'll see eventually. Sarada assures with a confident smirk before heading off to face the hero team on her own. Later in the building, Kaminari and Kamiko are scouring about for their opponents and the fake weapon. It's a coincidence that both our names are Denki's. Kaminari chuckles in a whisper. Yeah, which is why we haven't go by our last names to tell us apart. Kamiko whispers back before seeing something ahead and puts his right arm out in front of his partner, causing him to stop. Kamiko, what do you see? Kaminari asks. It's only her. Kamiko points ahead. Out of the shadows, a glow of red eyes are coming from Sarada as she appears in the opponent with a serious look and raring to go. Those eyes. Kaminari trails in shock. I see, so this is Black Shadow's daughter, huh? All Might thought from the viewing sections. Come at me with everything you got. Sarada challenges the boys. If you say so. Kaminari begins charging his lightning bolts. Kamiko does the same and charges his, except, his lightning is blue. Denki Kamiko. Quirk. Lightning release. He's able to proficiently use it to enhance his physical capabilities and paralyzes opponents upon striking them. Sarada rears a fist back before jumping at them with a battle cry, Shanuru. Battle building J. Haha. Inojin smirks and grabs out his scroll before opening and uses his pen ink to write on it. Making drawings of paint lions come to life out of the scroll to attack. Inojin Yamanaka. Quirk. Painting. He can make drawings come to life and use them for attacking thanks to the control of the chakra in his quirk. Oh no you don't. Chocho grins and expands her hand out before colliding it with the painted lion, making it splatter. Chocho Akamichi. Quirk. Expansion. Her quirk allows her to use various body expanding techniques. I'll add to that. Mina uses her acid quirk to counter the painted birds headed her way, as well as making Koji stumble back. Battle building H. Ha. Rikido goes to attack Fumikage with his fist reared back and then forward. Dark Shadow. Fumikage uses his shadow quirk that resembles a bird shadow to block his fist. You're wide open. Yuga is close to firing off his laser naval quirk but he's suddenly stopped in his tracks, merci. He struggles and turns around to see it was Shikadai's doing, who has his hands in a sign. Shikadai Nara. Quirk. Shadow possession. His quirk allows him to manipulate his own shadow and restrain the opponent by the time it connects to their bodies. You were the one wide open. He smirks, having used his shadow possession quirk to stop him. Battle building B. Hinata uses his tape quirk to wrap his tag over the ceilings to guard the fake bomb while Metal Lee stands ready with him against the hero team of Boruto and Sumair. Speaking of them, the two are scouring the building slowly, with Boruto taking the lead. So far so good. Boruto whispers, as they keep moving. Sumair nods quietly, what's our strategy? Haha. Boruto simply before they come to a stopping point and he does a hand sign, making a shadow clone, diversion tactics never fail. He states, we'll lead one of them away, gang up on the other one and win this match. Problem solved. Great idea. Sumair nods in agreement before they commence their plan. Meanwhile up with the fake bomb, Metal peeks out the door and looks both ways of the halls for Boruto and Sumair, but seeing nothing as of yet. No sign of them yet. Metal looks back and informs Zero, they must be planning something as we speak. Let them plan cause no matter what is, we'll win this match against the heroes. Hinata remains confident and smirks under his helmet. Ya got that right. Metal agrees and resumes patrolling. At that moment, when he looks to his right, he sees a black jacket that looks like Boruto's from the corner before it disappears out of sight. Knowing what this means, he informs Zero, found them. He prepares near the doorway, I'll end them myself in one go. He exclaims with dramatic fire in his eyes before chasing the hero team around the corner, leaving Zero the only one in the room. Hey, guess he won't be needing my help since I'll be guarding this thing by my lonesome. Hinata smirks. Oh really? Then you won't have a problem taking us both on. Boruto walks in the room, along with Sumair. Quote! Hinata is now shocked that they're both in the room and it just being him alone. I thought Metal chasing you guys. What he's chasing right now is a clone version me. Boruto reveals and grimaces, and I bet they made it pretty far away from us to the lower levels by now, so no backup for you. Yes, we're ending this now. Sumair agrees. TCH. Hinata has no choice but to try and defend the fake bomb as best as he can. Meanwhile in the lower level. Metal glows up in green energy before going for a swift round kick that's aimed at clone Boruto. Metal Lee. Quirk. Inner gates. He can open the first gate which allows him to increase his physical attack power and speed. As it's about to connect, the clone Boruto dodges by jumping back and making Lee's kick connect with the wall, making a dent. After you, your partner is next, which I'm sure is behind you. Metal states in a guess. You sure about that? Boruto smirks otherwise. Metal narrows a brow in confusion before Zero speaks through his ear communicator. Come in Metal. Zero warns immediately in a rushed manner, the one you're chasing down is a clone. They're both up here against me and I can't take them on at once. Hurry. Quote! Metal's shocked at hearing this, so this means. I've been tricked. He states dramatically. It's too late now. We've already won. The clone Boruto smirks with hands on his hips before disappearing in a puff of smoke, which Lee doesn't believe in a hurry, tries rushing back up to Zero. In the viewing section. Boruto totally fooled, Metal. Eijiro laughs a bit while they view the screen. Using a clone as a diversion to split them up and lure the other away was clever. All Might comments. Uzumaki didn't get in through recommendations for nothing. Kaminari grins. Right, and because of that, it's now 2-on-1. Mitsuki said and adds with a closed-eye smile, this match is already over. Already over. Iwabi questions in not getting it. You'll see, look at how the fight's playing out. Mitsuki points him to it, as they now see Zero holding off Sumair and Boruto. In the upper level room, Zero uses his elbow pads and with his quirk, launches tape at Sumair first. The girl puts her hands in a gun-like position and forms water at the tip of her fingers, water bullet. Sumair Kake. Quirk. Water release. She can fire off water projectiles in various ways and it's useful against tape and fire. She fires off 2 of them, successfully countering the tape and one hitting Zero on the shoulders, making him stumble back. Oh no. He looks back and sees the fake bomb is now exposed due to Sumair's water quirk. And for the finisher. Boruto charges and strikes Hinata with wind in his palm, Gale Palm. Boruto Uzumaki. Quirk. Wind, lightning, and shadow clones. His wind packs a strong punch, and making duplicates of himself to overwhelm the opponent in numbers and using them for distractions come in real handy. This attack makes Zero grunt and fly all the way back into a wall, making him slide down and unable to continue, but still conscious. Zero. Metal makes it through the doorway but is too late. Too late, victory is ours. Boruto smirks with 2 fingers up in victory as Sumair approaches and touches the fake bomb, thus ending the match and the hero team winning. Whoa. Eijiro utters from the viewing section. Good display of teamwork, I'll admit that. Sarada said, adjusting her glasses before looking back and notices Katsuki having a scowling look on his face. All Might gives a job well done to Class 1A for their performances in their battle trials. Nobody received any minor injuries aside from Izuku, who's in the hospital, even noting that they finally have a proper class after what Aizawa put them through. Afterward All Might dashes off to check on Izuku and notices that his bulk form's time limit is almost up, but not before noting in his head that Katsuki has a mass full of pride as Boruto told him before, even knows that the explosion user has a fragile heart and is his teacher, All Might would counsel him well. Infirmary room. Seriously, All Might. This is his 3rd time in here and he hasn't had the time to properly let his injuries rest due to all the exams. Sakura berates him and sighs with arms crossed after her and recovery girl checked on Izuku. Any reason why you couldn't have stopped him to prevent this again? I'm sorry, med women, recovery girl. All Might apologizes with his head hanging. It'll take more than just an apology, you know. Sakura replies. There's no need to even apologize to us. Chio adds and tells him, it was only yesterday that he suffered crippling exhaustion and if this goes on, it'll be impossible to treat all his injuries at once. Even if it's both of us, doctors. She also adds that they had to do first aid on Izuku immediately and no other option was given except revitalizing him the entire day. Sakura asks All Might this, what exactly made you want to take this child on as your apprentice and give him your power? It's currently too much of a quirk for him to handle. I have nothing to reply to that. I hesitated and only wanted to understand his feelings, and All Might rubs his head, and whispers to the doctors and begs, don't speak too loud about one for all. I mean. Sigh. Sakura shakes her head and arms crossed. Yes, we get it, Mr. Symbol of Peace. Chio sighs as well.
All Might goes on to explain the common knowledge of his skinny form, the injury on his stomach, and the nature of his quirk. All of that is only known Firefox, med women, recovery girl, a few closets friends, even Boruto, and of course, Izuku. Even though being the symbol of peace is tough, without that symbol, the hero society would fall to the side of evil and the one with the OFA is at full responsibility to maintain peace.
After listening, Chio and Sakura get what he means, but the former stating this, if that's the case then you need to learn how to be a proper guide. Especially his new quirk, think of a better method for him to control it or else his injuries will be worse than before. Sakura adds to that in final. Right. All Might confirms. This evening in the classroom. As the rest of the class were busy chatting amongst themselves, Boruto notices Katsuki get up from his seat with his things and headed toward the doorway. What's up with him? The blonde questions in thought. Hey, Bakugo. Where are you going? Eijiro asks and walks to him, along with Iwabe, and Kaminari. That's none of your business. Katsuki coldly replies, not turning back to even look at them. Watch the attitude, dude. Iwabe scoffs, you can't just suddenly leave without reason. Yeah, come on, say something. Kaminari asks. Quote. Katsuki still ignores them. You've been like this even since your trial with Midoriya. Sarada walks up, and stands beside the boys. I don't know what sort of grudge you have against him, but moping around all day long and suddenly walking out the door isn't helping at all. Katsuki glares down with hands in pockets at that sentence but after a few seconds, he opens the door and leaves out the room without saying a room. Bakugo, wait. Eijiro exclaims out but to no avail. That guy. Boruto can see that Katsuki is still hung up on what occurred during his battle trail with Midoriya. Seeing his one-for-all quirk for the first time is what really took the explosion quirk user off and he's probably thinking that Izuku's been hiding his quirk for a long time. With that thought in mind, Boruto calmly stands up from his chair with a straight face and hands in pockets before walking toward the door as well. Boruto. Ochako narrows a brow, so does Sumair. Don't tell us you're leaving too. Kamiko asks in question. Nah. Boruto shakes his head in confirmation and glances to them, I'll see what's really driving him to depression. Though I can guess what it is since I've known the guy for a while. He turns back toward the door and walks out, leaving the others in question to what he means. Outside, Katsuki continues to walk silently down the halls until he reaches outside the school entrance, quietly walking as the sun sets. Bakugo. Boruto calls out after running up and stopping a few feet away. Surprised but slowly turning around with a glare and scorn look, whiskers. Quote. He with a frown, Boruto begins talking, I already know what it is that you're thinking, even since you fought Izuku during the battle trial, it was pretty obvious, but get over it will ya? There's no way you're going to mope around about this all day, it won't make sense. Then tell me this. Katsuki glares to him, did you know that the nerd had that power, all this time? Quote. Boruto glances down quietly at that question. Given that look, you do know. Katsuki then exclaims this, both you and the nerd have been keeping his power a secret from me for years, just to laugh behind my back and look down on me. Hearing this starts to piss Boruto off a little, that's your assumption. If that were true, then we would have nothing to do with you in the first place. Quote. Katsuki widens to that response. And whether I know or not is irrelevant, just admit that you lost to Izuku and try better next time. Boruto adds to that, your days of calling him weak and looking down on him are finished. Today was an example. Katsuki grits his teeth angrily, hating to admit that Boruto was right about this and that Izuku isn't the same as he was before during their childhood. But nevertheless, he rebukes, fine, I may have lost to that goddamn nerd today, but that doesn't mean I'll lose again, and that also doesn't mean you get to talk down on me either, damn whiskers. That wasn't, Boruto was about to argue back until. Kachan. They both turned to see Izuku running and stopping at where they were, with a cast over his left arm. Izuku. Boruto glances, your wounds healed yet? They will be. He replies, more importantly. He turns to Katsuki, with an unassured look, I think I need to tell you this. Huh. The two don't get it. With a deep breath, I obtained this quirk from someone else. Izuku reveals, almost serious too. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Katsuki glares in surprise. Izuku, what are you doing? Boruto's shocked he would let that secret out, to Katsuki no other. Don't worry, I won't tell who. Izuku swears, I felt like I needed to say this so it wouldn't be a misunderstanding. Quote. Boruto glances, still surprised he would say it anyway, whether or not he'd reveal All Might in this. He watches Izuku explains more to Katsuki that he hasn't mastered this borrowed quirk yet and that he tried to win their battle trial without using it, but had no choice and used it anyway. One day, I'll properly make this power, my own. Izuku declares this, and I'll beat you with my own power. Izuku. Boruto's pretty surprised by the determination in his eyes, having not seen him serious about it like that. This infuriates Katsuki, who still doesn't buy him getting borrowed power and that he's still being made a fool out of. He admits that the nerd beat him today, but there won't be a next time, this is to both you and Whiskers. He declares this with tears forming in his eyes angrily, from here on out. I will become number one. With that final declaration, he turns his back to leave while whipping the tears off his eyes. Boruto's sweat drops a little at Katsuki's usual temper, while Izuku dramatically sighs. Young Bakugo. All Might zooms right past the two and puts his hands on Katsuki's shoulders, just so you know, pride is important. You definitely have the abilities needed to become a pro and you still have a lot of. Let go of me, All Might. I can't walk, Katsuki sneers under while rubbing the rest of his tears. He turns and glares to him, I'll become a hero that surpasses even you without you saying so. Right. All Might lets him be on way, being a teacher is hard. I bet so. Boruto's sweat drops, he didn't hold back on saying it, but he'll get over it. Oh yeah, what were you two talking about with young Bakugo? All Might asks. We were, Izuku exaggerates. You might as well tell him what you just did. Boruto sighs with a headshake. Bracing themselves to tell All Might what Izuku told Katsuki. Elsewhere in a bar. Have you seen this? He's become a school teacher. Quote. A slim man with pale skin tinged yellow teeth and wrinkled a great deal around his eyes. His lips were chapped and uneven, a small mole on the right underneath, with visible scars on his right eye and under his lip. He had messy grayish-blue hair of varying lengths, the longest clumps reaching to about his shoulders, left hanging over his face in uneven waves. His eyes and mouth were obscured by the hand over his face, as well as many hands on his right and left arms. What do you think will happen once the symbol of peace gets killed off by villains? A tall and fit man with a pale complexion and no hair, as well as a horizontal scar that ran from his right temple to the bridge of his nose. He has no teeth, only gums. His right arm was amputated up to the bicep. Has many red eyes over his body. One in each eye socket, 3 on top of his head, 1 on each shoulder, 1 on each pectoral, 1 on each tricep, 5 along the back of his left forearm, and 1 on the back of his left hand, an excellent start for us to take over the Hero Society. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order, Izuku with a right hand wave smile, Boruto with a grin thumbs up, Sarada with a hand on hip smile, Tenya with a dramatic salute, Katsuki with an angry, serious expression, Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile, Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Eijiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA. Teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That ends this one. Haven't updated that much due to finishing some stuff, but now that it's done, I'll try to upload earlier than usual. 805 Chapter 9, Mysterious Problem. Opening 1, The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumaire, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto Fire Fox and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA. School building. Chapter 9, Mysterious Problem. Next day in the classroom. Before getting started, Aizawa reprimands Katsuki and Izuku for their behaviors during their battle. The former for acting so immaturely like a 7-year-old and the latter for using the same excuse of breaking his arm due to not controlling his quirk properly or he won't make it far. Once that's cleared up, Shota announces, alright, we need to pick a class rep. Finally, something school-like. The class exclaims. Almost everybody raises their hands in wanting to take the role of being a class rep, using that title to put out new school rules, surprisingly, even Katsuki. Tenya explains out that being the leading rep takes responsibility and leader. On the other hand, Boruto didn't really care too much about being the class representative anyway, as leading the whole class is way more than he could handle. It then came down to deciding the role by votes and in the end, Izuku got top votes for class rep while Momo got the role of vice president. I got 4. Izuku exclaimed in shock. All right. Katsuki growled out as he shot up from his seat, who the hell voted for Deku? What, did you honestly think anyone was gonna vote for you? Hanta thought. Hope Bakugo doesn't find out that it was me. Ochako thought while looking away pretendedly. Wow, unexpected results. Inojin said. Well, everyone was impressed by how you performed during the battle trial. Boruto states to Izuku while leaning against his chair, good luck with the leadership role, you'll need it. He teases a little. Izuku trembles dramatically after turning back to him. Then again, I didn't expect my name to be on the board. Boruto spots up, I wonder who voted me. He looks up and thinks in question. Sumaire utters from afar, revealing she actually voted for the blonde. Cafeteria. As lunchtime rolls around, I can't believe this. I was made class rep so sudden. Izuku sighs while eating at a table with Boruto, Tenya, Ochako, and Sumaire, I don't think I'm ready for such a role. Sure you are. Ochako encourages before taking another bite of rice. You'll be fine, it might not be that bad. Boruto adds, munching on a burger. I voted for you because I knew you had the guts and judgment to carry us through. Tenya said after before taking a spoon of curry. So you were one of those votes. Sumaire figures out. We all know you wanted to be class rep, didn't ya, Lita? Boruto asks. I won't deny that I did, but I did nothing more than follow my own judgment on the matter. Tenya replies. So proper. Izuku notes. Well, you always were the one that's all about honor, and that's a great thing. Sumaire smiles. I have to ask, are you from an upper crust family? Ochako asks enthusiastically. The heck is an upper crust? Boruto murmurs with a narrow brow. I normally don't bring this up but I'm from a family that's been in heroics for generations and I'm the second son of the family. Tenya reveals. Whoa, the 4 beam in amazement. Do you know of Turbo Hero Ingenium? He asks. Oh, sure do. Boruto replies enthusiastically. He's the super popular hero whose Tokyo office hired 65 sidekicks. Izuku explains with stars in eyes. Correct. He's a beloved pro-hero who prizes the rules and guides people. As well as, he's my big brother. Tenya proudly proclaims. That's amazing. Just like my dad's the number 2 hero, Fire Fox. Boruto compares. Right you are. I'm positive we both aspire to be just like them. Tenya smiles and the blonde nods in agreement. I think that's the first time you smiled, Lita. Sumair notices. Isn't it? Ochako agrees. Really? I smile all the time too. Tenya exclaims dramatically. Wow, it's also just like how I aspire to be like All Might. Izuku thought. After that, their conversation is disrupted when the school alarms abruptly go off, which sends the UA students into a frenzy, and after a while of the hallways being crowded, Tenya takes the lead and calms everyone down, thus ending the commotion. After that small crisis was over, Izuku announces to the rest of the class that Tenya will be the class representative from there on out, after having been impressed with his leadership during the mess hall. Boruto and the rest of the class agrees, the former complimenting his freckled friend for making the right call. Outside the school, the UA faculty around to see the front barrier having been destroyed by something unknown. Could an ordinary reporter have done something like this? Chio wonders. It can't be, from the looks of it, it's like it was disintegrated. Sakura confirms and guesses. Someone instigated this. A short stout mouse with black eyes, a large scar over the right one, rectangular shaped ears and an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. His fur is white and has large, dog-like paws with pink pads and a thin tail like that of a cat. He sports a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-breasted waistcoat and matching dress pants and wears orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles which seem to be quite large on him. Some villain has penetrated the grounds of UA, which means they're starting a war. In the city, out of the blue, what looks to be a huge swarm of black insects rallies around the parking lot, making several citizens back away in fright. The one in the middle of the insect swarm is a man in a flak jacket and a set of sunglasses. His outfit consists of a gray shirt with matching pants under his light gray button-up jacket. The jacket also has a hood which he keeps over his head, Shino, Beetle. Around him is a dark purple aura that seems to be possessing him. On the scene, Mt. Lady, Dogman Kiba, and Kamui Woods are trying hard to subdue his unexpected outburst. Beetle, get a hold of yourself. Kamui shouts out. The controlled Shino doesn't even utter a word as he's possessed and his swarm of beetles continue rampaging. His beetle quirk is making it hard to get close to him. Kiba exclaims. At this rate, he'll get everyone caught up. Mount. Lady exclaims. Have no fear. All Might immediately swoops in through the beetle stop and knocks out Shino with a chop to the head, for I happen to pass by on my way to work. The crowd, as usual, are exited to see All Might while cheering while Mt. Lady, Kiba, and Kamui recover. Show off. Kiba scoffs in a sigh. I mean, we're grateful, but. Mount. Lady sweat drops while holding her injured arm. He'll put us out of work. Kamui adds to that, which Kiba agrees. After a job well done by the police, off I go. All Might zooms off with a high jump into the air, before thinking back to what Izuku and Boruto told him. Flashback. You told him. All Might's shocked to hear. I'm surprised too, that was too reckless, Izuku. Boruto also tells him, what were you thinking by telling him that? I'm sorry, you guys. Izuku apologizes, even though I didn't tell mom. I just thought he deserved to know. Quote. Boruto glances and adds, well, luckily, he didn't know the meaning behind those words and took it as a joke, so you're barely off the hook. Young Uzumaki is right, so I'll let this slide for now. But please don't peep a word of this from now on. All Might reminds straight to Izuku, if news were to break out about this then various dark forces would come to try and steal my power. So this must be kept secret, for the my sake, for the world's sake, and for yours. Present, UA, Firefox office. Naruto sets a few papers down on his desk as All Might and Beetle, Shino, are in the room as well, standing by. I'm sorry, but I have no self-awareness of when and where I was psychologically affected. Shino reports with about the number 2 hero. So in disguise, you weren't yourself. All Might figures, that part is a relief because more people would have been hurt otherwise. I agree. Naruto nods, we need to find out what this mysterious power is before it gets worse. Even top pro heroes could end up being affected by this. Yeah, looks like we have a situation brewing in the city, and one that we simply can't ignore. All Might agrees, we dispatch some heroes and police units to further investigate this. Naruto nods and turns to Shino, I know you might be busy, but would you assist in this investigation too? Absolutely, Fire Fox, All Might. Shino bows and agrees to work with them. With Class 1A, Shota announces to the teens that for their basic hero training class, they'll participate in a rescue exercise, which some of them find difficult, but Boruto already finds this interesting. Shota next explains they'll travel by bus and hero costumes are optional, and with that said, the kids dress in their main costumes before heading to their destination via bus. So it ended up being this type of bus, darn. Tenya sighs with his head down dramatically. Don't see the difference, actually. Mitsuki said. No point, right. Mina agrees. I say whatever comes to mind, Midoriya. Asui mentions. Yes, Asui. Izuku waves hands dramatically. Call me Suyu. She corrects before comparing, your quirk reminds me of All Might's. Izuku sweats highly at her noticing, even Boruto in his head, oh, crap. Asui, the difference is that All Might never gets hurt with his quirk, they're just the same as all. Iwabe said. And I'll be honest here, I'm kinda jealous of the enhancer quirk, as well as the shadow clone quirk you do, Boruto. Eijiro glances to him, there's a lot of flashy things you can do with that, like during the battle trial where you fooled Metal. Did he have to bring that up? Lee sighs. Yeah right. It's mostly my main signature move almost every time. Boruto replies to the hardened quirker. My hardening quirk isn't bad for close-up fighting but to me, it's just not that flashy. Eijiro demonstrates with his left arm hardened. I don't think it's bad to be fair with you. Boruto smiles, it means you'll have the advantage when fighting in close range without getting hurt. Yeah, that'll be of great use to a pro hero. Izuku agrees. Pro huh. Thinking about popularity as a hero is important too. Eijiro replies. My naval laser is both flashy and strong enough for pro hero level. Yuga said, confident about it. Except, your stomach hurts after exploiting too much. Inojin said with a straight close-eyed smile. And that's the bad part too. Mina giggles, which Yuga is down by it. It's either Bakugo or Todoroki when it comes to over-the-top flash moves though. Eijiro glances to the two. When you say it like that, I guess it's true. Iwabe kinda agrees. Bakugo's always mad, so there's doubt he'll become popular. Asui states out her mind. You're so right about that. Boruto agrees with her, knew I wasn't the only one thinking that. And saying this definitely grabs the explosion user's attention. Shut up. You two wanna fight. Katsuki stands up with his usual temper. And there it is. Boruto mischievously laughs, while Asui has her tongue out. Basically everyone knows what your personality is like by now. Mitsuki said, with a straight face and usual smile. Yeah, it's like a crap steeped in sewage. Kaminari adds. I'll kill you bastards. Katsuki tempers dramatically. Kachan's being teased for once. What am I see? Izuku shakes in thought. So vulgar. Momo whispers to Sarada, Sumair, and Ochako in the back row as they hear the loud talking. What type of conversation are we even hearing? Sarada sweat drops. Well, it's not that bad. Sumair giggles a little. Yeah, that stuff is funny too. Ochako said enthusiastically. Settled down guys, we're here. Shota announces. After they got off, the Space Hero, 13, explains the USJ, which has several facilities that students can conduct their rescuing trials. Izuku and Boruto are now raring to get started on this rescuing experience. Alright, first things first. Shota was gonna finish until a purple portal takes form in front of everyone and a large group of villains suddenly start arriving through, as the man with the hand on his face arrives last. Hence, the rescue trial turns into a fight for survival as Shota prepares to defend the students, who now witness their first enemy attack. Ending 1-Inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile, Boruto with a grin thumbs up, Sarada with a hand on hip smile, Tenya with a dramatic salute, Katsuki with an angry, serious expression, Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile, Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Eijiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA. Teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That ends that. The USJ arc begins where everyone is in a life or death situation. Also, due to school having start, I've been delaying on updates, but now that everything underway, I'll try uploading a bit faster from here. Also knowing that both mangas currently are fire right now. 805 Chapter 10, Fight for Survival. Opening 1, The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumaire, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, and Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, are both shown in a bar, with the latter having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses flame bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA. School building. Chapter 10, Fight for Survival. The students and teachers watched as the villains begin coming out of the purple dimension. A man with red eyes all over his head joins the hand faces man as well. Those are villains. Shota confirmed to his students, who all gasped in surprise. Villains here, but how? Sarada blinks in surprise. Isn't this facility supposed to be secure? How come the alarms aren't going off? 13. Momo asks the space hero. I'm not sure. 13 answered. Sarada notices the guy with red eyes over his forehead and widens in surprise at knowing, those eyes, that guy has. What's wrong, Sarada? Chocho asks, but only sees her ball her fist quickly while staring at the head eyes man. Could they be infiltrating the other places on campus? Shoto questions. It's either that, or this could be the only place they've infiltrated due to their army. Mitsuki suspects. Either way, it's like they've thought things through. Iwabi scoffs. Seeing that these villains have an object to create this scheme, Shota immediately gets in front of the students to defend them, putting on his goggles and scarf over mouth. Boruto asks Shota if he can take them all at once, him and Izuku knowing that his quirk is only meant to erase one at a time and the numbers are too great against him. A hero has more than one trick up his sleeve. Shota remarks, much to their surprise as he blinked, number 13, I'm counting on you. He then went ahead and took on the villains all by himself, taking one down after another with ease and without a sweat. As the student begin evaluating with number 13, okay, Mr. Aizawa is awesome out there. Boruto looks back at Shota's fight. Yeah, he's actually good at fighting this many by himself. Izuku agrees, impressive too. This is no time to be amazed. Let's hurry and take shelter. Tenya tells the two. Oops. Right. Boruto replies as he and Izuku run after them and follow. As they all begin reaching the exit, a purple portal appears in front of them in the form of yellow eyes and it speaks down at them all, I won't let you. Noticing, crap, I just blinked only once and the guy that looks to be the most trouble got away. Shota looks back before engaging more villains as they wouldn't easily allow the eraser hero to help his class. Meanwhile, nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. The purple mist villain introduces upon number 13 in Class 1A, it may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA. High school, in order for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath. Huh? Izuku asks after shaking a little. I was sure All Might would be here, has there been a change? The purple villain wonders. What do these guys want with All Might? Boruto mutters in question as they all stand on guard. Well, that doesn't matter as this is the role I'm supposed to play. The purple mist villain prepares to attack and number 13 notices before opening a hole in her one-finger suit to retaliate. However, Eijiro, Iwabe, and Katsuki wasted no time in attacking the large villain with a combination of earth hammer, hardening, and explosive attacks. As the smoke appears form the impact, the three step back and grin confidently at the attacked villain. Don't you think you're already underestimating us? Iwabe grins with his earth hammer ready. Exactly, did you even consider that you'd get beat by us before that happens? Eijiro grins with his hardened fists out as well. As the smoke clears, oh dear, that was dangerous, you know. They are shocked to see the purple mist villain fine by that attack and reforming itself. That's right, even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. You won't be thinking that for long. Katsuki prepares to attack again, but move away, you three. Number 13 exclaims quickly, readying her finger hole and knows the mist villain is about to do something dangerous. My job is to scatter and torture each and every one of you to death. The mist villain makes clear and dead set on doing as the black mist rushed over and around everyone in Class 1A, separating them to different locations in the training facility. Shipwreck zone. Izuku falls out of the purple portal and falls directly into the water, and while underwater, he thinks, his quirk is warping. And he's after All Might. What the hell is going on? He wondered in thought before seeing a fisherman villain charging toward him from ahead, which makes Izuku scream dramatically with bubbles coming out his mouth. It's nothing personal but, I gotta kill ya. The villain almost eats Izuku with his fangs until Suyu appears and kicks the villain all the way down, saving the one for all user. Midoriya. She uses her tongue to grab him around his waist while also carrying Minoru in one arm and swims them both away and out of the water onto a random boat in the middle of the lake. After they catch their breaths and Suyu hopping on, they started thinking about why these villains wanted to take out All Might and know that they have to stop these villains at all cost, but this is when they see themselves surrounded by villains throughout the flood. Izuku leads Suya and Minoru and firmly states, we'll be heroes, and fight to win. They get ready to fight their way out against the villains around them. Meanwhile, the portal takes Boruto to the collapse zone, and as he looks around, he sees Katsuki, Eijiro, and Iwabe there too. Before he could let out a question, they're surrounded by villains, who immediately attacks them, to which Boruto and the others begin fighting back. Landslide zone. Shoto freezes a villain without any effort and states, losing to children really is truly pathetic. He adds next, you're adults, so get a hold of yourselves and give us a real fight. I agree with you there. Sarada punches another villain straight in the face and sends them crashing against the wall. So far, I don't even need my Sharingan against these guys. It's either they're very weak. Mitsuki stretches his snake arms and wraps it around a villain's waist before throwing and smashing them into another one, or we're just that strong. Might be. They could still do better though. Shoto still remains unimpressed. Collapse zone. Gale palm. Boruto wind palms a villain into a couple others in a big breeze of wind and sending them crashing into a wall. That was uncalled for. Attacking us as soon as we fell out of that portal. Tell me about it. That wasn't very manly at all. Eijiro smashes his fist to another villain with his hardening quirk. This is payback for that stunt, you bastards. Iwabe swings his earth hammer and takes out three villains. RRRAAAHHH. Katsuki roars and blasts another villain inside another building with his explosive quirk. The impact almost hits Boruto. Hey, watch it. That almost hit me. Boruto exclaims at him. Shut it, Whiskers. Katsuki yells back, which gets a tick mark from the blonde. Not now, guys. Eijiro calls before smashing a kick to another villain. We still need to deal with every last one of these villains here. Iwabe adds and swings his hammer to take out more. Yeah, no need to tell me that. Boruto summons a shadow clone and they start doing some combo attacks to take out more villains their way. Mountain zone. Momo, Chocho, Kyoka, and Kaminari are surrounded by several villains, but defend themselves as Momo forms sword for Kyoka and a staff for herself. Fire zone. Metal Lee and Masharao with face off with serious glares against a few villains as fire surrounds them. Squall zone. Shikadai, Fumikage, and Koji face off against villains surrounding them as the rain storms around them. Meanwhile, number 13, Tenya, Ochako, Sumair, Inojin, Mina, Shoji, Hinata, and Rikido. Shoji, can you check and see if everyone's here? Tenya asks. Looking around with his armed eyes, Shoji replies, everyone's scattered, but they're all in this building. Hearing this, that's a relief. Sumair sighs, so does the rest before they glare back at Kurogiri in front of them. Damn it, physical attacks won't work on him. Hinata scoffs. On top of that, he can warp things to different locations. Inojin adds. Then, how do we get past his quirk? Sumair asks, worried. Thinking about a strategy, number 13 speaks to only Tenya, class rep. I entrust this duty to you. Hearing this surprises Tenya as the space hero continues speaking, run to the school and tell them about what is happening here. She further adds that the alarm is jammed and their phones don't have signals, even with Shota's quirk. After being insisted to run, Tenya replies, but it would be a disgrace to leave everyone behind. Go to the emergency exit. Rikido tells him, walking past him, there are alarms outside, that's why these guys are only doing this inside, right? As long as you get outside, they won't follow you. Hinata agrees, standing with Rikido. Yes, it's best if you blow the fog away with your legs and get outside fast. Inojin agrees, pulling out his paint and scroll weapons. Use your quirk to support others. Number 13 encourages, which Tenya hesitates and is surprised by encouragements. I can totally support you like I did in the cafeteria. Ochako said, determined. You can do this, class representative. Sir Meyer adds. Tenya is now determined, seeing that everyone is counting on him to deliver the message of what's going on here. He prepares his turbos in his legs and in ready position. Even if that was the only choice, are there idiots who talk about their planes in front of the enemies? Kurogiri attacks with his mist wave. That's because it wouldn't matter if we were found out or not. Number 13 counters with her finger extended, black hole. And sucks up all the purple mist inside her finger hole to defend them. Shipwreck zone. Izuku proceeds with his plan to get him, Tsuyu, and Minoru across to the other side off the boat and away from the villains surrounding them. As he's on the edge, he thinks what Boruto and Katsuki would do in this situation and gets in an idea before jumping off the edge and yells, ha diiiiee. He exclaims out to throw the enemies off guard into thinking he'll jump into the water. The one for all user aims his himself and curls his left middle finger with his thumb at the lake and concentrates, adjust it. Don't let the egg explode. He begins powering up his left hand into his finger and lets it rip, Delaware. Smash. He flicks his finger and unleashes a large shockwave onto the water, which breaks his fingers in the process and it makes his grunt in pain, but he manages to give signal and calls his team, Su. Mineta. Tsuyu hops up and grabs them both with her tongue and jumps all of them away from the ship and Mineta uses this chance to throw several great balls onto the water, which trap the villains as the water floods in the center. Not too shabby, looks like that did them all in. Tsuyu eyes back, you both are amazing. She compliments as they clear away from the shipwreck zone safely. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up. Sarada with a hand on hip smile. Tenya with a dramatic salute. Katsuki with an angry, serious expression. Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile. Asui with her frog tongue out. Shikadai with a shrug expression. Ochako with a joyful smile. Eijiro with his fist pound together. Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA. Teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That's it. Class 1A's fight for survival is underway and so far so good, they're doing well. Off topic, I recently saw MHA Season 6 Episode 1 and its op and ED were fire. Definitely off to a good start with the Liberation War arc. Here, it'll be different and mixed with what's to come. On topic, we're in the middle of Season 1 so look forward to more editions after the class's first survival battle against the League of Villains. 805 Chapter 11, Game Over. Opening 1, The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Fox Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, and Kid Shin with a wide blank expression as all three are shown in a bar, with the adult Shin having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some Nomu. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Iawab smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA. School building. Chapter 11. Game over. Eraserhead is having his hands full in dealing with random villains that are coming at him from every angle. Luckily, he's having hardly any trouble in taking them out in fast fashion one by one. Despite being outnumbered in this situation, Eraserhead's still managing to take our lackeys down. Shin states out, aside from the students, he's the main nuisance here, Shigaraki. No need to tell me, Shin. I know. The hand-faced villain replies next to him as they watch the fight, he'll tire out from fighting eventually, then we kill him and the rest of the students in one fell swoop. Aside from that, don't forget that one of them needs to be alive. Shin said, with a glare straight ahead. Ah yes, you need one of them for their visual prowess quirk if I recall. Shigaraki knows. That girl with the glasses holds the same thing I do, the Sharingan. Shin proves correctly with a nod and wants them as the two continue observing Eraserhead as the hero continues fighting off the villains. Landslide Zone. CHAA. Sarada roars and punches a random villain straight in the face and bashing him to a wall. She looks around to see more of them coming and some standing up. There's no end to these guys, are they? This may be the case, but the best we can do is hold them off till the other heroes get here. Mitsuki uses his wind quirk and blows a platoon of villains away. That's easier said than done, even though we're managing on our own. Shoto flash freezes a villain without looking. Hi-ya. Toru, while invisible, punches a villain to the ground. Hagakure. Sarada narrows, you were here the whole time. Yeah, though it's understandable that I can't be seen since I'm completely invisible. She replies. Well, at any case, glad we didn't wound up attacking you. Mitsuki said with a smile. No kidding, you could have been frozen. Shoto agrees in thought. Noticing that villains are still appearing toward them, Sarada turns to her team, do you mind if I leave this to you guys? Huh, why? Toru asks. That guy the first saw earlier. Sarada grimaces, thinking back to Shin appearing through the dark portal, he has a Sharingan just like me, but except, it's all over his head. Are you talking about that guy with the red eyes that came through the portal? Mitsuki asks after kicking a villain away, which she confirms with a simple nod. I need to know what he is. Sarada grimaces with a small sweat drop. Quote. Shoto glances at her and replies, do as you wish. He turns back to the approaching random villains, we quickly deal with them and catch. Be careful, Sarada. Toru advises. Right. She glances before fleeing. Not so fast. A villain exclaims and tries to axe at Sarada, but Mitsuki wraps his extended right arm around the villain's neck and slams him back against the wall, saving her. Sorry, but you'll be dealing with us. Mitsuki recalls his arm back with a smirk as Sarada leaves the landmine zone. Mountain zone. Human boulder. Chocho tucks herself inside her clothes into a ball and rolls towards a herd of villains, taking them out quickly. Roll. 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 She chants loudly while doing it. She's like a human yo-yo. Kaminari exclaims in surprise before seeing a Styx villain in front of him, which makes him shriek and run, scary. Did you guys see the river Styx just now? What's with these guys? Not paying attention, Momo and Kyoka are fending off villains with their staffs as Kaminari comes to them, as well as Chocho, who changes back to normal from her attack. Worry about that later, because right now, we need to figure out how to get away from these guys. Kyoka said and seeing that they're surrounded. Then give me a weapon too. Kaminari recommends. Huh, but can't you just use your lightning quirk to taking them all out once? Chocho asks, unlike, my human boulder move isn't the same. Chocho's right, so hurry up and take care of them. Kyoka agrees. Didn't you guys see during combat training? I can only cover myself with electricity. He states out before raising a hand and letting sparks fly from it as demonstration. I can discharge it, but it's not like I have control of it like Kamiko or Mitsuki do with theirs. He states to Chocho, plus, it'll hit you three as well. It'll be just like Todoroki. He adds, I'm trying to call for help but the signal here is jammed like crazy. So the only thing I can do is rely on you three, ya hear? You should really act like a man more often and not resort to whining. Chocho's sweat drops, kinda gets tired of his long talk. I know right. And they say girls blabber too much. Kyoka agrees with a sigh. Kaminari feels his overalls being grabbed by Chocho's expansion hand. As a reward, this makes you our human stun gun. She smirks and throws dramatically toward the conductor villain and the impact electrifies him in the stomach. Ah. It's working. I'm that strong, aren't I? Kaminari now grins with a thumbs up. You three can count on me. Now you're happy-go-lucky. Kyoka murmurs and rolls her eyes. Heads up. Chocho slams her large fist to the villain that was coming toward Kyoka, saving her. The villain that Chocho punched gets stunned by Kaminari's lightning as well. Thanks for that. The earphone Quirk user replies, which the latter nods to. Momo fires a net from her elbows thanks to her creation Quirk and catches another villain in it before they all get struck by Kaminari's lightning as well, taking 3 random villains out. You two should take this more seriously. She alerts to the 3. Sorry, I thought it was a good idea at the time. Kyoka replies before using earphone jack soundwaves to immobilize several other random villains, making them cover their ears upon being paralyzed. Kaminari could have simply requested when you were making the order. Chocho punches 2 more random villains jumping from the mountain behind them before also crushing a boulder thrown by another. After knocking another villain back, it's ready now. Momo takes a kneel and a blanket bursts form behind her back above them. It takes time to create something this big. The sheet falls over them and she describes, it's an insulation sheet that's 100 millimeters thick. Awesome. Chocho's amazed before calling to Denki. Kaminari, now's your change. Kyoka signals as the girls are under the sheet. Alright. Kaminari grins and begins having electricity storing around himself. I can really go all out now. He throws his palmed electrified hands toward the ground, which sends lightning all throughout and electrocutes the rest of the villains. Once the attack is done, they cough smoke form their mouths before falling to the ground unconsciously. Peeking from under the sheet, I'm worried about the others. Momo expresses concern, we need to join them quickly. Right. Chocho enthusiastically replies. Wait, your clothes got you a little exposed. Kyoka points out, which Momo simply makes a new one to cover herself up. As they exit out the sheet, Kaminari stumbles around with an idiotic look on his face while having both of his thumbs up. Kaminari utters out with the same dopey expression. PFF'd. Guess that's what happens when he uses it too much. Chocho guesses, giggling a little, and so does Kyoka. Near the flood zone. After escaping the ship, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minoru peek their heads out from the water to see Shota fighting off multiple villains in continuation. The eraser hero jumps over 2 of them before wrapping them in his bandaged restraints before pulling them up toward him and then delivers a drop kick and knocking them to the ground. Huh. Shota pants one time before see blades that appear to be floating in the air, curiosity of Shin, who has his right arm stretched out with a sinister grin. It's light out now, Eraserhead. Shin commands the blades to fire down at Shota, who proceeds quickly avoid and dodge them. TCH. Shota scoffs in frustration before seeing that Tamura is dashing at him with his hands ready to attack. 23 seconds. Tamura counts the time for when Shota can use his quirk again and catches the bandage restraints Shota threw before going to grab him, but the eraser head dodges underneath and elbows him in the stomach. However, Tamura catches it with his left hand. Shit. Shota curses. The estimate of your quirk has been exposed. Shin states while watching and pulling his hand back. Moving around makes it hard for you to keep your opponent's quirk erased, as well as every second you blink. That's when your hair falls instantly, meaning you're done. Quote exclamation mark quote. Shota's shocked his weakness has been exposed, and his elbow begins to crumble slowly. Don't push yourself too much, Eraserhead. Shota smirks under his hand faced, the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter, now you can't escape. Shota scoffs and separates himself from Tamura by pushing him back, and gaining distance after that, my elbow's crumbling. He thought in shock, before turning to dodge a few random villains that begin attacking him, but he barely fends them off with just his left uninjured hand and sees that he's surrounded while panting in exhaustion. The quirk isn't suited for fighting long against a large group, isn't it? Tamura figures out, isn't this too different from your usual job? Only short fights after a surprise attack is what you're good at, even though you jump to fight as form the front. It only goes to show that you did that to make your students not worry. Touching. Shin adds in a mocking way, as Shota then dodges a few blows from random villains all around him and even manages to take a couple down with a combination of his left arm and bandage restraints. Oh. You're lasting in longer than expected, despite have one functional arm and one that's already crumbled, hey. Shin admits, impressed. Ain't that cool or what? Tamura spreads his arms in slow dramatic amazement before regaining his composure under his hand-faced mask. By the way, hero. He points behind him, which the eraser hero turns and sees a Nomu tower over him. Neither of us are the last boss. Quote exclamation mark quote. Shota widens in shock. You were doomed from the start, Eraser. Shin then commands, finish him, Nomu. The beast does so and begins to brutally beat down Shota, much to the shock of Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minoru, who watch from nearby while halfway underwater. Meanwhile, number 13 engages Kurogiri in a battle, using Black Hole to try and suck him in. However, the warp villain opens a portal behind her and uses her own attack against 13, which result in half of her body getting crumbled and soon dusted, much to the shock of the rest of Class 1A. He got me. 13 grunts and slowly falls toward the ground. Teacher. Sumair and Mina exclaim. You need to get out of her, Lita. Inojin tells him. Hurry. Rikota exclaims. You're our only shot to get the pro heroes. Kamiko adds in getting him to as well. Tenya recalls back to what 13 says about saving others and finally gives in, damn it all. He activates his turbo-legged engines and begin to run toward the entrance. However, Kurogiri isn't quick to let him escape and wraps himself in front of Tenya. We only need All Might, but if the other teachers are called here then that means trouble for us. Tenya begins to stop as he's blocked, but luckily, Mezzo grabs the wrapped attack with his tentacle arms and restrains it. Get going. Quickly. Everyone, wait for me. Tenya continues to dash toward the doorway as everyone is counting on him to get the other heroes. You impudent. I won't let you get outside. Kurogiri uses his real body to fly toward him and begins towering over the turbo quirk user. Begone. Quote exclamation mark quote. Ochako notices the rap villain wearing something and perks up at the idea. That must be his real body. Sumair noticed too and puts his hands together in a gun position and figures a water bullet in inflicting damage. Kurogiri halts his assault on Tenya after feeling the pain he received from that water bullet, and this is when he feels himself being lifted in the air by Ochako's gravity quirk. Go Lita. She exclaims. No. My body. Kurogiri flings back, but is persistent at getting to Tenya as he tried opening the door, however. He shouts. Super Beast Scroll. Inojin quickly draws a painted lion on his scroll and it emerges alive on all fours to dash at the warped villain and bites down on his physical body, which makes him grunt in pain again. Got you. Hinata attacks a tap to him as Rikoto grabs it and uses his strength to spin him around and back from Tenya. Go. They shout. At this time, Tenya's success opens the door and increase his run, engine boost. The turbos maximize and he's off to call for help. Seeing that the turbo quirk user got away, Kurogiri grimaces as his eyes deepen, knowing there's nothing he can do to stop him, he's going to call for help. It's game over for us now. Collapse zone. Random villains are slammed through the walls and windows by the combined attacks of Boruto, Katsuki, Eijiro, and Iwabe. After using his lightning quirk to paralyze a couple villains, bon voyage. Boruto uses a shadow clone and they both use Gale Palm to blast the villains against the wall. Die. Katsuki roars and blasts some in the face and sends them flying. Eijiro and Iwabe use a combination of hardening chops and earth hammer smashes to clear out the rest of the villains. The four of them pant a little in exhaustion. That should be all of them. Boruto looks around and doesn't see any get up. Yeah, I think so too. Eijiro agrees with a nod. TCH, they were weaklings. Katsuki scoffs. With that said, we need to go and look for the others. Iwabe said after putting his earth staff behind his back, they should still be here inside USJ after we got separated by that warp guy. Those without offensive abilities are the ones I'm really worried about. Eijiro expresses in concern. Besides, if only we hadn't attacked that warped villain then we wouldn't have slowed 13 down and she would have sucked up all that fog. Damn, that's true. Iwabe scoffs with a glare looking down. We charged in recklessly without listening, so we need to take responsibility from here on. Don't beat yourselves up about it. Boruto said, getting their attention, make up for it by getting out of the situation we're in and helping everyone else. With a glance of thinking, Iwabe and Eijiro agree with nods. Yeah, you're right Boruto. The hardening quirk user replies, let's do this. Definitely. The earth quirk user agrees too. You guys can go if you want, but I'm not. Katsuki replies and doesn't care in the slightest. The three narrow. I'm gonna go and kill that warp bastard. He scoffs. This is no time or place to act childish, Bakugo. Boruto states out, before you attacked him, we saw what that guy did earlier. Shut up, I know. Katsuki exclaims and gets it, the bastard's gate is the only entranceway when the enemies can come and go. Got any bright ideas on how we counter that then? Boruto rebukes. What do ya think? I'm gonna cut off their gateway route when the time is right. He replies about to plan, you almost act like we can't fight back, Whiskers. Except I never said that we couldn't. Boruto argues and they glare at each other. Unknown to them, two villains with camouflage quirks are looming around them and one of them exclaim out, stop your bickering. Since you left your guards down, before he could finish, he's kicked in the square face and sent flying to the wall by Boruto, while the other one is pinned and bombed to the ground by Katsuki. Then again, that's another way to fight back against our attacks, so we'll go along with it. Boruto agrees to the plan. Don't need help, I can do it myself. Katsuki scoffs and looks away, but adds, anyway, if these small fries are the ones assigned to us then everyone else is fine, right? They both got amazing reaction time. Iwabe whispers to Eijiro. No kidding. He replies, on top of that, I'm surprised Bakugo is acting calm and rational. He is, now that you mention it. Boruto agrees and glances a little surprising, usually you'd be yelling like crazy right now. He tells to Katsuki as they all imagine him saying, die. 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 In a dramatic way. I'm always calm and rational you punks. Katsuki exclaims dramatically. And there it is. Iwabe notes out. Welp, I spoke too soon. Boruto shrugs. Yep, just the side we were looking for. Eijiro notes too. You guys can go if you want, I'm hunting down that warp bastard. Katsuki turns to leave, however. That's real manly, Bakugo. We're going with you. Eijiro grins and hardens his arms and smashes them together, making him turn glance back. Damn right. Iwabe gets his earth staff ready, we're not letting these villains get away with suddenly attacking us out of the blue. Besides, everyone's strong enough fend off themselves and they'll make it out fine. Boruto believes in them and steps in front, plus. He grins too with his fist hand pound together, there's 4 of us and 1 warp guy to take down. What could go wrong? Katsuki grimaces in glancing at them, but doesn't have a choice and lets them do what they want and help him. Fire Zone. Metal Lee and Masharao make good use of their stealth and close-ranged combats to take each villain down one at a time on their own. Everything's going accordingly, just a few more to go. Metal states to his teammate. Agreed. He nods but hears some villains coming this way, but first, we need to not get caught by the enemies. Right. Metal follows. Squall Zone. Shadow Possession. Shikadai holds 2 villains in place just in time to save Koji, as Fumikage uses Dark Shadow to smash time against the wall, great work. You're good with that shadow, Fumikage. Likewise, Shikadai. Fumikage thumbs up in complicate and so does Koji. He then adds, if we can reduce enemy numbers little by little. Yeah, Shikadai knows what he means, we just got to stall until help gets here. Meanwhile, the large Nomu sits over the brutally Shota's back and rears his right arm back before breaking it. Gah! Shota yells in pain. You can erase quirks, but it's nothing that great. Tamura notes, you might as well be quirkless when it comes to overwhelming power. Shota tries to glare back and erase the Nomu's quirk, but the beast steps hard on his remaining right arm. Ah. Struggling and bloodied on the ground, I thought I erased his quirk. He's this strong that it's like he's snapping a twig. Feeling the Nomu raise him up by the head, is he as strong as All Might? He's then slammed, face first, to the ground, gah. Nearby the water, TT this is really bad, Midoriya. Minoru whispers to Izuku with his mouth covered, I'm sure you're having second thoughts now. Ribbit, Suyu croaks with half her face underwater. Quote exclamation mark quote. Izuku shakes a little in shock after they've watched Eraserhead take a brutal beatdown. Before you die, Eraserhead. Shin walks up with a smirk as the Nomu lifts Shota by the hair again, bring us the girl with the glasses who has the Uchiha crust on his back. Huh, this surprises the trio peeking from the water. That's Sarada. Suyu confirms in whisper. What does he need her for? Izuku whispers in question. Shota knows to an in thought, he must be talking about Sarada. He then directly asks Shin, what do you want with her? I won't waste my breath explaining it since you're about to die, but the only thing you'll know is that she'll prove useful in many ways. Shin smirks. Grr. Shota grunts. Tick-tock, Eraserhead. Even if you won't talk, I'll bet one of your students will. Tamura states out, which makes the trio gam. Like I'd let you, Shota tries to move, but the Nomu slams his head on the ground again and keeps him restrained. Gah. Get off of Mr. Aizawa. Sarada exclaims as she already charged and jumped in the air with her fist reared back and aiming at the Nomu, CHAA. She roars and punches down on the Nomu, however, the beat catches her fist with hardly any effort and throws her several feet back. She slides back after landing safely on the ground and now has her eyes fixated at Shin. Oh. Tamura narrows under his hand-face mask. Well, this saves the trouble of having to search for you. Shin smirks in delight at seeing her. I heard what you said earlier about needing me. Sarada grimaces. That's right, aside from aiming to kill All Might that is. Shin replies. Well, what if I refuse? Sarada smirks. You don't have a choice in the matter. Shin rebukes as a small one-eyed creature hops out from under his cloak to the ground. Huh. Sarada questions in confusion at what that is. What is that? Izuku wonders nearby. The small one-eyed creature uses what appears to be a spiraling void from its eye and while doing so, it summons a boy in a hood with pale white skin and faint blonde hair with dark rings around his browless eyes. He wears a white high-collar kimono with an Uchiha crest on the back and with a dark blue belt around his waist, as well as dark blue arm guards, white pants, and boots with zigzag treads. The kid looks at Sarada with a wide emotionless expression under his hood before taking it off. That guy just came out of that weird-looking creature. Minoru whispers, exclaims in shock. On top of it, that small creature has some type of warping quirk too. Suyu whispers. Yeah, it's one after another. Izuku whispers. I'll leave her capture to you. Shin tells the boy. Understood, father. He replies. Father. This surprises the trio peeking from the water and Sarada. Just who are you? She asks. I'm Shin, Uchiha. He reveals his name, having the same name as his father, Shin. Quote exclamation mark quote. Sarada widens in surprise at hearing that. How can you be an Uchiha when my dad and I are the only ones? She asks. Kid Shin doesn't speak and only answers by taking out his chain blade weapon. I'm taking you away. He immediately starts his attack by spinning his weapons toward her, which she jumps and dodges before blowing off a small fireball from her mouth, but Shin blocks it with his chain. After that, Sarada steps down on his chain and pins him in place before activating her Sharingan. Sarada Uchiha. Quirk. Sharingan. She can read and predict an opponent's move in combat, which gives her time to counterattack. TCH. Kid Shin scoffs. Fireball. She blows from her mouth, but Shin uses good speed to jump in the before recalling his blade chain to him and it trips Sarada over. Ah. She rolls on the group but gets it. Oh no. Minoru exclaims in thought. If only we could get over here and help her. Izuku thought, no wanting to sit there and know nothing. As the fight almost continues, Kurogiri appears near Tomura and adult Shin. Oh, you're back. The later glances. Did you kill 13? Tomura asks. I put 13 out of action, but I was unable to disperse one of the students, and one of them got away and is calling for backup as we speak. The warped villain informs. Seriously? Shin asks, now a little shocked. Tomura is very displeased at hearing the news and shakes a little before scratching his neck in frustration. Kurogiri, if you weren't a warped gate then you'd be dead right now. He then calms down and states, we can't win against dozens of pro Harios. So it is game over, huh? Guess it's time to go home. Damn, I guess so. Shin agrees to some degree. You heard that right. Did they say they're going home? Minoru asked in confusion. That's what we just heard. Suyu confirms it. The great quirk user tears up dramatically in relief of joy and grabs onto Suyu's right breast. All right. We're saved. Yeah, but, she blushes at his touch on her and shoves him in the water in annoyance. I have a bad feeling about this, Midoriya. She admits. I agree, for them to simply retreat after this just doesn't add up. Izuku nods, knowing that if they leave then the security will be tighter around the facility than it was before. Actually, there seems to be some students observing form nearby. Shin knows. If that's the case then it's the perfect opportunity to smash some. His pride is the symbol of peace. Tomura widens and uses great speed to appear in front of the trio and holds his right hand to Suyu and Izuku gets the image of her being disintegrated, but by sheer luck, it didn't happen as Tomura's hand stops in front of her. Damn it. Tomura turns around and knows, you really are cool. They see that Shota stopped him in time with his eraser quirk, Eraserhead. Ah. Shota struggles. Pretty stubborn aren't you? Shin questions, no matter. The Nomu slams Shota's head on the ground to make him release it the effects, Gah. Don't you dare touch her. Izuku screams out with his fist reared back and red lines active, smash. He unleashes a powerful punch and the shockwaves went through the entire USJ area and even stopping Kid Shin and Sarada's fight from continuing as they turn their attentions to it. As the shockwave clears, Izuku notices that his arm isn't broken from the impact and assumes that he has a better control of his power. However, the Nomu block the punch from reaching the paled villain. You move quick. Smash. Huh. Tomura notes, are you a follower of All Might's? He asks, not that it matters as it's over for you. The Nomu then grabs Izuku's right arm in restraint. Oh no. Guys. Sarada sees her classmates in trouble and tries to dash quick over there and help them, but she's kicked on the waist side by Kid Shin. Ah. She slides on the ground. You're still dealing with me. Kid Shin said and refuses to let her help them. Suyu tries to grab Izuku with her tongue as Tomura has his hands out toward her and Minoru in being close to disintegrating them, and this is when things were looking terrible for the students as Shota's starting to bleed out from the head smashes. Suddenly, there was a large smash through the entrance as everyone turned to who did it, have no fear. The familiar voice and appearance came from All Might, who has an enraged look on his face, because I am here. He declares firmly. All Might. Minoru cries in delighted relief. Ribbit. Suyu croaks as she got her tongue wrapped around Izuku's waist. Just in time. Sarada utters after getting up. All Might. Izuku utters out upon seeing the number 1 hero. Ah, we gotta continue. Tomura notes out. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up. Sarada with a hand on hip smile. Tenya with a dramatic salute. Katsuki with an angry, serious expression. Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile. Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Eijiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That wraps up the chapter. Class 1A manages to take down the fodder villains through teamwork, Shin wanting to capture Sarada and Kid Shin's debut. The villains being close to killing Izuku and the others until All Might arrives at the last moment and makes an angered entrance. This is where the final fight of the arc begins. 805 Chapter 12. Number 1 Hero. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, and Kid Shin with a wide blank expression as all three are shown in a bar, with the adult Shin having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some random villains. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Leadit does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Chapter 12. Number 1 Hero. With an expression of anger on his face that no one has seen before, All Might steps forward before ripping off his tie. He knew something wasn't right and made the right move by cutting off his chat with the principal and encountered Tenya along the way, who quickly explained what occurred to the number 1 hero with an uneasy, startled look on his face. Seeing this alone was enough to make All Might angry and the villains are caught by surprise as the students are relieved that they're saved. All Might. Izuku utters, he's not smiling. Even the number 1 hero comes to us voluntarily. Shin smirks. I've been waiting for you, hero. Tamura grimaces, or should I say, trash of society. This is when the fodder villains were caught off guard as All Might instantly blitzes and knocks them out with ease before picking up the unconscious Shota, sorry, Aizawa. He apologizes upon seeing his messed up right arm and face. He then went ahead to retrieve Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minoru from the main villain's clutches, as well as getting Sarada from Kid Shin's. He knocks the hand off of Tamura's face while he's at it. He's fast, Kid Shin thought in a little surprise. Huh. Minoru utters in realization that they've already been saved and now stand near the knocked out Shota. What? You four take Aizawa and head to the entrance. Quickly. All Might advises before kneeling up. They do as they were ordered as Izuku picks up Shota with arm over shoulder. After Tamura puts on his hand mask after uttering out his father, in an unstable way, he calms down and comments at how fast he is but grins wickedly as he knows one thing. I guess it means that it's true, that he's gotten weaker. All Might be careful. Izuku warns worriedly, that monster took one for. He quickly corrects himself in not to reveal his possession of the one for all quirk. He took a punch that didn't break my arm, but he didn't even twitch. It's alright, young Midoriya. All Might assures and turns to them with his flashed signature grin, leave it to me. Okay, good luck. Sarada nods and shooting off a glare at Shin and his son before helping Izuku and Minoru out with Shota as they start leaving the area before All Might faces the villains alone. You won't get away. Kid Shin still sets his targets on Sarada, who turns around and so do the others. Before he could strike with his chained blade, All Might catches the chain with one hand to save them. You're just a kid like my students here, so this won't hurt a bit. All Might assures and tries to chop him unconscious, but Kid Shin quickly lets go of his weapon and barely backflips out of the way. Not a bad dodge, kid. It appears you're well trained. He glares at All Might after recovering and reveals his red eyes. That's a Sharingan. All Might's a little surprised. You noticed it just now. Adult Shin notes out, making All Might glance to him as well and sees him have it as well, but all of his head. What? He got the Sharingan all over his face and head. Does this mean? All Might realizes after a moment and then asks, are you an Uchiha? You and him. He balls his fist with a little tremble in them and teeth clench. That's right, we're Shin Uchiha. He reveals, and after killing you, we plan to kill him as well. Him. All Might asks before realizing, does this mean he's aiming to kill? He thinks of the current Uchiha hero in mind. That'll be enough chit-chat, let's resume. Shin. Adult Shin signals his son. Yes, father. He understood and retracts his weapon from the ground before splitting it into multiple blades and shooting them off at All Might. Adult Shin also adds his variations of multiple weapons and fires them off, however, All Might easily dodge them with quick speed. Shin Uchiha, father, son, quirk, Sharingan, and telekinesis. They can telekinetically manipulate any tools after branding them with special marks and can manipulate multiple weapons at once. And just like Sarada, they can predict their opponent's next move. Remote-controlled weapons, I take it. So that's your powers. All Might gets it now. Nomu, attack. Tamura commands and the beast appears beside the number one hero and goes to punch him, which he dodges back and retaliates with his arms crossed in X position and attacks. Carolina. Smash. All Might uncrosses his arms in a slicer and strikes the beast in the chest, however, it doesn't budge an inch from that attack and appears unfazed. No effect at all, huh? All Might keeps land blows on the Nomu, but it's still to no avail. This is when Tamura explains that the Nomu's quirk is shock absorption and even he can withstand the number of blows the number one hero lands. He then mentions in a chuckle, the only way to beat him is to go ahead and gouge out his flesh, though I doubt he'd let you do that. Hey, is that right? All Might laughs, thanks for telling me all that. He then gets behind and wraps his arm its waist before lifting him off the ground. If that's true then it's easier for me. He brings the beast down to the ground with a powerful suplex that causes a large amount of gust to spread out. Everyone looks on in amazement at seeing All Might in action, with Ochako, Sumair, and Mina looking at each other in delight as they look after 13. What power! Sarada utters and looks back while carrying Shota's right arm over shoulder, a suplex being able to set off an explosion like that. All Might sure is on a different level, isn't he? Minoru asks in amazement. We were overthinking things, he's amazing. Suyu said with a finger on her cheek. Izuku on the other hand, knows that putting their faith in All Might is the best chance they have otherwise, they'd only get in the way if they don't. His only concern is All Might's injury and his time limit and if he doesn't wrap it up fast that'd be bad. The dust cleared and everyone gasped as they saw that the suplex was unsuccessful and thwarted as the Nomu's upper half was in the warp gate and not the ground. It's revealed he has All Might from beneath the torso and squeezes it tightly to keep him restrained in place, but the tightened hold causes his finger to dig into All Might's stomach injury, which makes him grunt in pain as blood begins to spill from it in his mouth. He even tried to break free from him, but it wasn't working. The Nomu's as strong as you are. Tamura notes, breaking free from him is useless. He chuckles. Did you really think that smashing him deep into the concrete would take him down? Bad move on your part. Shin smirks before reading his long knife blade, here's to a little extra. He throws the blade into All Might's right side torso. Gah! He grunts in agony as that doubles the pain. This is good, Kurogiri, Shin. Tamura complains at their jobs, it's an unexpected opportunity. The creature tightens even more on All Might's torso, ouch. That's my weak spot. It gets even worse as he tries to get the creature off him but still to no avail, what power. He's then brought into the middle of the warp gate as Kurogiri intends to shut the game to half of his body apart. Izuku sees that All Might's in trouble and asks, Asui, can you trade places with me and carry Mr. Aizawa? He asks. Huh? Sarada asks, confused. Okay, but why? She asks as she holds Shota. Instead of answering, Izuku instantly starts running to help his teacher, noting wanting him to die as he acknowledged his dream to be a hero and he's got more things to teach along that road. Even though he has tears flying from his eyes in fright, he couldn't stand there and do nothing. Hey, where are you going? Sarada shouts in question. Are you crazy? Minoru yells but Izuku ignores them and keeps running. I'm coming, All Might. He cries out, gaining the number one's attention. Young Midoriya, no. All Might sees him in panic. What do you think you're doing? How foolish. Kurogiri appear in front of him and was gonna suck him into his warp gate, until suddenly. Watch out. Boruto flies in and delivers a gale palm to Kurogiri's plate. Out of my way, ya damn nerds. Katsuki blasts Kurogiri's metal plate as well and pins him to the ground, take that. At the same time, ice spreads on the ground and freezes the Nomu's right half, starting from his feet to head. Mitsuki comes in and uses wind scythe to slash the Nomu's arm off completely and as Kid Shin set his sights on the two, Sarada jumps in and lands a punch to the left side of his face and sends him flying back a few feet. Iwabe tried to strike Tamura with his earth staff turned hammer but the paled villain dodges it while adult Shin dodges a punch from Eijiro. Damn it, I missed. Iwabe complained. Same, just when we tried to show off. Eijiro complains in agreement. Stop acting so stuck up, you foggy nobody. Katsuki taunts at the restrained, pinned Kurogiri. All I heard was that all of you are here to kill All Might. Shoto states to the four villains. Like we'd let you bastards do something like that. Boruto grimaces with his fist tightened. We managed to make it in time before that happened. Mitsuki said. Boruto, Kachan, everyone. Izuku utters seeing them assemble to fight back, which makes him start to tear in delight. Rushing back over here was reckless of you, Midoriya, so I left Mr. Aizawa with Sue and came back over here TP assist. Sarada note. And you might want to save the waterworks for later, Izuku. We're not off the hook yet. Boruto alerts to him, which he wipes away the tears and understands with a now determined look before joining them in line as they glare down in a standoff against Tamura, Shin, and Kid Shin, while the Nomu and Kurogiri are still restrained. From up the entrance, everyone. Ochako utters in relief. Hold on, isn't that Sue bringing Mr. Aizawa? Sumair points out. Really? She replies in surprise. Let's go and help them. Rikodo suggests and runs forward, which the girls nod and follow. Back to the standoff. Kurogiri tries to get up but Katsuki sets off small explosives on his plate and keeps him restrained in place, don't fucking move. Cause if you do, then I'll blow you to smithereens. He grins wickedly. Not very heroic. Eijiro notes. This is quite the pinch we're in, huh? Adult Shin mentions. It's 3 against 9 and they're barely injured. Kid Shin readies his weapon. He's right. The numbers are clearly in our favor. Sarada said. Yeah, we got this now. Iwabe readies his earth hammer. Kids these days really are amazing. Tamura notes, they're making the League of Villains look bad. He turns to the half-warped beast, Nomu. He orders and it comes from the warp gate in it whole again, but with its right leg still covered in ice before it shatters his side completely, yet his eyes still twitch and moving. What the hell? Boruto glances in shock. His body was frozen and slashed, how's he still moving? Izuku notes in shock too. Get back, everyone. All Might urges while holding his wounded torso. The Nomu's limbs begin to completely heal from the earlier damage, revealing that he has a regeneration quirk with his shock absorption. Huh. Sarada widens in question. Regeneration. Mitsuki too. So, shock absorption wasn't the only quirk he had. All Might widens. That's right, his super regeneration quirk allows him to shrug off any damage you inflict on him. Adult Shin reveals, smirking. In other words, he's been modified to take you on at 100%, making him a super efficient human sandbag. Tamura chuckles, and hearing this explanation gets the students prepared to fight back, however, but first, we need to get our gate back. Go Nomu. He orders. The beast then lunges at Katsuki to retrieve Kurogiri from him, Kachan. Izuku cries out. A burst of air comes from the Nomu's punch as it blows everyone back. Bakugo. Boruto shouts out in shock as he stood up, but he and everyone else see the explosion quirk user seated on the ground next to them. Whoa, you dodged it. Izuku states out. Shut up, no I didn't, ya damn nerd. He muttered back. Then how did you get there? Eijiro asks. That answer should be obvious, Sarada notes in knowing who as they see the smoke clear and All Might looking exhausted after he saved Katsuki and having blocked the attack as he coughed. Do you have no shame at trying to hold back? They're just kids. All Might asks, mad. Nothing personal. It was to rescue a companion. Besides, these kids are not any better. Tamura replies before pointing specifically at Izuku. I mean, the plain-looking one tried to kill me with a maxed-out punch. What kind of hero does something like that? It's called self-defense, you dumbass. Boruto argues out with a fist tightened and they turn to him in surprise. Is that right? Tamura glares at the blonde. Just the thing that pisses me off the most. You guys think you can get off with being as violent as you want for the sake of others. He turns his glare back at the number one hero. All Might, answer me this. Why do people get to decide that some violence are heroic and some others are villainous? He furthers his argument by stating that the number one hero is a device to repress violence and that violence will only continue to increase in this world. This argument's getting interesting. Shin smirks and enjoys, while Kid Shin only looks on with a serious white expression. All Might argues back that he's nothing but a lunatic and that criminals such as him only makes things appear to be noble. Admit it, you're doing it because you like it, isn't that right? He's got me figured out. Tamura knows in thought. We got them outnumbered. Shoto notes. It's 5 of them against 9 of us. Mitsuki adds. Plus, Boruto and Kachan exposed the missed weakness. Izuku adds, fists up. These guys may act tough, but we're the ones in control here now. Iwabe readies his earth hammer. And with All Might's help, we can take them down. Eijiro hardens his arms. Yeah, let's win this together, here and now. Boruto spreads his legs in ready position. No, don't attack. All Might advises, get out of here. He raises arm, much to their surprise. Hold on, All Might, are you still trying to take them on alone? Sarada asks. If it wasn't for me and Mitsuki, you would have been in trouble earlier. Shoto states out with his hand covered in ice. He's right, you'll need our help to succeed. Mitsuki adds. And I thank you for your assistance, young Todoroki, young Mitsuki. All Might replies in gratitude and adds with his fist ready, I'll be alright. Just sit back and watch a pro at work. But how? You're hurting and bleeding from that spot. Boruto notices his torso weakness spot. And you're almost out of. Izuku almost finishes the statement, but sees All Might give them a thumbs up in reassurance. All they can do is trust him to pull this off before his form runs out without interfering. Nomu, Kurogiri, kill him. Tamura orders, Shin and I will take care of the kids. Understood. Kurogiri replies. Get ready, Shin. Adult Shin tells his son. Yes, father. He obeys with his chain blade ready as he, adult Shin, and Tamura dash at the teens. Here they come. Boruto alerts in ready. Seems like we're fighting after all. Eijiro gets ready too. All Might knows that he doesn't have even a minute left in his bulk form and digs deep with his chest up and declares in mind, because I am the world's symbol of peace and justice. Taking everyone by surprise with a gust of wind, he launches right at the Nomu as the creature does the same and they begin colliding fists in back-to-back speed. The force of their clash is enough to slide everyone back from engaging the other as they cover themselves from the gust. He's fighting him head on. Izuku exclaims as the gust keeps going. Seems like it. Sarada states, covering with her right arm, none of us can even get near them. TCH. What power? Adult Shin scoffs and exclaim. The fight between All Might and the Nomu continues, but as blows were being traded, it was clear that the number one hero is gaining the upper hand, despite the pain in his torso, the strikes he's receiving and the time limit he has left in his form. Despite it all, he pushes past his limits and uses beyond 100% of his power to wear down the shock absorption that the Nomu contains. None of his punches were random at all. Everyone is surprised as All Might then throws the Nomu to the ground with such power. This is really their first time that they're seeing the power of the number one hero in battle. All Might lands on the ground as he prepares to finish this, now for a lesson. He decides to show, you may have heard these words before, but I'll show you what they really mean. He fully rears back his fist, go beyond. He rears it forward, plus. Ulta. He delivers a powerful punch to the Nomu's gut and the mighty blow sends his flying through the roof and into the sky, smashing through 2 clouds in the process. Amazing. Boruto begins to smile in astonishment. That was like the finishing move in a video game. Eijiro utters. To take out a monster that has regeneration with that amount of brute strength is unbelievable. Iwabe utters. He must have been punching him so fast that he couldn't regenerate. Katsuki figures. So this is the power of the number one hero. Sarada utters in surprise. He really is the best. Shoto thought. This is what a pro hero is capable of on the fronts. Mitsuki thought, surprised too. He really did it. Izuku is relieved, surprised as tears came from his eyes. I really have gotten weaker. The dust clears to reveal All Might in his pose. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. He stands up with his signature grins, but today, it took more than 300 mighty blows. He then feels the steam in his form starting to wear off. Time's almost up, I got to end this now and fast. He turns to the rest of the villains, with Tamura shaking, and adult Shin having a shocked expression. You've been bested, villains. So surrender as we all want to get this over with quickly. He knows all he can do is stall for time now. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up. Sarada with a hand on hip smile. Tenya with a dramatic salute. Katsuki with an angry, serious expression. Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile. Asui with her frog tongue out. Shikadai with a shrug expression. Ochako with a joyful smile. Eijiro with his fist pound together. Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. Early chapter this time. The fight with the large Nomu is over as Tamura, adult Kid Shin, and Kurogiri are the only ones left. All Might's at his limit as well. One more chapter before the USJ arc ends. 805 Chapter 13, Inside Their Hearts. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Fox Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against a Nomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, and Kid Shin with a wide blank expression as all three are shown in a bar, with the adult Shin having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some random villains. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Chapter 13, Inside Their Hearts. Just like that, he defeated the Nomu. With such ease at that. Adult Shin utters in shock. Quote. He cheated. Tamura snarls and scratches his neck constantly. Was it all a lie? He didn't get weaker at all. He mutters in anger. What's wrong? All Might asked, getting their attention. Didn't you say you were gonna clear this? He challenges with an intimidating glare. Well, come and get me if you dare. This fierce glare makes Tamura stumble back in panic. Hey, Shigaraki, get it together. Adult Shin reminds it seeing him fall back. That's the number one hero for you. Sarada utters, even after a fierce battle, he glare is still enough to scare the villains. No joke, that was awesome. Iwabe adds, with Eijiro agreeing with a grin. Guess this settles it. We don't need to get involved any longer. Mitsuki notes. Agreed, let's go and regroup with the others. Shoto recommends to his classmates. Yeah, let's do it. Eijiro nods. Boruto. Midoriya. We should get out of here now. He advises, knowing that it'll be worse if they ended up getting taken as hostages. However, the two didn't listen and noticed that All Might isn't moving due to his tough fight with the Nomu and steam is pouring out of him, knowing that this means he's close to transforming into his disheveled form from exhaustion. Which is why he's trying to bluff in this situation and get the villains to hesitate from attacking him until backup arrives. On the other hand, Tamura is infuriated and scratches his neck in panic to the point it starts bleeding. He rants that if he had the Nomu then the battle would have been good as one against the number 1 hero by now. Tamura Shigaraki. Please calm yourself. Kurogiri advises him desperately. He's right. You need to calm down. Adult Shin adds before adding in noticing All Might's condition. Just look at him, it's very clear that he's weakened from the damage inflicted on him by the Nomu. He adds to that while glancing at the class -1 students present. On the other hand, it seems the kids are frozen in fear. In addition to that, Kurogiri sees the random villains slowly getting up. We still have underlings who still have their uses and there's mostly likely a few minutes left before reinforcements arrive. There you have it. Adult Shin states, all we have to do is attack together and he's as good as dead. I concur with Shin. Let's use this opportunity while we have the chance. Kurogiri agrees. Hearing this makes Tamura stop scratching his neck, now having calmed down. Yeah, that's right. We have no choice but to do it now. He realizes with a lowered head, I mean, the big boss is right in front of our eyes. Meanwhile, the students see that the fodder villains are getting back up. These guys haven't had enough, have they? Iwabe scoffs with his staff in hand. We'll deal with these guys while All Might does something about the main villains. Eijiro states and hardens his arms. Mitsuki nods, his right nails during to claws. Agreed, let's finish this and go help the others. Sarada reactivates her Sharingan. Are you two joining us? Todoroki asks Boruto and Izuku. They stayed silent and saw All Might continuing his bluff against the main villains while in his weakened state. All Might doesn't look in the best of shape to go any further after fighting that monster, damn. Boruto grits his teeth in thought and looks at the villains before noticing, they bastards look like they're ready to attack. Have they found out he's exhausted? Not good. No real question about this, All Might's most likely gone past his limit. Izuku sweats in thought, if these villains with him toy with him, he's done. He tightens his fist and glances over to Boruto who does the same, and sees he noticed the number 1 hero's limit too. Knowing what to do, they nod. Tamura dashes at All Might with his hands ready to go for the kill, consider this revenge for what you did to Nomu. He exclaims, as Adult Shin and Kurogiri go for the killing blow as well. Seeing that they're really going to attack, All Might knows he can't retaliate as it would risk the strength he had left in his Hulk form. They're really going for it, this is bad. All Might thought in extreme worry, hurry. I need backup. He hopes quickly. This is when Izuku flies right in, already airborne after using one for all on his legs. Midoriya. Iwabe calls out. What the? Sarada gasped at his sudden quickness. What speed? Mitsuki thought. Despite his legs being broken from using his quirk, Izuku was ready to aim a strike at Kurogiri's metal plate and exclaims, get away from All Might. You stupid villains. Before he could strike, Kid Shin appears in front of him and kicks him in the face, gah. Izuku sends sliding to the ground. Like that would happen again. Kurogiri knows as Kid Shin lands. Before Tamura could resume his strike at All Might, he's suddenly kicked in the face and sent back by Boruto, who used a clone for that impact. That's as far as you psychos go. Boruto exclaims and turns to attack at Kurogiri's plate as the warp villain sees him coming. As the blonde prepares a gale palm attack, Boruto, behind you. Izuku screams out, seeing Tamura coming from behind his best friend with his hand extended, thinking he'll turn him to dust. Looking behind him to see that the paled villain is aiming to touch him from behind, he recovered that fast. Shit. Boruto widens in shock. Chuckling manically, Tamura almost strike him, but a bullet suddenly shot through the pale villain's right hand, which is painful enough to make him stumble back. Boruto falls on the ground after being saved and everyone looks up at the entrance, including All Might. They're finally here. He realizes, relieved. Class 1A class representative, Tenya Lita, reporting for duty. He declares as he showed up with all the other UA teachers pro heroes, including Naruto, Kakashi, Present Mike, Rock Lee, Sakura, and Konohamaru. I came with all the heroes that were available. What do you villains think you're doing to our students? Naruto grins but mad serious as he steps forward. I'll take the lead first, Principal Nezu. Be my guess, Fire Fox. Nezu allows it. In an instant, Naruto blitzes several villains with karate chops and punches to their guts, knocking them down and unconscious. Present Mike goes next by stepping forward and yells out a wave of intense sound that paralyzes some of the fodder villains and blows them away. Konohamaru goes next by jump in the air above them and jerks his head back and then forward, flame bombs. He blows from his mouth in sets of small explosions wiping out a couple villains. Ectoplasm exhales a wave of smoke that transforms into clones that knocks the villains back. Kakashi is already between the herd of villains and claps his palm to the ground, form electricity, purple lightning. The attack scatters and electrocutes every random villain in its range and fries them into unconsciousness. Split up and protect the students. Principal Nezu instructs while sitting on Vlad King's shoulder. Yes sir. The rest of the heroes respond before splitting up to defeat the rest of the random villains in every spot of the USJ facility. Leaf Hurricane. Rock Lee does a spinning kick that blows away several more villains. Damn. The pros are here. Adult Shin utters in a scoff, the situation has taken a bad turn, we need to. Shanaru. Sakura comes out of nowhere and lands a hard punch to Adult Shin's face, goo. He's sent flying into a rock wall and spits some blood out. Father. Kid Shin exclaims. Ah, even Shin is down for the count. It's game over for real. Tamura backs away next to the warp villain, Kurogiri. Let's go home and try this when. Before he could finish, he's suddenly shot in the arms and legs before falling over and Kurogiri quickly shields him from the shots launched by Snipe. The gate villain tries to warp them out but 13 manages to hold him back with her black hold. While glaring from outside the warp gate, Tamura declares this to the number one hero. I may have failed to kill you this time, but your days are numbered, All Might. He vows to kill them the next time they meet before disappearing in the warp gate. As Kid Shin hops next to him in ready position at Sakura and Ectoplasm, Adult Shin slowly sits up from that last punch and utters to his son, Shin, don't engage them, we'll retreat back to the hideout for now. Yes, father. He complies as the small one-eyed creature hopes from his cloak and creates a spiraling portal which sucks, Adult Kid Shin, and itself inside, now having disappeared from the field as well. They got away. Ectoplasm noted. Yes, on top of that. Sakura notices, there's something about those guys that I've noticed. What was it? He asked. I'll explain afterwards, let's go and recover the kids. She notes and he nods before they split up. With that said, the teachers split up throughout the USJ and locate the rest of Class 1A, while also arresting the rest of the fodder villains. Ah. Izuku pushes himself up from the ground while his legs are still broken. Hey, you all right, Izuku? Boruto kneels and checks on him, but sees that his head is lowered in frustration. What's wrong? It's just. I wasn't able to do anything to help. Izuku utters with his teeth clenched. That's definitely not true. All Might said, getting the boy's attentions as he's already halfway out of his Hulk form and disheveled form. If it weren't for those few seconds you two gave me, I would have been killed. He pauses before adding this in gratitude, young Midoriya, young Uzumaki. You both saved me again. Hearing this makes Izuku tear up happily, while Boruto forms a smile, grin and replies in being glad to help, no problem. All Might. We're just glad that you're okay. Izuku adds and whimpers in joy. Meanwhile, from the looks of it, almost every pro hero is only at this spot of the USJ. Mitsuki notes to Shoto, Katsuki, and Sarada. Agreed, then it would also mean that the whole school wasn't under attack either. Shoto adds. Well, that's a relief. Sarada sighs. Are you guys alright? Sakura asks as she comes over to the three. Yes, we are. Sarada replies with a smile. Midoriya. Boruto. Iwabe calls out as runs over. You guys alright over there? Eijiro does as well. Oh, Kirishima and Ueno. Izuku notices. Young Kirishima and young Ueno, I applaud you for worrying about your friends. All Might said in thought before just now noticing this and freaks out in his halfway disheveled form, but wait, not now. They'll discover my secret, crap. Boruto notices that All Might is almost completely in his disheveled form and looks back and forth at them and quickly tries to warn the two, wait. Wait, stop right there, guys. Before they could end up seeing All Might's disheveled form, a concrete wall comes in between them at the last second. Curiosity of Smintos, we want to make sure that all students are safe. He then advises, so please gather in the front gate while we deal with the injured. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Iwabe agrees. Roger that. Eijiro complies before they join the rest. Izuku, Boruto, and All Might sigh in relief that the secret isn't exposed as the latter drops to the ground in exhaustion as the concrete hero comes around. Thanks, you really saved my hide, Smintos. I am a fan of yours too, All Might. He smiles with his huge hands together. Now let's get you to the nurse's office while keeping you hidden. You guys alright? Naruto walks over. Yeah, we managed to come out of that alive. Boruto sighs before giving a small smile, which Naruto smiles back as well before glancing to All Might. In your disheveled form already. You overdid it this time. He states, grinning. Hey, like you're any better. All Might chuckles before adding, but if I hadn't overdid it, I'd be a dead man right about now. All Might replies while rubbing the blood off his cheek, that's how formidable these villains are. Yeah, Naruto nods and looks around at the mess around the facility. We have a lot to talk about when we wrap this up. At another location, two portals opened in a secluded bar, coming from Kurogiri and the short one-eyed creature, as they both drop the injured Tamura and adult Shin to the ground, with Kid Shin coming out in a land as well. Ah, that women didn't hold back with that punch. Adult Shin sits up and touches the bruised side of his face. We didn't capture the girl with the Sharingan either. Damn it. I was shot in both arms and both legs. Tamura utters as his wounds bleed on the floor. We lost completely, even the Nomu and the underlings. Those kids were strong as well, and the symbol of peace was in perfection condition. He slowly perks up at the computer. You were wrong, master. No, I wasn't. The voice replies through the computer with, sound only. He adds, we were just not prepared enough. Granted, we underestimated them, but it's good that we did it under that cheap League of Villains name. He goes on to hear the rest of their reports about the Nomu's defeat, stating that it couldn't be helped if he got blown away from its fight with All Might. That's right. Tamura recalls another thing, there was that kid who moved as fast as All Might, and that other blonde kid with the whiskers that uses shadow clones. Oh, the first kid is the one to keep an eye on. His superior is now curious. As for the second, there are many heroes with chakra quirks that can perform the shadow clone techniques, but this blonde kid with the whiskers seems to be related to the number 2 hero, Fire Fox. The sound of that surprises the villains in the room. We were gonna take him out after the defeat of All Might, but again, it can't be helped. If those brats hadn't gotten in the way. Tamura if furious and scratches his hand on the ground at thinking about Izuku and Boruto, then we would have succeed. Of course you have regrets. But this wasn't a futile mission. His master assures. If it wasn't futile, then what was it? Adult Shin speaks up with a not pleased look. We failed to kill off the symbol of peace and I didn't get what I wanted either since the capture of the girl with the Sharingan failed as well. He reveals next, the number 3 hero, Sasuke Uchiha. That's the Black Shadow hero. Kurogiri confirms. Exactly. We only joined the League of Villains for that goal. Adult Shin states referring to himself and his son, who silently listens. Patience, you'll get what you desire momentarily, but for now, you stick to cooperation with Tamura and Kurogiri until I say otherwise. The master notes, a little sternly. Ku. Adult Shin scoffs, looking away. Gather the villainous elite and take all the time you need. He orders them, meanwhile, all must remain hidden in the shadows, which is why I need you to be my face, a symbol of your own, Tamura Shigaraki. He speaks to his young apprentice, next time, show the world that you are to be feared. Back outside the USJ facility. As the villains are being round up to the prison van, 26, 27. 28. Naomasa counts as he looks to make sure that Class 1A is together, other than the blonde kid and the other kid that got his legs injured, everyone else is unharmed. He adds, referring to Boruto and Izuku and states that they're fine condition. He also speaks on the statuses of Shota and number 13, hearing that they suffered bad injuries but are in stable condition and being taken care of by Sakura and Recover Girl. Hearing these sets of news relieves the students gladly. All right, now let's get you all back to class. The detective advises and they do so. Sarada stands still and recalls back to Shin Uchiha. Momo and Mitsuki notice and head back over to her. Is something wrong? Momo asks. No, it's nothing. Sarada glances and replies. Okay. But don't hesitate to say what's on your mind. She assures her with a smile and hand on shoulder. Right, thanks Yaoyorozu. Sarada smiles a bit. Mitsuki doesn't buy her saying nothing, but rolls with it anyway. Let's go and head back to the classroom with the others. He reminds before they walk along. Inside the USJ facility. Principal Nezu, Midnight, Snipe, look on at the damage caused by the villains and see Kakashi and Konohamaru walking up to them. That's the last of the villains. Kakashi notes, we'll need to build a tighter security around the school grounds to avoid this happening a second time. Agreed. Snipe nods. On the other hand, there were 2 people with warping abilities and that's pretty rare. Konohamaru states. But for a villain to have 1, is really troublesome. Midnight adds, looking up. Yes. Nezu still looks onward at the damaged area with hands behind hand. Nurse's office. Recovery Girl, Sakura, Naruto, and Boruto are present while All Might and Izuku lay in hospital beds due to their injuries. Normally, I'd lecture you about this, but given the situation, I'll let it slide. Sakura states to All Might, you'll still need to stay and rest for a while. I figured you say that, med women. All Might sighs in a chuckle, though, it can't be helped. The time limit of my hero form has shortened again. They orders are surprised to hear. By how much? Boruto trails in asking. Don't know. I just hope I still have an hour. All Might replies, staring up at the ceiling. Naruto grimaces, but states, from now on, you might have to leave most of the large battles to us. So it won't risk the expiration of your hero form. He suggested. I'll have to agree. It only gets tougher from here. Recovery Girl agrees. It's fine. All Might sits up, with bandages around his body, which Izuku notes in a sad glance, things like this happen in the best of us. Excuse me. This is when Naomasa comes in the room, with hat in hand and warm smile. All Might, it's been a while. And you too, Fire Fox. Oh, Tsukauchi. It's good to see you. Naruto greets, smiles. Is it really alright if he's in here? Boruto asks and turns to All Might. I mean, your form is. It's fine, actually. All Might assures, grinning, Naomasa Tsukauchi is a good friend we have in the police force. Naomasa is flattered by the introduction and cuts to the chase to gather information on the USJ incident, but not before stating the good news. Only a few students have light injuries and Aizawa and 13 are in stable condition. Hearing their status takes a sigh of relief out of everyone in the room except the doctors. Aside from Fire Fox, you three risked your lives to save the students today. Naomasa notes. Actually Tsukuchi, there is one thing that you forgot to take into account. Quote. Naruto states out, which Naomasa perks a brow to in question. The number 2 grins and looks at Boruto and then Izuku. The kids also risked their lives and succeeded in fighting off those villains before we arrived. This is the first time in a while that we had first year's experience and survived the world of fear that came from villainous adults. He grins in positivity as he states this. That's also where they screwed up. They underestimated this new generation of young heroes. He raises a fist as well. Agreed. All Might glances at the sunset with his signature smile. This class is strong, and filled with courage. They'll without a doubt become great heroes. Hearing these words of encouragement, Izuku balls his right hand into a fist while Boruto forms a determined look at the sunset. Both boys know that from here on out after this incident they all got through, there'll be intense challenges ahead as they strive to become great heroes. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile, Boruto with a grin thumbs up, Sarada with a hand on hip smile, Tenya with a dramatic salute, Katsuki with an angry, serious expression, Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile, Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Eijiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA. Teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That now ends the USJ arc. The students manage to survive their first encounter with the League of Villains and strive to become stronger after this catastrophe. This next short arc is the last of Season 1, the Ghost Incident arc, which will be less than 5 chapters. I'm gonna enjoy fitting the Boruto arcs into MHA. 805 Chapter 14, Ghost Influence. Opening 1, The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Fox Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, and Kid Shin with a wide blank expression as all three are shown in a bar, with the adult Shin having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some random villains. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Leadit does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Chapter 14. Ghost Influence. 1 week has passed since the attack at USJ and the students of Class 1A surviving the ordeal. The USJ facility is fixed back to what it previously was and students are about to train once more for what's to come after things have cooled down. Even though that happened, class is still a class, right? 13 speaks with enthusiasm with a finger point up after having recovered from the previous attack, so let's begin the rescue training. Is it alright for you to move, Mrs. 13? Sumire asks, a little concerned. Oh, it's fine. She replies with a little stretch, my back hurts a bit, but it's nothing compared to Aizawa's. She and the students glance to Shota, whose entire face is covered in bandages, as well as both of his arms, as they were crushed by the Nomu prior. How horrible, that beast from before did all that. Sarada thought in concern, recalling back to the Nomu. We're ready to begin class. Shota announces, we're wasting time so let's start already. He grumbles before walking the other way. Well, isn't he in a sour mood? Boruto thought while having his hands in his pockets. Question, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku raises a hand, making him glance back. All Might's supposed to be here with us. Fire Fox too. He recalls, do you know where they are? Don't know, forget about them. Shota replies and dismissed before walking down the stairs. Something happened between them or what? Boruto perks up a brow in question. Alright, let's begin the rescue training. 13 announces as they make their way to the chasm zone. She explains the rules. A team of 4 being at the bottom of the chasm, 1 will be unconscious, 1 will be worried, 1 will have an injured arm and 1 will have an injured leg. Looking over the edge and seeing how deep down it is, that's a long way down. Kamiko shivers dramatically. No kidding, how are we supposed to get down there from this height? Kaminari wonders. What are you saying? Tenya runs over quickly and bends down to test the height of the chasm. Hey. Are you okay? Don't worry. He echoes down in pretending there's someone for help, while his classmates sweat drop. Seriously. Shikadai whispers, finding the too serious. That's the class representative for Ya. Iwabe sweat drops. Lita sure does look to be ready to go. Boruto notes in a glance. Yeah, looks like it. Sumire sweat drops, while Mitsuki simply keeps his smile's composure. Let's do our best, guys. Right, Deku. Ochako asks enthusiastically while pumping her fist upward and close to Izuku. So close. He blushes and covers his face in flattery. Ha ha. When it comes to girls, flattery isn't your strong suit. Boruto laughs, making Izuku perk up at him in embarrassment. With a finger point up, 13 chooses the injured team and points to Izuku, Ochako, Sumire and Tenya as the first to down to the chasm and picks Sarada, Boruto, Katsuki, Shoto, and Mitsuki to rescue them while using the equipment board and ropes given. With the first 4 already down in the chasm, all right. Let's do our best to be injured. Tenya motivates. Yeah. Ochako follows with a fist pump high. Gee guys, aren't we just pretending? Sumire asks a little timidly. Yeah, let's not make it too dramatic. Izuku agrees, not finding all that serious. On top, hold on. Why do I have to rescue Deku? Katsuki exclaims loudly in not wanting to. Ah great, here we go again. Get over it will ya. Boruto sighs with a hand on his head and shakes it, earning a glare from the explosion quirk user in the process. Shoto looks over the edge and is ready, let's go. Who is going down? Good question. Boruto mutters, with a finger under his chin in thinking. Huh, those bastards don't listen. Katsuki shouts before grinning menacingly while popping small explosives from his right palm, I'll teach them. Just blow up the mountain and that's it. He suggests the idea the quickest way while grinning at imagining it. There's nothing tactical about that at all. Sarada notes in a sigh. If anything that's just pure instinct, think a little harder, would ya? Boruto adds in a remark. Huh, Katsuki gets a tick part real quick at the insult. Anyway, we should go ahead and start. Mitsuki mentions. Shoto agrees and begins having orders. Boruto, send a shadow clone to go down for backup and the real you, as well as Sarada, Bakugo, and I will pull up the rope connected to the board, while Mitsuki extends his arms as extra leverage. The unconscious ones do take priority first and foremost, so I concur with your plan. Sarada nods. So do we, now let's do this. Boruto speaks up in being on board. Damn whiskers. Who are you to say I was ever on board? Katsuki exclaims dramatically at him and then at Shoto, and stop making decisions on your own, you bastard. This is the best plan to go about it. Shoto states without caring what he thinks. Why can't you just go along with the idea without opening your mouth for once? Boruto asks in a grimaces, unimpressed, take this seriously, would ya? If you think this is a game, then we don't need your help. Hearing this takes Katsuki a bit by surprise as Boruto and Shoto get in their positions for rescue. The explosion user slowly tightens his fist with a large tick mark and sneers, who is the one playing? He's about to attack Boruto who turns around in being ready to defend until That's enough. Sarada exclaims and stops the feud from continuing, bringing Katsuki to a halt. We don't have time for that. First, we need to reassure the victims that they are in good hands. She goes over and knees down to the edge of the chasm. We're coming down right now. Please keep calm and hang on. She reassures to Tenya, who calls out for help, Izuku, who's glad they're here, Sumire, pretending to be unconscious, and Ochako, pretending to have her right arm injured. Under any circumstance, reassuring the victim is the same way as save them from danger. She adds, but Katsuki only scoffs at hear this, which she gives him a glare in stating, what's the point of this training if you won't do it properly? She's got a point about that. Boruto thought, admitting it. Tisk, fine. Katsuki scoffs in having no choice but to fool through. Knowing she's right. With that said, they commence the operation. Boruto sends a clone to climb down to the bottom of the chasm while holding onto Mitsuki's extended right hand, and after being dropped off, the board comes down afterward. Hi, Boruto. Izuku greets. Oh, I'm just a clone. The real me is up there. He points up before going to help the unconscious. Alright, let's get Sumire up there first. He then picks her up with his arms, upsy daisy. Sumire peeps open her eyes and blushes a little at him holding her in this position. It doesn't last long as he put her carefully on the board. Alright, Mitsuki. We're ready. Boruto calls out upward and the latter extends his arms back up while slowly lifting the board. Shadow clones sure are useful, like very usual. Izuku beams and finds it amazing. Yep, you got that, ya know. His friend agrees with a grin before using the board to get the rest of them out one by one in completing the exercise. After Ochako up, she bursts of a little laughter. What's so funny, Uraraka? Sarada asks. It's just that. Lita is too serious about this. She replies and laughs again. He's simply playing the role of a victim. Sarada sweat drops. I don't know what's funny about that. I know, but still. Ochako continues trying to hold in her laughter. Sarada shakes her head in a sigh and lets her be before turning around to Sumire and asking her, by the way, what were blushing about earlier when you were pulled up, Sumire? Nothing. She raises her hands in quickly denying that off, recalling the how Boruto lifted her in arms. After the first exercise is done, they didn't waste any time in the completion of the last two, hence, ending the rescue training. It seems we weren't included because we're not as efficient. Rikido figures, while standing with Chocho, Shoji, Koji, and Yuga. Well, it is what it is. The right ones were picked for the job, I suppose. Chocho shrugs in not being bothered. It's unfair. Yuga winks in elegant fashion in also being unbothered. After 13 congratulates the students for completing the first half of the rescue portion of training, they all move to a different section, the urban area, for the second portion. It involves students in need of rescue scattered in different locations while in random conditions. 6 students are the rescuers while the rest of the remaining students are the victims while finding a place to hide, and 8 of them can't speak. 13 picks Boruto, Katsuki, Izuku, Metal, Shikadai, and Minoru as the rescuers. As Katsuki complains again about teaming up with Izuku, Minoru stares widely at Ochako, Sumire, Mina, and Tsuyu the back of their butts with a perverted look of lust. When you carry the victims you can touch their chests or their ass. Does that count as an evil deed? He drools a little with intention to grope them. Boruto catches on and finds that creepy and disgusting. Yeah, you're definitely banned from carrying them, Mineta. After the rest of the class splits up, the remaining 6 are the last to go off as 13 allows the section to begin. Alright, let's look nearby. Izuku suggests to the rest. There's no need. Katsuki shouts, making Izuku flinch. Follow me, garbage. He sets off explosions in his palms and jumps right on ahead. That guy. Boruto sighs in annoyance. What's his problem? He's too rash. Mineta exclaims. Then again, splitting up into groups would be the faster way to go about this. Shikadai said. Agreed. Metal nods. Can't be helped then, so I'll send a couple shadow clones to divide and search too. Boruto summons 2 clones of himself. Let's search for the ones that can speak first. Izuku suggests, a lot of time has passed since the fight, let's do this. Yeah, they're on board before splitting up. In the next phase of their search. Metal and Shikadai search together in the deep parts of the area. We should be close in finding those who can talk. Shikadai notes and searches under some rocks but nothing. Metal, do you mind giving a hand? He asks, but he does answer for some reason, making him look back. Hey, Metal. By the time Shikadai does turn, he suddenly sees Metal kick towards his head, which he manages to duck down and jump back. Metal. What are you doing? He doesn't receive an answer as Metal goes to attack him with multiple close-range attacks, which Shikadai manages to dodge and blocks him, but when his back is against the wall, he barely dodges a Metal's last kick, which makes a small crater to the wall after it connected. Now fight me. Metal has a dark smirk on him before attacking again, making Shikadai roll to the side. What the hell? If I get hit, it's over for real. He thought, sweating a little. Shikadai. Boruto calls as he, Izuku, and Minoru appear in time and stand by him. What's going on here between you and Metal? Izuku asks. Yeah, why are you two even fighting at that? Minoru asks dramatically. Like I know, he suddenly went crazy by the time we got over here. Shikadai explains. If you're all going to stand in my way, then I won't show you any mercy either. Metal gets into attack position with a controlled-like expression. Metal. Boruto mutters before he subconsciously awakens a power in his right eye as it glows bright blue. Without knowing, he can see a dark shroud of purple aura surrounding Metal. Difference is, nobody can see this but him. What's that dark aura around Metal? Is something wrong, Boruto? Izuku asks. Can't you guys see that? He asks, concerning the aura around Metal. What are you talking about? Shikadai asks, confused. Quote. He's little surprised that nobody can see it except him. Never mind that now, guys. Minoru exclaims, worriedly as they face Metal 4-on-1, isn't there something we can do to make Metal snap out of it? Could a villain have snuck in here again and controlled him? Izuku wonders. If that were the case, then the alarms would go off this time. Shikadai notes. Well, unless we act now, something terrible might happen. Boruto trails. Metal charges at them to take, which they all split up, run in different directions to take cover and think of a plan. Metal walks around in searching for them and states out, it's useless to hide, so get out here. Perfectly well hidden behind a large wall, the four manage to regroup. Scary. Minoru shakes in a little fight, we should just call the teachers over here to take care of him. No, we won't. Boruto whispers, this is nothing major to be freaked out about, all we have to do is punch him one good time to snap him back to his senses. Boruto's right. We can't call the teachers for a small problem like this. Izuku agrees, we should counterattack while we have the chance and fast. Luckily, I already have a plan. Shikadai smirks and whispers, making them glance toward him to listen. After the plan is set, Metal is still looking for them, where are you? This is when Boruto uses 3 shadow clones to jump from the wall and attack him, However, Metal easily dispatches them with multiple kicks. Shadow possession. Shikadai extends his shadow to try and restrain Metal, but the latter notices and backflips in avoiding it, you're not getting away. He keeps up the attack, but it's doing nothing as Metal avoids it every time. You were close, but not good enough. Metal taunts as he jumps back, but that proved to be his mistake as his feet are now stuck to the ground by 2 purple balls. What? He looks down and sees that he's stuck and can't move. Purple stuff. Checkmate. Shikadai smirks and stops his attack. I'm so glad it worked. Minoru sighs after placing his purple balls there earlier as he, Izuku, and Boruto come out from their hiding spot into the open, as they all surround Metal Lee. Grr, it's not over yet. Metal still tries to fight as invisible aura grows stronger on him and is close to unsticking himself from the balls under his feet. He's breaking free. Izuku asks in surprise. Oh no. Minoru hides behind Izuku in dramatic fright. We need to knock him out now. Shikadai said, needing one of them to do it. Already on it. Boruto simply walks up and punches Metal on the side of the head. Gah. The latter slowly falls unconsciously and Boruto's right glowing eye activates again and sees that the dark aura around Metal is starting to disappear. It's gone. Boruto notes in thought, finding this strange, what the hell was that and how come I'm the only one who can see it? He then blinks before the eye power fades back to his normal blue eye. After that, Metal wakes up in less than 5 minutes. He grabs his head in a little pain. Metal, are you with us now? Izuku asks. I think so, what happened? He asks. You went crazy and suddenly kept attacking Shikadai. Minoru said, a little dramatical again. I did. Well, sorry about that, Shikadai. Metal apologizes and glances to him. Don't worry about it. Least you're back. He accepts and replies with hands in pockets before stating this in a remind, that aside, we need to resume the rescue training and find everyone else. Oh right. Totally forgot about that. Izuku perks up in fast remembrance. Kachan's the only one out of us who's doing his part in finding the others. Right, then let's continue searching for the ones that can speak. Boruto suggests and states out in their resume and they nod before splitting back up and resuming the training. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up. Sarada with a hand on hip smile. Tenya with a dramatic salute. Katsuki with an angry, serious expression. Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile. Asui with her frog tongue out. Shikadai with a shrug expression. Ochako with a joyful smile. Eijiro with his fist pound together. Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. With the rescue session underway, the Ghost Incident arc is on, with Metal being another victim under the Dark Aura influence. This arc will also be for the next couple of chapters, I'd say 3 to 4 before Season 2, hence, the UA Sports Festival arc. This also marks the first appearance of Boruto's Jogan Eye, which is underrated in the anime and manga. In this story, it'll be used way more often in deep situations of danger. 805 Chapter 15, Playing the Villain. Opening 1, The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumaire, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down in a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, and Kid Shin with a wide blank expression as all three are shown in a bar, with the adult Shin having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some random villains. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses Flame Bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class also do their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto, Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA School building. Chapter 15, Playing the Villain. After the random Dark Aura encounter, the remaining 5 split up for the second time to search for the student victims who are able to speak. Minoru and Boruto find Masharao Ojiro, and construct a ladder with debris and Minoru's sticky spheres to help him out of his hiding place. Izuku and Shikadai find Kamiko successfully from his spot, while Metal finds Kyoka Jiro who was hidden underneath a car. Found you. Metal throws the car aside. Finally, I thought you'd never find me. Kyoka sighs. Jiro. Metal. This is when Tenya dashes toward them, run away. He ducks them down as a big gust of smoke blows over them. Quote ? Quote. This gains the attention of the rest of Class 1A, making them turn their heads toward the loud crash. What was that noise? Ochako and Chocho join their side and see what they see. Over there. The latter points and sees that a large villain in a mask is carrying the unconscious Shoto in one hand. Todoroki. Impossible. Ochako widens in shock. The strongest in our class. Kyoka utters. And most handsome. Chocho adds. How did he get caught so quickly? Metal mutters in question. That's why we need to get back to the teachers. Tenya knows this and advises them quickly. This is when Izuku, Boruto, and the rest of the class join the fray and see what's happening. A villain. Sumaire exclaims. This again. Iwabe exclaims. Damn it. Eijiro curses. Are you kidding me? Kaminari widens. He got Todoroki. Sarada exclaims, stunned. The large villain raises his right foot and yells, you won't escape, I will finish you all. He stomps to the ground and a burst of dust spreads out more than once, destroying down a couple fake buildings. Rearing back from the shockwave, everyone recovers and questions his strength as they're surprised, shocked at him causing this amount of damage. Even how he was hidden was questionable. Alright, now the terrain is clear. The villain speaks out, in a dark-like tone, not one will escape now. 13 and Shota appear on the scene and witness what's happening, with the former shouting, "It can't be. Everyone, run away." She advises them all. Ignoring that warning, Katsuki is the first to attack and releases an exploding palm on the large villain, which is blocked effortlessly. Bakugo. What are you doing? Boruto calls out at him suddenly rushing in. You guys run. I'm staying to defeat him. Katsuki grins menacingly with his palms ready. You have guys to decide something like that in such a moment. The large villain is somewhat impressed, before the explosion user roars before rushing in to take him on alone. Bakugo is the type of guys to charge in without thinking of a plan or anything. Shikadai notes. Why doesn't he think? It's obvious that guy's much stronger. Minoru exclaims dramatically teary-eyed. As much as I want to agree, that's what it looks like. Boruto sees the plan clearly. Izuku also knows as well that Katsuki is doing what he must do and is not the person to do something without thinking. Katsuki roars as he unleashes attack after attack on the large villain, who's blocking every attack the kid throws. Once he attacks himself, Katsuki dodges back and gets some distance near Tenya. Hey. Don't worry about the others. He tells him while smirking, tell those weaklings to run away. Do you have to insult others? Tenya asks. Hey Bakugo, what do you mean by, those weaklings? Eijiro appears up the crater, along with Sarada, Iwabe, and Momo. Yeah, don't take us lightly, you bastard. Iwabe grins with Earth Hammer in ready. We are the 30 students of Class 1A. Momo declares. Together, we can win this fight. Sarada declares also while adjusting her glasses. We are all heroes. Ochako states with determination. Then again, it wouldn't matter whether you asked for help or not because this fight is official for us all. Boruto pounds his fist hand together and grin in determination. Guys, Izuku utters with a formed smile at seeing everyone assemble to fight. How brave. The large villain admits, but lifts up his left arm, however. He swings it and doing so creates a tornado that sends flying boulders their way. This is when the class begins to counterattack against the incoming boulders. Yuga firing off a laser from his stomach, Eijiro using hardening, Iwabe swinging his hammer, Chocho expanding her fist, Metal using close combat, Rikodo using his brute strength, Shoji repelling with his arms. All 7 of them destroy the boulders while the rest of the class set their sights on the large villain. Kyoko releases a sound wave to distract him and at that moment, Siro fires tap from his bow and Momo uses her creative quirk to launch off a net, both attacks catch and restrain the large villain. Mitsuki adds a little some extra and stretches his arms out and ties them around the captured villain. Now, Sarada signals as the rest of the class join the fray and to attack the large villain. Let's go Class 1A. Boruto yells out. However, with a flex of his strength, the villain breaks out of the tap, net, and unwraps Mitsuki's arms, sending him and the rest of the class flying back from the shockwave. I didn't think you all would attack me at once. It's unexpected, but with something so simple, Before he finishes his sentence, Boruto and Katsuki come up on him to attack, but they end up missing as he sidestepped them one after one. Getting them both a bit frustrated, Boruto attacks delivers a few close combat blows but he ends up pushed back while Katsuki tries to land an explosion-amped attack, but ends up missing and is forced to dodge a strike from the villain. Don't think we're done. Boruto summons 3 clones and they charge in before he and Katsuki, in which, the large villain effortlessly gets rid of the clones before they puff in smoke and continues dodging, blocking attacks from both boys. Boruto. Kachan. Izuku utters as see the attacking non-stop in persistence. This is when he thinks of an idea and as Tenya, Minoru, Sumair, Ochako, and Tsuyu to back him up. Meanwhile, the large villain finishes pushing Katsuki and Boruto back. It seems you boys are tired. He confirms after seeming that they're both panting and being out of breath after the non-stop attacks. It's time to end it. That's where you're dead wrong. Boruto laughs it off and stands up. Who said I was tired? I'm barely getting started. Katsuki smirks and stands up with small popping explosions off his palms. Now, Izuku signals and Ochako uses her gravity quirk to lift him upward. Tsuyu wraps her tongue around his waist and throws him forward. This is when the plan is launched. Katsuki dashes at villain and sets off an exploding palm up his face, which is blocked. Do you really think they'll work again? The villain asks, but that was a distraction. Water bullet. Sumair fires from her fingertips, which is blocked, but has the villain soaking wet from blocking. That was nothing. He shakes off, but Izuku was already on him with a purple ball in hand. Release. Ochako pats her hands together and release the Izuku to tag Shoto with the purple ball and retrieved him from the villain's grasp. He did it. She beams, along with Sumair and Tsuyu. With the villain left surprised, Boruto is already in the air above him with an attack at full launch. Lightning bolt. He thrusts it downward and lands a powerful electric shock, which stings the villain. He felt that a little, seeing that bullet from earlier was to sock him to amplify the lightning as water conducts electricity. Izuku attacks with this fingers thrusted and delivers, smash. He flicks off a powerful shockwave, which hits the villain, but he is easily holding it back with both arms. It didn't work. He's shocked as the attack left his finger purple and broken. After replying the attack, the villain sees that Katsuki already has him in full range with both his palms lit up at his chest. Die. He roars and unleashes a full-powered blast. Ah! The villain's sent flying onto a rock covered in Minoru's sticky spheres, entrapping him. He did it. Minoru celebrates. Yeah, now he can't move at all. Tenya nods. He flew right towards the spheres just as planned. Sarada notes, good job, Midoriya. She smiles. That's good. Izuku's relieved. We did it, Deku. Ochako celebrates. That plan was brilliant. Sumire compliments. Very impressive. Suyu too. Thanks to all of you. Izuku smiles in including them as well for the plan being a success. He looks over to Boruto and Katsuki, his best friend giving him thumbs up for planning succeeding while Katsuki kept on walking. Those two understood my plan and followed it until the end. They're really impressive. I can't move. The villain struggles and sees Katsuki behind him with a menacing dramatic smirk. Now for the finishing attack. Katsuki prepares for it in delight with his fist raised. Wait. The villain takes off his mask to reveal that it was All Might all along as he shows off his signature grin. I am here. All Might. Izuku, Boruto, and Katsuki exclaim in total surprise. Even the rest of the class are surprised while Shota sighs unimpressed from the sidelines, along with 13. All Might explains that he wanted to add in the surprise of playing the villain role after what they experienced 1 week, but was impressed at how they pulled this off. However, the students gather around him in with blacked out looks and he sweat drops, knowing what he's in for and adds to try and make it up, that. I'm sorry. You went overboard, moron. Katsuki, Eijiro, Iwabe, Kaminari, and Hinata exclaim at him. Meanwhile, outside the crater, Naruto joins Shota and 13 in See the Ruckus. He had it coming from a mile away. The former sighs in amusement. Indeed. Shota simply agrees. Flashback. While Shota and Naruto finish up in doing paperworks, All Might mentions doing a surprise about playing the villain role for the students, which Shota questions, a surprise. Naruto asks as well, on it, that would not be a great idea. They just suffered a villain attack 1 week ago. I know, but they think it was an accident and a coincidence that won't happen again. All Might replies, but the point is, heroes will always face danger. Well, that last part isn't wrong. Naruto gets it. What do you think, Shota? You're gonna allow it. He takes a second to think and replies, it's counterproductive, but if everything goes wrong, it'll traumatize them. That's why you teach them determine. After all, it's our duty as teachers, right, Fire Fox? All Might asks after changing to his signature bulk form. Can't argue with ya on that, ya know. He replies, you'll still need Shota's approval though. He glances to the bandaged teacher. Fine. Shota grumbles, but you'll assume responsibility. All Might laughs before stating, don't worry, believe in their strength. Make sure not to go too far either. Naruto advises. Oh, I won't. All Might promises and laughs again. Present. I did warn him not to go too far, guess she couldn't help it. Naruto said with hands on hips. Still, the way they stood up to everything was amazing. 13 admits and is proud. Yes. Shota nods, Naruto too. The students continue berating All Might with Eijiro, Hinata, Iwabe, and Kaminari dramatically beating on him. Well, that was kinda messed up so can't say he doesn't deserve it. Boruto sweat drops. It was that bad. Izuku notes in all honesty. Shoto walks up to the 3 and gets their attention, Todoroki. The later turns in a glance. Hold on, does this mean you were? Boruto figures out why he was unconscious. You were in on the surprise too. Katsuki exclaims in question. Sorry. Shoto simply apologizes. All's well that ends well, as they say. Mitsuki and Sarada come up. Yes, at least it wasn't a real villain attack. She adds, hand on hip as they see the students continue berating All Might. What a drag. Shikadai scratches his head at all this. You can say that again. Fukuyami agrees for sure in a sigh. Izuku sighs and sits on the ground in big relief. Well. I'm glad it was just a surprise. He says, despite one of his fingers being broken. Let's go see Recovery Girl. Sumire suggests. Yeah, I'll help you up. Ochako offers. So close. Izuku's blushes again in flattery. While everything settles down, Boruto's right eye glows again and he sees a purple aura-like snake near a boulder that then moves fades out of sight, and, again. What was that? He questions in thought as his right eye then turns back to normal blue. On top of that, he's still in a little thought about the strange dark aura that he saw during the rescue sessions and how's he the only one that's able to see it. Is something wrong? Shikadai asks in approach with hands in pockets. Quote. Boruto turns to him and reveals, honestly, yeah. Is it about how metal went crazy earlier? Shikadai asks. It is. He replies in a nod, I'll explain it once training is over. He looks over to Izuku from afar, who catches notice of the two talking about something and is curious. Boruto adds this, tell Izuku while you're at it, as he'll definitely want to know what's going on too, but after recovery girl patches him up. Sure thing. Shikadai nods. Glancing at Boruto, then Izuku, Shoto begins to walk away, leaving his vest. He has a mad look in his eyes, having some contemplations about his past. Ending 1-inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up. Sarada with a hand on hip smile. Tenya with a dramatic salute. Katsuki with an angry, serious expression. Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile. Asui with her frog tongue out. Shikadai with a shrug expression. Ochako with a joyful smile. Eijiro with his fist pound together. Iwabe with his earth hammer and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. That's it for the rescue training exercise. Time to get further into the ghost investigation outside the USJ next chapter. Including Boruto's Jogan Eye. 805 Chapter 16, The Eye That Sees Through All. Opening 1, The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Fox Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Iawab, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down with a low expression and walks on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With their backs turned, Izuku and Katsuki then have serious looks before turning to each other and clashing fists in their hero costumes. Next shows Tamura Shigaraki menacingly reaching his hand at the screen. Next shows All Might fighting against Anomu as they both of them trade fist blows back to back. Kurogiri, with a flash of his yellow eyes, Shin Uchiha, with an evil gummed grin, and Kid Shin with a wide blank expression as all three are shown in a bar, with the adult Shin having evil red eyes. Next, Eraserhead uses his Eraser Eyes quirk and straps to take down some random villains. Kakashi uses Lightning Blade to rip some to shreds and Konohamaru uses flame bombs to blast several as well. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together. Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes. Lita does a swift kick. Mitsuki extends his long arms out. Minoru cries dramatically. Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue. Chocho expands her giant hand. Metal does a round kick. Inojin flies on his paint-made bird. Shoto surfs on ice. Iawab smashes down his earth hammer. Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class and also doing their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Chapter 16, The Eye That Sees Through All. With class and training sections being over for today, Boruto has Shikadai and Izuku meet him in the classroom after everyone else leaves for the day. Thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. Boruto sits down on a chair with his belongings. Yeah, it's no problem at all. Izuku sits down with his, same with Shikadai. So Boruto, I noticed earlier during the end of the rescue session that you were a bit spaced out. Is there something on your mind? Yeah, it's about what made Metal go crazy out of nowhere during the second part of training. He explains. Oh right. That. Izuku widens and remembers now with a finger under his chin. We still don't know what drove him to suddenly attack you, Shikadai. I still don't know either, so no clue here. He shrugs. I think I know. Boruto notes, getting their attention. I saw a shadow that looked dark purple, surrounding metal. A shadow that looked dark purple. Izuku mutters. Strange, we didn't see no shadow around him, Shikadai recalls, finding that to make no sense whatsoever. That's because, for some reason, I'm the only one who could see it. Boruto reveals, recalling the monster-like shadow, I don't know how, but nobody else can see it except me. Quote. The two don't know how to respond to that one, it just didn't add up for some reason. So looks like you can see it after all. They perk in sudden surprise and see Mitsuki sitting down in a chair as well, with a closed-eyed smile. Ah. They yelp in dramatic surprise, when did you get there? Izuku asks. Better question, how long were you there? Boruto asks, still in dramatic surprise. The moment you all started the conversation about the shadow, which causes somebody to suddenly go out of control without their doing. Mitsuki replies, I can actually relate to what you're talking about. Huh, you know about the shadow that only Boruto can see? Izuku asks. Mitsuki smirks a bit and reveals, recently for the last couple of weeks, there have been a few heroes who have shown signs of going crazy out of the blue. He continues, nobody mentioned anything about a shadow controlling them, but that might be the cause of the recent heroes running wild. He adds, like for example, the bug hero, Beetle. No way, Izuku's, a little disbelieving. Quote. Shikadai thinks for a second before asking him this question, Boruto, what exactly did the shadow monster look like? When you saw it around metal? Oh yeah, hang on. Boruto quickly gets out a piece of paper and a pen before drawing what he saw of the shadow. There, done. He shows them what he sees in the shadow, a dramatic pic of metal with a dramatic monster around him. The shadow I saw kinda looked like this. The sight of that hideous written drawing sends a sweat drop down their heads in a dramatic manner, Mitsuki included to a small extent. That's what you saw. Izuku raises a brow. You saw something very peculiar. Mitsuki trails, finding that both weird and amazing as well. No kidding, I asked Metal earlier about he felt earlier, and he said that he felt controlled, Boruto explains. If that's true, Izuku thinks and shares his theory, then does that mean that there's someone behind the shadow pulling the strings? Then it would be unusual for the person being controlled to have a memory of that. Shikadai replies to that, besides, if you manipulate someone, you would have a purpose, right? A purpose. Boruto glances back to his drawing, trying to find a clue, but all we have now are just people going on rampages. It could be some kind of illness, maybe. Izuku guesses. Or, it could be one of those villains that attacked us at the USJ a week ago. Mitsuki guesses. You could be right. The 4 villains that got away haven't shown themselves since then. Izuku said, recalling back to Tamura, Kurogiri, and adult Kid Shin, they might have known that they couldn't show up a second time and could have resorted to one of their abilities to control people from afar. The question is, do any of them have that sort of quirk? Shikadai asks, which was a good question. Boruto recalls only seeing what Kurogiri and Kid Shin can do, while Izuku recalls seeing their quirk abilities firsthand, but they didn't show signs of controlling anybody. Honestly, no. The freckled teen shakes his head, with Boruto agreeing with that. Unless they have some sort of recruit member that can use that quirk. Mitsuki theorizes, then again, it's just a hunch. Maybe. Shikadai rubs his chin in thinking before noting, Mr. Aizawa and the other teachers probably know about this incident as well. It's probably best if we keep what happened with Metal to ourselves. I get what you mean. That way we'll avoid saying something careless without any proof. Izuku nods. My thoughts exactly. Boruto agrees, and so does Mitsuki. Also, since you're the only one who can see it. Shikadai theorizes this one, isn't your mom a princess from the Hyuga clan? Maybe that thing awakened. You mean, the Byakugan. Boruto answers, recalling those eyes that she has. Oh yeah, Mrs. Uzumaki has that, Izuku states in recalling. The Byakugan, one of the strongest visual eye quirks in Japan. One that can see through all things, no matter what they are. Mitsuki gives a full description, you probably must have suspected that, Boruto. Yeah, at first. Boruto trails, looking down and thinking. You could try and ask her about the Byakugan. Izuku suggested, after all, that has to be the main reason why you can see the shadow, unlike us. Boruto thinks about it with a frown. I agree with Midoriya. Mitsuki smiles, I don't think this will go anywhere unless you know about the Byakugan. The blonde teen leans his arm on the desk in little thinking, whether he should or not, but sees that they're correct and learning about the Byakugan will uncover what this shadow is, alright. I guess I'll ask. Excellent. Izuku's glad to hear. Okay. You can keep us once you find out. Shikadai adds. Yeah. Boruto mutters in reply before they pick up their belongings and go home for the night. 10 p.m. Boruto lays in bed, staring up at the ceiling in thought, if this eye isn't the Byakugan, and I'm wrong about it. He puts his right hand over his right eye, is this eye really the Byakugan? He covers both eyes, does this eye have any power? Dream world. By the time he falls asleep, he wakes up in some sort of palace while in his hero costume. He looks around in confusion at what this place is, where, am I? I'm talking to you through your dream. A shadowy figure appears from behind and then in front of him, making Boruto step back a little. A dream. Who are you? The blonde asks. The figure has pale skin, shaggy white hair, attractive facial features, and 6 magatama designs tattooed on his collarbones that resemble a necklace. His full face is covered in the shadows of the dream place. His outfit consists of a white, high-collared kimono with a black obi, over which he wears a pale green sash tied at the right shoulder. On the back of his kimono is an emblem of a yellow crest depicting a sun enclosed in a crescent moon. Beneath his robes, he wears black fingerless gloves, long black pants, and black sandals. Boruto Uzumaki. Your eye is the star of hope against the destruction that will soon come to pass. The man reveals calmly. Huh. Boruto doesn't get it. The man raises a finger and points at him through the small light, the power of hope slumbers deep within you. Don't tell me, in this eye. He quickly covers his right eye in getting a hint. With that eye, you will shoulder the face of this world. The man reveals. This is when Boruto sees a vision of a giant beast with red eyes and a purple aura that roars. Your eye will probably guide you to the light that will dispel darkness. The man tells him in a final sentence and foreshadows things to come before finishing their conversation and ending the dream. Present, in the morning. Boruto wakes up after muttering the dream before noticing that his right eye's vision is different and for some reason is newly enhanced. He tests this by seeing around the room before quickly noting that this is what the man in his dream meant. He quickly grabs a small mirror and sees his blue eye in the reflection, totally surprising him. Whoa. Is this for real? Fast forward to downstairs, he speaks to Naruto and Hinata about this in the dining room about this awakened eye quirk. What's this, awesome eye quirk, that you awakened? The Byakugan. Naruto questions before realizing what this means as Hinata covers her mouth in surprise, that requires some intense training to the point that you'd have to surpass your limits. He notes and adds, even though I train with you most of the time, adding to the fact that you train with Hanabi. The training was never too rigorous and I know that better than anyone. Huh, don't tell me you think I'm lying. Boruto frowns a bit, being a little displeased. No. Naruto denies, there are cases like Himawari, who've awakened the Bakugan quirk out of the blue. So we can't write it off yet, but. I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. Boruto swears in explanation. Quote. Naruto glances and comes up with an idea, there's one way to determine if you truly awakened it. Huh? He asks. You can talk to your grandfather after you're done with class. Hinata suggests, he'll know if it's really the Byakugan or not. Done. I'll prove it for sure. Boruto accepts it with determination. Okay, now that it's decided, I must get going. Naruto finishes drinking his coffee and gets ready to head to UA with his suit on. Have a good day. Hinata sees him out the door. Yeah, good luck, Boruto mutters in his chair and puts a hand over his right eye, thinking whether it's the Byakugan or something else. After he leaves, Naruto meets Izuku, in his school uniform, on the way. If it isn't Midoriya. He greets, going to swing by to get Boruto. Yeah, I am. Izuku replied, I figured why not. Since I got plenty of time to get to class. Hey, well he should be getting prepared to leave right now. Naruto guesses before being on his way and waves, see ya later at class. After a wave back, Izuku makes it and rings the Uzumaki house doorbell, which Hinata opens. Oh, hey Izuku. Hinata greets with a smile. Hello, Mrs. Uzumaki. Izuku greets back, tightening his bag. Boruto will be over here soon after he packs. She informs, which he nods to. Izuku-chan, hi. Himawari greets, stepping out. Hey, Himawari. Doing great. He smiles, asks, and she nods in yes before giving him a hug. Boruto appears with his uniform and bag on, morning Izuku, ready to go. He asks and the freckled teen nods, see you two later. He waves to his sister and mom before the two walk off to UA. Cafeteria. During the lunch period, at their table, Boruto relays the news to them about his awakened eye, the Byakugan. If I recall, you can see the flow of energy in quirks and chakra quirks. Tenya recalls. Yeah, in battle, you can also tell how your enemy is going to move. Shikadai adds, as well as seeing through walls. Whoa, that's so amazing. Ochako beams with stars in her eyes. If it's something like the Byakugan, it sure will be. Mitsuki agrees with arms crossed. So anyway, I'm gonna talk to my grandpa about it and split the good news. Boruto smiles in determination. It'll an awesome visual eye quirk on the path to being a hero. Closing his hand into a fist, he's ready to find out the verdict that's contained in his right eye. Eager to know if he got the Byakugan, Boruto's on his way to the Hyuga compound after class, with Izuku tagging along due to being curious about the Hyuga compound and what their eye quirks are like. By the time they make it, Hinata and Himawari are there as well. While looking up at the sign and compound, Izuku glances widely, so this is the Hyuga compound. It sure is. Boruto replies, but some part of him sighs in one part of being here, I can't deal with this place sometime. Huh, why? Izuku asks in surprised curiousness. Yes indeed, why is that? The grandfather, Hiyashi, stands before them. Ah. Izuku perks back. Boruto sweats a little at looking at his grandpa's glare with his arms crossed too, but that glare changes immediately when Hiyashi pulls him in a hug. Oh, I'm glad you're here Boruto. He's too elated to see him. Grandpa. Boruto murmurs while being hugged, finding this hug nuzzling embarrassing, especially while doing this in front his freckled friend no less. Wow, he didn't hold back in showing love there. Izuku's sweat drops at seeing the which Boruto evenly gets released from. Himawari goes over to greet her grandpa in a hug as well, as Hanabi comes out from the doorway, we're glad you guys are here. It's been a while. Hanabi. Hinata greets. It has, big sister. She greets too. Wow, their sister. Izuku notes in thought, finding that great before introducing himself, I'm Izuku Midoriya, a friend of Boruto's, it's nice to meet you guys. Hello there, Izuku. It's nice to have you here too. Hanabi smiles in a handshake before also hugging Boruto in elation, much to the latter's chagrin embarrassment again. Once the greetings are done, Boruto, Izuku, and Hinata go inside the compound while Hanabi stays outside with Himawari. When Boruto mentions that he awakened the Byakugan, Hiyashi begins to explain how the visual quirk eye is passed down to the Hyuga family and states that it's special, only those of the bloodline could inherit it. Not everyone in the clan could awaken it, even those who can't even master it. He adds that it's a visual eye quirk that can't be awakened with intense rigorous training. Hearing this makes Boruto recall to what Naruto was saying, and that it's true. Hiyashi gets upstairs I can't tell whether you have the Byakugan or not. However, he opens the door and goes to the courtyard, turning directly to Boruto and activates his own Byakugan, we can test and see if you indeed have it. By testing, you mean, Izuku knows what this is about to turn into. Exactly, we'll spare to determine the verdict. Hiyashi confirms, I personally shall be your opponent. Huh. Boruto stands up in disbelief at Grandpa challenging him to this. He lowers his head down in thinking to this. Boruto. Izuku mutters, wondering if he'll accept this. Are you going to give up? Hiyashi asks, in fighting position. Oh boy. This is when Hanabi intervenes and interjects. I'm sure you want to show off in front of your grandson, but it'll be for nothing if you throw out your back. She smirks to the old man, plus, you won't go easy on him and Boruto's gonna end up hating you. Hiyashi understands this and deactivates his Byakugan, very well. I'll leave this to you. Turning around to her nephew, what will it be Boruto? I'll test you see if you obtain the Byakugan. Hanabi determines, so how about it? With a shadow over his eyes, and everyone waiting for his answer, Boruto looks up with determination and replies, I accept. Let's do this. With that said and done, Boruto moves his way to the courtyard as him and Hanabi square off, with the latter activating her Byakugan. Will Bug Brother be okay? Himawari glances up and asks Izuku with a little worry while sitting with him. It'll be fine. Boruto will hold up just fine. Izuku smiles to the small girl, he's just itching to find out about his eye quirk and I believe he'll get the answer for sure. Here I go. Boruto begins as the battle does, putting his fingers in position, shadow clones. He summons 5 of them and charge at Hanabi, in position as well. With swift reflexes, she palms 3 clones to the ground and blocks a from the real one before he backed off into the air, doing another attack, lightning bolt. He throws down at her, which she evades with a dodge back, but by the time she receives, 2 clones appear on each side of her. Boruto smirks when he thinks he got her, however, she keeps it cool and dodges them both before palming one on the waist and the other in the chest, sending them flying and making them disperse. She then runs to the real one and when he tries to attack, she easily gets behind and pins him down. The Byakugan sees through every obstacle. She explains, having seen through his distractions using the clones, there are virtually no blind spots. Whoa, amazing. Izuku widens in surprise before taking out his notebook and writing down what was said about the visual eye. You do know that, don't you? She glances up to see Boruto won a tree, which is actually a clone that disperse, while the real one stands a few feet away. She disperses the clone she pinned down before standing up and stating this, I don't disapprove of your fighting style, but are you really giving it your all? As Boruto stands up in a glare, she adds with her eye still activated, it's a good eye, but you have to discipline it more, especially as you toward being a hero. Grr. Boruto grunts in a little frustration. Boruto. Izuku mutters, his aunt is repelling everything he's throwing at her, even without looking. When she said no, blind spots, does she have eyes in the back of her head or something? Quote. What do you want to do, Boruto? Hanabi asks. One more time, big sis Hanabi. He's not giving up and determined to keep going before going in a Hyuga-like stance. All right. She then charges forward and they engage in hand-to-hand combat. This time, Boruto manages to fight off her palms and retaliates with his own while paying close attention to her movements. That's it. She sees that he's getting it, look carefully. After blocking a palm attack, Boruto summons a clone and spins him by the arms in a combination attack double kick. Which Hanabi dodges back, but her nephew ain't done yet as he summons another to attack from above. However, she catches the clone's feet and throws him aside before palming the real one to the chest, sending him flying upward, but he isn't done and summons another one to launch the clone downward at her with a flying kick, but she blocks that aside as well, and this is when he manages to surround her with 4 clones form every corner of her gale palm. They attack at one with a gust of wind. However, Hanabi changes gears and repels them with 8 trigrams, palms rotation. She spins rapidly and disperses the clones while the real one lands to the ground, back first. Amazing. Izuku beams in witnessing a great sparring match that showed what the Byakugan can really do. He's even impressed with how the way Boruto utilized his clones and his other 2 quirks to the best of his abilities. He got some good notes down while seeing this. Hanabi walks up to her later out nephew and glances down before asking, well. Knowing that nothing happened for his eye to change, he shakes his head in a, no, manner. I think you know the answer already. She then reveals this, there's no manifestation of the Byakugan within you. However, even if it didn't awaken now, it doesn't mean it won't some other time. And it could just be that something wasn't quite right this time. Quote. Boruto glances down with a mild expression and states, the bottom line is it didn't happen, ya know. He gets up in disappointment but smiles in disguising it, turning to his auntie, well, it can't be helped if it didn't appear. He stretches next before putting hands behind head and shrugging it off. My school uniform is dirty, guess I'll take a shower. Boruto is probably just exhausted. Hiyashi from behind. You think so? Izuku asks, and receives a nod the old man. You guys can stay over here for the night. Hiyashi offers to Hinata. Thank you. She bows. You can stay over here too if you like, Mr. Midoriya. Hiyashi offer him as well. Thanks sir, but I must go home to get some rest for class tomorrow. Izuku replies. No worries, good luck with that, and it was nice meeting my grandson's friend. He smiles. The please is mine sir. The freckled teen smiles after the greetings before getting ready to leave. Tell Boruto I'm going now. Okay, bye bye Izuku. Himawari waves and he does the same with a smile before leaving. Later on at 7 p.m. Sitting open the courtyard bench, Hanabi talks to Boruto, guessing that something must have happened with his eye, otherwise he wouldn't have claimed to have awakened the Byakugan, nor sparred so seriously to prove it. I don't know what my father or big sis thought. Hanabi said, looking at the full moon, but you have to take care of this yourself. And if anything troubles you, come and see me like you used to, right before you attended UA. She winks before leaving. Take care of it myself, huh? Boruto murmurs before getting callbacks to the dream and the vision of the beast, the sensation I felt before. If only I could grasp it. He trails in thought while looking off at the full moon for what lies ahead. Ending 1-Inch Heroes, by Brian the Sun. Opens with Class 1A in order. Izuku with a right hand wave smile. Boruto with a grin thumbs up, Sarada with a hand on hip smile, Tenya with a dramatic salute, Katsuki with an angry, serious expression, Mitsuki with a left hand wave smile, Asui with her frog tongue out, Shikadai with a shrug expression, Ochako with a joyful smile, Eijiro with his fist pound together, Iwabe with his earth hammer, and Shoto with a light serious expression. It then shows Izuku running forward as the sun rises and almost trips but manages to regain himself. Boruto runs as the sun completely rises to daylight and huffs upward before keeping his run composure. It then switches to the UA teachers and a few pro heroes, starting with a muscle pose from All Might, then from Naruto with his caps in the wind, followed by Shota, 13, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Sakura, Midnight, Smintos, Kiba, Choji, Kamui Woods, Snipe, Kakashi, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Principal Nezu. It then shows a flashback of Izuku crying in joy hearing All Might say that he can be a hero, while Boruto watches on in congratulating his best friend. It then shows each of the students of Class 1A standing side by side in their hero costumes, ready to battle and achieve victory with looks of pride and determination against multiple villains standing in their way. The two protagonists then meet each other after their run and come to a stop, as they grin, smile with determination at becoming heroes and glance toward the daylight sun, with Class 1A behind them respectively, as the wind blows. The potential around Boruto's eye is set in stone and Tonari Atsutuki makes his appearance in Boruto's dream. Also, I gotta point out that MHA Season 6 has been fantastic for the first half of the war arc. I'm a manga reader and that still blew me away, even today's preview of the 11 ending theme sounds great. That lets you know that adding the openings and endings here sets up the hype and impact. 805 Chapter 17, Ghost Investigation begins. Note: The end of the last chapter, 16, has been edited, so feel free to check out the verdict of whether Boruto awakened the Byakugan or not. Ending 2 plays for the rest of this arc. Stay tuned and on to the chapter. Chapter 17. Ghost Investigation begins. 5 a.m., on top of a building, the wind blows calmly and zooms in to see that Mitsuki is standing on top while looking down at the city. A snake slithers on his shoulder and he communicates with it, which acts as a phone due to him actually talking to someone. So it seems like Boruto is able to see it after all. Mitsuki confirms through the snake, "I'm pretty sure," he said, "monster." He adds to that before hearing another order through the snake which he understands in a nod. "Alright, while the heroes continue searching on their parts, we'll continue the investigation ourselves." Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down with a low expression before walking on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With her back turned, Sumair looks down sadly while in her hero costume, before it transitions to the culprit of the ghost incidents in a white horned mask before the culprit fires a dark pulse from its right hand at the screen. Next shows the Beast, news attack in the middle of Japan while a group of pro-heroes Naruto, All Might, Kakashi, Kamui Woods, Sai, Rock Lee, and Snipe arrive standing on buildings before jumping to engage the Beast. Naruto lands a Rasengan on the Beast's face, Kakashi uses purple lightning to slice one of the Beast's arm off, while All Might makes a shockwave with his Detroit Smash. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Leadit does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class and also doing their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. U.A. Fire Fox office. And that's it. Reports a man wearing a cream-colored coat and black pants, Shikamaru. These are the places that Beetle investigated around Mustafar and the people he came in contact with before he started acting strange. There are also some people who's starting to act strangely here in UA. Smintos adds as well, they're leaving signs of some strange quirk suddenly consuming them. I see. Naruto understands while looking over the paper copies, first the pro-heroes and now this thing is targeting the students. It's indeed one thing after another. Shota walks in, sorry for the interruption, but recently, 13 and I looked into the USJ security cameras, and during the last rescue exercise, Metal also fell victim to this strange catastrophe. Again, Smintos finds that surprising. Correct. Shota confirms, luckily, it seems that Boruto, Midoriya, and the others managed to knock him out for a small amount of time that reformed him to normal in the process. I see, that's a relief. Naruto said, but it seems as though it's happening near Class 1A, even after they got through the incident with the villains. This manner of doing things seems way too indirect. Shota mentions, whoever is doing this needs to be stopped ASAP. Agreed. Shikamaru nods, we still don't even know the motive of whoever is behind this. I highly doubt it's one of the villains that attacked USJ. Smintos theorizes, since we rounded up many of the except the 4 that got away. And judging from the earlier reports about what their quirks can do, it doesn't seem to be them. Naruto agrees, we'll need to further the investigation from here on out. Class 1A room. After lunch and a couple class periods, it was time for another round of hero training at the USJ, with all the students dressed in their hero costumes, Izuku being the only one in his PE clothes. So today, we'll start with practical training of 2-on-2. Shota decided as behind him, there was a large construction site made out of cement, courtesy of Smintos. In this exercise, you'll work in teams and fight through the construction site to capture the other team's flag by touching it. The cement quirk user explained. Seems easy enough. Boruto remarked confidently. Isn't this similar to the battle trial? Ochako asks. It is, but different. Shota replies, again, you'll be taking the other team's flag. Okay, let's do it. Eijiro is raring to go. Not finished yet. He interrupted, this is to test how well everyone does as a team. Shota added, so go around and pick whoever you want on your team within the next 5 minutes. Starting now, he said, and Sminta sets the watch to 5 minutes tops. With that said, everyone goes around picking their members, Izuku asking Boruto to join, which he does before Mitsuki and Sumire decide to join them. After the other teams are set, 5 minutes is now up. Perform to the best of your abilities and don't disappoint me. He advised seriously. Yes, sir. The students all responded. The matchups between the students would switch every 10 minutes unless some were already decided within the time limit. The battles have started with one team on opposite side and trying to steal the other's flag. For the most part, some of these matches ended up being standard, like Iwabe and Metal beating Kaminari and Kamiko, due to Iwabe being a counter to them and it's thanks to his Earth Quirk. Another was Mitsuki and Tenya Speed blitzing Rikodo and Siro, and flinching their flags. The other matches went by a quick as well, and when Katsuki's turn with Eijiro came, he was a bit bummed, this sucks, I wanted to beat down both Whiskers and that nerd. He scoffs. Maybe next time dude. For now, we're taking these two out. Eijiro hates his arms as they face off against Inojin and Mezzo, which they win in the end. The last flag match is underway between Izuku, Boruto against Shikadai and Fukuyama, the second team defending their flags. After dodging an attack from Dark Shadow, Izuku. These guys don't seem to amount to much. Boruto warns. Yeah, I know. Izuku gets ready to dodge Dark Shadow, however. It depends on how I use Dark Shadow. Fukuyama smirks and allows Dark Shadow to move to the side as Izuku finds himself stuck. Darn, he got me. He finds himself under Shikadai's shadow possession. Well, just as good as Boruto, He smirks. Boruto sees that Izuku is caught and goes to help, but ends up dodging Dark Shadow, Ku. He scoffs as the dark bird floats in front of him a few feet away, these guys make tough opponents. He resorts to thinking of a plan and looks at the construction form that they're on to get an idea, brace yourself, Izuku. He calls out, which the freckled teen gets confusion. Huh, what are you up to? Izuku asks. Boruto only smirks and runs the opposite way and aims a gale palm at the cement pole, which causes the whole construction platform to shake. Whaat. Izuku exclaims, shakes out dramatic, as well as Fukuyama and Shikadai before they all fall to the ground. When the dust clears, Boruto touches the shadow team's flag which seals their victory. Looks like we win. Boruto calls out to Shota and them. There he goes again, doing another messed up stunt. Shikadai gets up, groaning a bit. Agreed. Fukuyama sighs. I should have known he'd do that. Izuku sweat drops and sighs, but relieved they won nevertheless. I'm glad this was the last match if I would have had to build another one. Sminta states. No kidding. Shota replies, with his usual tried glance at this typical stunt, which reminds him of someone. Musudafu. In a forest area, where there are police and abbey guards looking around, Tsukuchi, along with a man with short black hair and attire being a root outfit, with his jacket is completely black with both sleeves of his shirt long, along with a large scroll strapped horizontally to his back and his sandals above his calves, sigh. What happened here? Tsukuchi asks an Anbu upon seeing a citizen on a stretcher while in bad shape. He's in critical condition after some of his emery have been depleted. The Anbu member answers. Sai gets some answers from two other citizens, who say that the one that got injured suddenly ran wild out of nowhere. After obtaining information, Sai walks over and checks the broken bench, searching under as well. What is it, Sai? Tsukuchi asks, walking over. These incidents are getting disastrous one after another, the 8th one this week. Sai replies. Agreed. The detective looks around to scattered tree branches all over the place, something seems off. I just found something that we might report back. Sai mentions it, knowing this might lead to some clues. Firefox Office, UA. Sai marks the location on map to confirm where the incident took place to Naruto, All Might, and Shikamaru, with Tsukuchi there as well. This is the 8th one this week. Naruto counts and confirms, sitting back in his chair behind his desk. There's no common thread connecting the incidents that have already occurred. Sai informs, at first, we thought it was just going over to UA, but now they're randomly occurring all over the place. All Might figures out, arms crossed in his skinny form. There's also no sort of data on who's causing these incidents. Tsukuchi adds, having tried to. This just gets deeper and deeper. All Might sighs with a finger under his chin. However, Sai notes this, getting their attentions. I found one clue during the investigation this afternoon, which is forbidden technology being involved. Forbidden technology? Shikamaru asks. Yes, the Hashirama cell. Sai reveals, which surprises them a bit. Using the genes of the late first Cage hero is not easy to pull off. All Might said, arms crossed. Sai, you were once part of the Anbu Black Op Force. Shikamaru knows, so you should know. Sai begins explains while looking down a small tad, Anbu, the Special Force of Japan. And within it was the even more top-secret Hero Foundation and a team conducted research on the Hashirama cell. Wasn't the foundation disbanded after Danzo's death? Tsukuchi asks, which Sai nods in confirmation. I didn't believe it at first until I saw this. Sai hands a picture, which shows a leaf attached to the bench. These are traces left after a wood quirk's been used. Shikamaru reveals. They were all over the place in Japan. Tsukuchi adds. Except, there's a couple heroes who use wood quirks even to now. All Might injects, like Kamui and Yamato. There is and furthermore, whoever is responsible for this does not have that kind of power. Sai adds, the only exception is the Hashirama cell. Naruto finishes that sentence. The top secret team in the Foundation used the Hashirama cell to form a device that could extract someone's energy, or potentially their quirks. Sai explains. But the question is, what could one do by doing that? Suchu asks, if killing someone was their goal, this is a roundabout way to do it and it's mess up either way. Murder isn't the option. Sai trails, they're harvesting energy contained in quirks. For what purpose though? Naruto asks. I don't know yet. Sai replies, but a finger under his chin in thinking, the Foundation was very secretive. He adds, but they were in the field of making a military weapon. This has gotten too suspicious. All Might trails. Something does need to be done, and immediately. Naruto said. Foundation members could be heading out anywhere. Shikamaru theorizes, so whatever you two do, be extremely careful. You can count on us. Tsukuchi nods before he and Sai continue their investigation. Ending 2 inches I Keep Running, by MELOFLOAT. Opens with Class 1A on a start line before they all begin to race each toward the USJ finish line. Scene switch to the class talking and have fun conversations in class. And then switches to them in hero costumes doing the practical training in the USJ while using their quirks. Next, shows flashes of Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri, Shin Uchiha, and Kid Shin. We then switch back to the students racing, while Katsuki tries to dramatically get the best of Boruto and Izuku. This is when the background turns dark, and footsteps are being walked, which is revealed to be Sumair, while looks down sadly before looking up with a not changed look of seriousness. The scene changes to the battle against the beast, new, in another dimension. Boruto uses 5 shadow clones to launch an all-out attack against the monster while using his wind and light quirks. Mitsuki dodges water bullet attacks from the mastermind behind the ghost incidents before retaliating with 3-wind scythe. Izuku readies his fingers toward the beats before flicking a shockwave attack at it. Ina void of darkness is then turned to light as Sumair looks up to Boruto with Izuku and Mitsuki by his sides reaching for her hand, which she smiles slowly and accepts. The scene goes back to Class 1A racing, and it ends up being crossed the protagonists Izuku, Boruto, with Katsuki roaring at them as he dramatically came in 3rd place. The sun shines outside UA as the wind blows refreshingly. There's ending 2 in the chapter. We're almost nearing the climax of the arc, with the mastermind almost being exposed. 805 Chapter 18, The Strike of the Mastermind. Happy New Year everyone. We're 3 chapters away from wrapping up the Ghost Incident arc in Season 1 of BNHA, Next Generation. When Season 2 comes, things will be tense moving forward. Without further ado, it's chapter time. Chapter 18, The Strike of the Mastermind. After class and practice training looking from the bridge of the road, Boruto tries to trigger his eye while looking at the crowd to see if there's any ghosts around them, but appears unsuccessful, while Izuku, Shikadai, and Mitsuki watch with him. See anything? The latter asks. No, not yet. Boruto replies, still trying so hard. Perhaps, you're overdoing it with the straining. Izuku asks in making sure he chills down. As if, my eye's the star of hope here. He fuses to back down now, I can't miss it this time. Looking up at the flying birds, Mitsuki interjects, we've been on the lookout for the past 20 minutes. Shouldn't we see a ghost by now? If I'm being completely honest, it's doubtful. Shikadai states his opinion, I mean, the pro-heroes have long been on full investigation and have most likely rounded some of the ones who acted out. You might be right, Shikadai. Izuku agrees, so yeah, Boruto, how about we just call it quits and try another time? Boruto dramatically tries again by zooming closer but to no success, which he decides to give up and sighs, fine. Before they left, some news on City's big screen comes on and reveals some bad news. Live. Water purification plant. The newsman reports, a man thought to be the suspect has barricaded himself in the facility and has taken a few hostage. According to witnesses, some students from UA who tried to save the hostages have become involved in the incident. Say what? Boruto perks up in shock. No way. Izuku mutters in shock. Who exactly were the ones that were over there? Shikadai exclaims in question. Meanwhile at the facility, the large place is destroyed, with water spilling all over the place and things debris materials flooding out. Inside the wrecked facility, we see Sumire unconscious while lying in the water, the view of her looking to be in terrible condition. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumire, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down with a low expression before walking on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With her back turned, Sumire looks down sadly while in her hero costume, before it transitions to the culprit of the ghost incidents in a white horned mask before the culprit fires a dark pulse from its right hand at the screen. Next shows the Beast, news attack in the middle of Japan while a group of pro-heroes Naruto, All Might, Kakashi, Kamui Woods, Sai, Rock Lee, and Snipe arrive standing on buildings before jumping to engage the Beast. Naruto lands a Rasengan on the Beast's face, Kakashi uses purple lightning to slice one of the Beast's arm off, while All Might makes a shockwave with his Detroit Smash. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class and also doing their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. The whole Class 1A, with a few remaining outside the room, visits Sumire at the hospital after Recovery Girl treats her. Ochako and Mina were there with her, but she saved them from getting more injured than her. Seriously Sumire, thank you. Ochako expresses with a bow. If you hadn't been there, then we would have been in trouble. Mina dramatically cries. Sumire calms her down and replies, you're exaggerating. She waves her hands in saying otherwise before glancing down in being honest, we're safe because one of the pro-heroes just happened to be nearby. In disguise, that was a blessing. Momo said in relief with arms crossed. Anyway, aren't all these incidents of people going wild happening too often? Iwabe asks, arms crossed as well. That's a good question when you put it that way. Eijiro admits, in a little thinking. It's like having a rampaging fever when I was under it. Metal said. Seriously. Kaminari asks, sweating a little. That's one illness I have never heard of. Mezzo said. Anyway, I wasn't badly hurt, so it's okay. Sumire assures. You hit your head hard, so take it easy. Sarada advises, arms crossed. The door opens and the blonde, freckled teens walk in. Boruto, Deku. Ochako utters. Are you guys alright? Izuku asks. Yeah, we're fine. Sumire assures. Sure about that? Boruto asks, not buying it. Don't worry, it's just some bumps and bruises. She assures again, smiling it off. Quote. He's still unsure, feeling like he should have been there to stop that incident at the water facility. How unmanly, whoever did this to you guys are gonna get it real bad. Eijiro declares, pouring his fists together. You said it. Rikodo agrees. Let's just calm down guys. Tenya suggests, the pros are still investigating the incidents that are taking place currently. Even so, Eijiro trails, a little frustrated. He's right. They turn to see Shota walking JN, still looking mummified, along with the rest of the class. Mr. Aizawa. Sumire glances. Glad to see that you're alright, Sumire. He said before stating this to everyone. It seems like the mastermind behind this series of incidents is now targeting UA, specifically the whole Class 1A. Quote. They all perk up in shocked alert. That's why for tomorrow I devised a plan. Shota reveals seriously. Okay, well fill us in. Boruto's raring to hear, wanting to catch the culprit badly. That will only be explained in class tomorrow. Shota states otherwise, for now, be alert for any danger when you all leave. That culprit could be anywhere outside of UA. Yes sir. The students reply in hopes for Sumire to get soon before they all leave for the day, except Boruto, who stays for a second. Quote. Boruto glances down in shame. I still wish something could have been done. It's not your fault at all, Boruto. Sumire smiles in assurance. I don't know about. He replies unsure, see ya later. Get better soon. He takes his leave eventually, leaving Sumire. Next day. With the class, except Sumire, Ochako, and Mina meeting at USJ in their hero costumes, Shota fills them in on the plan to catch the culprit of the ghost incidents here in this spot at the USJ, the urban area. So that's the plan. Shota finishes talking, having said what was said, with 13 beside him. That's, actually a great idea. Eijiro agrees. With that, we're bound to catch the culprit once and for all. Iwabe said. I'll enjoy giving whoever this is a beatdown from hell. Katsuki grins evil-like while popping off small explosions from his hands. This is it. Mitsuki glances at the blonde. Yeah, it's payback time. Boruto pounds his fist together, serious mode in wanting to settle the score against the culprit who did that to Sumire, as well as Ochako and Mina. Alright, there's no time to waste. Shota gives the order, split up and stick together. Yes sir. They all reply before doing just that, going into groups of 3 to 4 around different places of the urban area. One team, Denki, Kamiko, and Kyoka, were already at their marks of position, but Kamiko so far isn't sure if this plan could work, a look of non-confidence on his face says it all. Come on, Kamiko, this plan seems legit. Kaminari grins, trying to give him at least some hope. I mean, it takes one shot to catch this guy and this whole incident will be over. This mastermind could even be a female, so I wouldn't be so sure. Kyoka said. How about we bet on it, Kaminari tries to get her too, teasingly. No, let's just focus on this for now. She replies, or interested in the wager with arms crossed. Those two. Kamiko sighs at their little chat. This is when a figure appears, wearing a white cloak and a cracked pale white mask with 2 horn-like disfigurements, behind Kamiko and swiftly knocks him out. Gah! He slumps to the ground and this grabs the attentions of Kyoka and Kaminari. They turn around to see the culprit actually in front of them, with the slumped Kamiko to the ground. Kamiko! Kyoka exclaims. This guy, must be the culprit behind those incidents. Kaminari scoffs before getting into battle position with his hands flowing with electric shocks. If we take you out here and now, he state this right to the culprit, then this mess is over and done with. The culprit doesn't say anything and glares from under the mask. Kyoka quickly contacts Shota with her earphone communication piece, Mrs. 13. The mastermind attacker is right here in front of us, awaiting for backup. On the other line, the teachers heard her report while standing with Boruto, Mitsuki, and Izuku. Alright, help is on the way. 13 informs. Go on. Shota nods to the boys, we're ending this once and for all. They nod and quickly go to back up Kyoka and Kaminari, while 13 also inform the other students to their location. Back near the destroyed fake building, Kaminari attacks the masked culprit with his one-fingered electric shock, but it's dodged easily and Kyoka tries to attack with her earphone jacks, but that's dodged as well. Damn, this guy won't stand still. Kaminari scoffs in frustration. I know. Kyoka agrees, receding her earphone jack. Quote. The masked culprit raises their right hand and rises off a dark pulse. Incoming. Kaminari shouts as he and Jiro manage to dodge that ranged attack, but when they recover, the masked culprit is behind Kyoka. Jiro, behind you. He warns quickly, which gets her attention to turn around to seize the culprit close to attack her with another pulse, but that's when Iwabe comes with his hammer raises and smashes it toward the culprit, who dodges in the nick of time. TCH. I missed. Iwabe scoffs and quickly raises his hammer in attack position. We finally caught you. Boruto smirks down at the masked culprit, who sees that the rest of the class is here and spread out on all sides of this exactly location. Quote. The culprit looks around everywhere to see that there almost no escape round. We knew you were lurking around and monitoring our movements just to catch us off guard one by one. Eijiro reveals, hardening his arms with a grin and ready. Once Mr. Aizawa knew this, he devised the plan perfectly to make you come out to the opening. Shikadai smirks. We also made you believe that our friends would stay in one spot just so you could pick us off. Kaminari adds. So the last blind spot would be at one of these spots in the USJ. Momo notes, staff in hand, you showed when we wanted you to. That's what you get for underestimating us. Kamiko states upon getting up from that knockout blow, perfectly fine and straightening his glasses. Quote. The culprit stays silent and glares them all down. I'm about to blow that mask right off your face. Katsuki smirks wickedly, pops off explosives in his arms after a step up. The culprit spreads its legs and puts his hands together in pulling off a dark gust of wind, which everyone covers their faces from. I don't know what he's doing, but we can attack, right? Eijiro asks. Definitely. Shikadai nods. Capture whoever this is and it's all over. Izuku said, in fighting position. We'll finish this whole thing right here. Boruto declares to the culprit, pounding his fists together and making sure this is over. The culprit uses both of his hands to fire off double dark pulse, planning to attacking everyone at once. The rest of the class scatters, takes cover behind something to avoid the attack. Now that everyone is scattered out, this is when the culprit is quick to get away, jumping over debris and running past some of the students, who takes notice of this immediately. "Don't let him get away," Boruto exclaims. "Don't give me orders." Katsuki yells before going to attack the culprit, flying midair with popping explosives toward, now die. He stretches his hand forward, firing off an explosion. However, the culprit turns around and counters that with a purple or a serpent, blocking the fire. Once the smoke clears, the culprit continues sprinting, jumping into a random destroyed building. In there, Suyu points out. A few of the class goes in while a few stay outside. The culprit would move stealth through every hallway, which would some of them spilled up inside. However, the masked hooded enemy was anticipating that, and while they're alone, he took out Minoru, Kamiko again, and Koji with chops to the back of their necks in quick fashion before moving to the deep parts of the hall. This is when Shoto appears out of the corner, making the culprit come to a stop. "Got you." He starts freezing this part of the hallway that they're in, but the culprit uses dark pulse upper ward to a hole through the ceiling and jumping up through it to dodge the flag's freeze and get away. Darn. Shoto scoffs. On top of that, he couldn't flash freeze the entire fake building like he did during the battle trial, sure to the rest of his classmates finding the culprit in the same place. The culprit manages to avoid Metal, Ojiro, and Rikoto before running down the hall to see an open window and goes to it. While taking a step in the edge, the culprit stops and turns to his right to see Mitsuki 10 feet from down the hall. Quote. The snake teen simply smirks as he stares down culprit, who does the same. Quote. The masked individual sees that Mitsuki might be onto discovering his identity and immediately jumps out the window, landing on the ground before blasting a hole through the USJ facility walls, making a grand escape before anybody could catch him. 10 minutes later, the class tries searching for the culprit, checking everywhere around the USJ, but found nothing and could only report back to Shota and 13 empty-handed. "Sorry, we lost the masked figure, Mr. Aizawa." Mitsuki informs in apology. "Yeah, we had him outnumbered, but still ended up letting him get away," Hinata said with a head down. "Forget about it." Shota dismisses that. "This tells us that he's a talented escape artist. This already tells us that this is the only person behind the ghost incidents." 13 adds. "I don't want to consider this, but..." Shikadai speaks up and theorizes this, "But that masked guy could be someone close to us." "Huh, really?" Izuku asks. "Someone close to us?" Eijiro perks a brow, confused. "Never thought about it like that." Boruto admits. Quote. Shota is in thought about this theory now. He might be onto something, but the question is, who? Later at 7 p.m., near a mountain near the city. The culprit puts on the hood, and then covers the face with the horned mask. This is when the culprit gets out a hold and holds it to his ear, receiving a call from someone. "It's time." The voice on the phone instructs. Quote. The culprit nods before hanging up and starts moving back into the city. Ready to commence the plan. Midoriya house. "Gotcha now," Boruto exclaims as he and Izuku are playing on a hand game Switch. Both of their respective characters fighting to the last health bar. "I don't think so." Izuku tenses his game character as they concentrate on the screen of the game switches. The teens press quicker on the controllers to the last bar and clash with a super special attack with their characters. "And the winner is. Victory is mine," the blonde teen exclaims delightedly, jumping up and raising his hands in the air. "Aw man." Izuku slouches his head. "I was so close." "Ha. Better luck breaking through my star dash attack next time." Boruto teases in a grin. "Speaking of stars, yesterday you said something about your eye being the star of hope." Izuku recalls. "What did that mean?" "Oh yeah, that." He then reveals why he said it that time, a couple nights ago. "I had a dream." "A dream?" the freckled teen asks, narrowing a brow. Boruto nods before adding further about the man he saw, and prophesied his right eye having a special power to counter some type of darkness that comes down the line, and that's all that he told me. "That's one heck of a dream." Izuku's surprised after hearing that, "And I see why you thought it was the Byakugan. To be honest here, I have no idea what it is at this rate, as I've said the other day after training with Aunt Hanabi." Boruto replies, thinking a little in thought, "Maybe, if I have that dream again. Then I might get an answer, but I still don't know." He sighs after thinking a little hard at what this eye of his might be. "Don't worry, you'll know what it is in time, I believe it." Izuku encourages, smiles, making Boruto perk up. "After all, you kept supporting me to be a hero since we were kids, and that's why I finally got a quirk that day." He recalls back to when All Might bestowed the one for all quirk to him, even backed me up against Kachan. "And I've looked up to you because you're amazing at everything. That's what I want to be like too." Boruto is surprised to hear all this with widened eyes before laughing a little. Stop, you didn't have to say all that." He turns away, flattery with the compliments, which Izuku laughs too. Dinner time, kids. Inko calls them down, getting their attentions. Moments later. Moments later, they were enjoying the dinner prepared for them. Boruto finds this delicious as he chewed on a piece of pork with cabbage. This is good, Mrs. Midoriya. She complimented after swallowing. Glad you like my cooking, Boruto. Inko smiles in appreciation before they continued eating. Once everything was gobbled down and everything cleaned up for the next 20 minutes, Boruto goes back upstairs to get his hand game switch, and when he grabs it, he senses something outside the window and walks near it to look outside. Something's off here. He mutters to himself until his right eye suddenly activates and he sees purple aura begins to waver through the air and downward. He follows the trail to see that the culprit is out and making a turn to the corner, appearing to move stealthily. That guy. Knowing that he needs to catch this guy while he got the chance, he quickly takes his switch before heading downstairs. When he gets down, Izuku notices something is off with his best friend and asks, Boruto, is something wrong? Nothing. He stutters, also knowing he can't say anything about the culprit due to his mom being down there. I'll be leaving. Thanks for the meal, Mrs. Midoriya. He bows in gratitude. You're welcome, Boruto. Be safe on the way home. Inko smiles. He nods and walks out the door, before using this chance to dash out to the street to find the culprit. Park. After a 2-minute search, this would only lead him out to the park. Shit. He looks around. Where did he go? He goes and looks over the park ramp, but nothing. Boruto. He turns around to see Izuku catch up with him, huffing a little after stopping. Izuku. He's surprised to see him already. I noticed something was off earlier when you suddenly seemed to be in a hurry. The freckled teen knew, catching on, what's going on. The culprit. Boruto reveals, I saw him out the window earlier and he's around here somewhere. What? Izuku's stunned to hear, but at this time of night. Boruto grimaces, trying to looking around their surroundings again, but nothing. So you two are on the same trail, huh? They turn to see that out of the shadows, Mitsuki appears walking up to them. Mitsuki. Izuku widens in being surprised, what brings you here? He asks curiously. And when you said, same trail, does this mean you're after the culprit too? Boruto asks. I am, however, Mitsuki smiles a little and reveals another, I also came here tonight, in order to tell you two something. They question at this being sudden. I've been wonder, if I should tell you too. But it seems like I should. Mitsuki begins to reveal this, I know who it is, behind the ghost incidents. He reveals with a small smirk as the wind blows through them. The two are surprised by this, and tension starts to loom over them as they're finally about to know who this culprit is. Ending 2 inches I Keep Running, by MELOFLOAT. Opens with Class 1A on a start line before they all begin to race each toward the USJ finish line. Scene switch to the class talking and have fun conversations in class. And then switches to them in hero costumes doing the practical training in the USJ while using their quirks. Next, shows flashes of Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri, Shin Uchiha, and Kid Shin. We then switch back to the students racing, while Katsuki tries to dramatically get the best of Boruto and Izuku. This is when the background turns dark, and footsteps are being walked, which is revealed to be Sumair, while looks down sadly before looking up with a not changed look of seriousness. The scene changes to the battle against the beast, new, in another dimension. Boruto uses 5 shadow clones to launch an all-out attack against the monster while using his wind and light quirks. Mitsuki dodges water bullet attacks from the mastermind behind the ghost incidents before retaliating with 3 wind scythe. Izuku readies his fingers toward the beats before flicking a shockwave attack at it. Ina void of darkness is then turned to light as Sumair looks up to Boruto with Izuku and Mitsuki by his sides reaching for her hand, which she smiles slowly and accepts. The scene goes back to Class 1A racing, and it ends up being crossed the protagonists Izuku, Boruto, with Katsuki roaring at them as he dramatically came in 3rd place. The sun shines outside UA as the wind blows refreshingly. 805 Chapter 19, The Demon Beast appears. At a destroyed hideout of the Hero Foundation, Sai and Tsukuchi, along with a few police officers, walk around a few parts of the place and search for any evidence leading to the recent incidents. So he's the one, Tanuki Hoea. Tsukuchi asks by the time Sai finds a picture of a Foundation member. Yeah, a missing survivor from the Foundation. Sai replies while looking at the photo closer, seems he was a talent researcher and ardent follower of Danzo, and was the brains behind a plan to develop a new weapon utilizing the Hashirama cells. He reveals another, the project's code name, Gozu Tanu, which he never gave up, even after the death of Danzo. Even so, he disappeared after quite some time before the recent incidents began. Tsukuchi said. It's a letdown for sure. A police officer walks up to them with an Anbu member, after we successfully uncovered his hideout, it became a waste of time at the point. So we're back to square one, huh? Tsukuchi sighs a bit before they continue investigate around the place once more. Sai approaches a desk, he sees a picture of a small figure next to the late Tanuki, hold on. What is it, Sai? Tsukuchi asks, just as he was about to leave the room. The incidents actually started at UA. Sai reveals and begins putting the pieces together. Why didn't we notice this sooner? The leading police officer comes over and sees the picture and is surprised as well. This person was there the entire time. What? Do you guys know who the perpetrator is? An Anbu member asks the two. Yeah, Sai replies, with a frown, same with Tsukuchi. Elsewhere in a random bar. Sitting on the couch ominously, the pale villain Tamura Shigaraki taps his feet on the ground constantly in an impatient member, while Kurogiri is with him as well. Patience, Tamura. The voice on the computer advises him calmly, our second plan is about to take place at this time. Easier said than done. Tamura scoffs, aside from giving us the signal to attack the USJ last time, are you certain that my sister is up to this task? Precisely. The voice speaks through the computer. After all, she's been embedded with the Gozu Tenu, an extraordinary quirk created by the late Danzo Shimura and comprised of cells from Hashirama Senju. He smirks through the speaker only. The late first Cage hero to exist. Tamura asks in knowing. Indeed. The voice replies, there's more to the Gozu Tenu than what will be shown tonight. He adds, which makes the two question in wonder at what the actual rare quirk can do. Back near the park, the culprit is. Mitsuki begins to reveal. Well, who is it? Boruto is anxious to know. We can't afford to waste time. If we know and catch this culprit now, then it'll be over. Izuku adds. Ever since you found out about the incident during training, you've been trying to find some clues about your eye in order to get involved further and try to restore everyone. Mitsuki said, specifically to Boruto. I don't get what you're saying, but isn't that natural? He asks, confused if that is a good or bad thing. However, I wonder what your reactions would be this time. Mitsuki said. Huh, what do you mean? Izuku asks. Mitsuki slowly walks past them and reveals the culprit. He states the name as Sumire Kake. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. The two are shocked upon hearing this, eyes wide open in not believing this as this remains to be a real shocker. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, Naruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumire, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down with a low expression before walking on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With her back turned, Sumire looks down sadly while in her hero costume, before it transitions to the culprit of the ghost incidents in a white horned mask before the culprit fires a dark pulse from its right hand at the screen. Next shows the Beast, news attack in the middle of Japan while a group of pro-heroes Naruto, All Might, Kakashi, Kamui Woods, Sai, Rock Lee, and Snipe arrive standing on buildings before jumping to engage the Beast. Naruto lands a Rasengan on the Beast's face, Kakashi uses purple lightning to slice one of the Beast's arm off, while All Might makes a shockwave with his Detroit Smash. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Mitsuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class and also doing their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Chapter 19, The Demon Beast appears. In the streets of Japan, the culprit revealed to be Sumire puts her mask on and stealthy moves through the crowded sidewalk to avoid getting caught by pro-heroes. UA staff office. So that's what's going on, huh? Principal Nezu sits near the table, along with Naruto, All Might, and Shota. Right, the one who caused these incidents is the daughter of a survivor from the Foundation. Shikamaru slips the photo in front of the table, Sumire Kake. Isn't she a student in your class, Aizawa? Naruto asks. Yeah, but, Shota trails after replying and leans back against the chair, I never thought that she'd be capable of doing this. There's more. Her father's name was Tanuki Hoea. Shikamaru gets their attentions. Just before he died, he entrusted her with the Gozu Tenu, which he perfected. He further adds, Sai and Tsukuchi are searching for her since she disappeared from her hospital room. Aside from that, complaints are coming in that these incidents are continuing to occur because the pro-heroes didn't make it on time or thoroughly vet anyone involved. No surprise, considering that we didn't have high security when the villains easily got in and attacked last time at the USJ. All Might said, they're beginning to show distrust at this point. I agree. Nezu nods, we had a traitor all this time in the midst of UA and there's a high possibility that Sumair might have been the that signaled the villains to attack our students at the USJ last time. That theory might be true, but, we don't have any evidence about that yet. Naruto replies, capturing Sumair is the only way we'll know. Quote. Shota thinks about that one while frowning under his bandaged mouth. Back to the foundation topic. Kakashi walks into the room, gaining their attentions, many of them were rounded up a while back by my agency. Kakashi. Naruto glances as he stands near the door with arms crossed. That's true, but either way, not seeing through her scheme was a big mistake on our part. All Might said, arms crossed. But wasn't there a background check on everyone here? So they wouldn't become suspicious of one another? Shikamaru asks. There was. Kakashi nods. Back then, Japan was in shambles after the superhuman society war against the Akatsuki 20 years ago. Naruto brings up. Ah yes, that war, even against him. All Might grimaces upon thinking of his nemesis. Back then, a lot of lives were lost that day. Pro-heroes and civilians. In that environment, if we provoked any suspicion that a family member or colleague was a survivor from the Hero Foundation, then it would have been devastating for everyone here. Shikamaru states. That was the right call to round up every one of them. Shota said, if it hadn't been for that then Sai would have been suspected among them and the first one at that. I agree with Aizawa. Shikamaru nods, and now the problem is Sumair. Her late mother wasn't a hero or anything associated. Nezu said upon holding a profile of her in his paws, we confirmed that when we received her UA application. Her father's background is unknown, but we knew that he became a villain, right? Kakashi asks. That may be true, but there's no rule that someone can't be accepted just because they don't have a parent. Naruto interjects. You're right, Fire Fox, but even so. Nezu notes next, we can't overlook the fact that she involved many people into this, no matter what her reasons were. Yeah, even if she's a child. Shikamaru adds. Quote. Shota only listens whiling frowning under his bandaged mouth. So we should punish her as if she's a villain. All Might asks, agreeing with Naruto. Even if it comes down to that, she will have consequences and responsibility for her actions. Nezu replies. We can't play by the book at the strange times like this. Kakashi said, and adds this, I've also been looking for traces of Danzo's research since him and I are somewhat linked by destiny. And, what did you find? Shota asks. Something I wish that I never found, the Gozu Tenu, Danzo's legacy. He reveals, it's embedded within this girl, Sumair's body. Quote. Naruto, All Might, Shota, and Nezu are surprised by this. It's no wonder we couldn't find it in the first place, no matter how hard we tried. Shikamaru adds. Her father most likely took that measure, and it means Sumair Kake is the very gate through which Nu is summoned. Kakashi explains. Bastard. Shota curses under his breath at Danzo pulling this, that guy always thought that whatever he was doing was for the good of saving people. Indeed, that's not good. Nezu voices his concern. Damn it, Danzo. All Might clenches his fist in frustration. Then by now, she should be. Naruto theorizes what's next and knows that it'll be bad. Meanwhile, during that conversation, Sumair, wearing her mask hood, is on the move while dashing through the forest, all the while having flashbacks about her real father Tanuki Hoea putting the Gozu Tenu on her back while telling her to seek vengeance against the Society of Heroes and avenge the Foundation. After thinking about the past a little, she stops upon dodging a small blast as two random pro-heroes show up. Not bad, for a little kid. One of them comment. Be on guard, who knows what she'll do. The other said in alert. Quote. Sumair stays quiet under her mask and begins forming purple aura around her hands, and before she attacks them, Kamui Woods appears and restrains her by tying her with his armed roots. There's no escape now. Kamui Woods states out in holding her in place. Quote. Sumair tries to break freedom, but then Sai comes in and chops her on the side of her neck, which makes her mask fall off her face and she slowly starts to her fall unconscious from the impact. I'm sorry. Sai apologizes, I know that you're in the same class as my son, Inojin. So as long as I'm here, nothing bad will happen to you. He adds, otherwise, however, Kamui Woods is gonna keep you restrained for now. Sumair groans weakly, but refuses to fall unconscious or give up. She utters a name, N-U-E. A dark purple light burns through Kamui's wood hold on her. which shocks him and Saya's Nu comes out of her back through the Gozu to Nu and makes a full appearance. Before Nu is launched and during the talk at the UA staff office. The culprit is Sumire Kake. Mitsuki reveals to Boruto and Izuku. Quote, causing the two to react in shock. Or should I say, Sumire Shigaraki. He reveals her full name. Shiga, Reiki. I've heard that name. Izuku trails out, having heard that name from Kurogiri at the USJ attack, it belonged to that guy with the hand over his face. So does that mean, she's his brother or something? Possibly. Mitsuki replies. That's totally not funny, Mitsuki. Boruto doesn't believe it one bit, there just isn't anything funny about that. What I'm stating now is the truth. Mitsuki states otherwise. Before you ask how do I know this, I've put a white tracking snake on her out of suspicion when I visited the hospital yesterday. He adds, and it turns out I was right. Right, about what? Izuku utters. She was in contact with every one victim before the incident took place, including a few pro-heroes. He explains, and reveals, and it turns out that she was the one who informed the villains to attack us at the USJ back then. Quote. This shocks the two even more. It even sounded like she was communicating with someone, like she's taking orders from that individual from the shadows. Mitsuki adds more. You're wrong, she was a victim as well. Boruto refuses to believe it. Mitsuki shakes his head in that being wrong as well and replies, I think that was a feint to deflect suspicion from herself. No way. Izuku utters, disbelief. I'll tell you more if you're not convinced. Mitsuki was gonna add more, but that's enough. Boruto exclaims, even so, why? Why would she do such a thing to us? I just don't believe it. If you don't want to believe me, then do as you please. He doesn't care either way, before closing his eyes in something else, although, I think it's too late. Too late? What do you mean by that? Izuku asks, confused. She's realized that she can no longer hide it any longer. Mitsuki notes and knows, there's no doubt that she's already started moving around this time. He adds, manipulating her victims and causing them to rampage wasn't the purpose of the ghost incidents, it was to absorb the energy from their quirks. Just a way. Boruto asks, stunned before they hear a loud rumble that causes them to stagger. What was that? Izuku exclaims as they look over the rail at what's happening. Looks like it's begun. Mitsuki trails with a frown as Sumire summons Nu to emerge all the way from the forest area. They see that Nu is large and has a monkey's head with large fangs and a white mane, a tanuki's body, a tiger's legs, a white snake for a tail and glowing yellow eyes. What the hell? Boruto exclaims. Nu. Mitsuki reveals the name, the Gozu to Nu is being summoned after gathering quirk energy. If something like that goes on a rampage. Izuku trails, knowing that a lot of things will be destroyed if that happens, as well as civilians at risk. Boruto was about to rush to go, but Mitsuki stops him with a hand on his shoulder. What can you do even if you go there? I don't know. Boruto shoves his hand away, but until I talk to Sumire face to face, I ain't believing anything. He dashes onward immediately. Boruto, wait. Izuku calls out, running after him. Quote. Mitsuki only glances as they proceed before a small snake crawls from under his sleeve up to his shoulder. What do you want? I'm a little occupied right now. He hears the statement through the snake and is surprised to hear, weren't you going to let her live and observe her? Why now? He asks before the person through the snake gives him another order, which he understands without second thoughts. Alright, fine. He accepts the mission, here and now. He reveals with a straight dark face, I'll eliminate Sumire Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Nu begins to attack at Sai, Kamui, and a few police and Anbu unit, which forces them to pull back and gain some distance. As the beast begins to strike again with its tail, Detroit Smash. In his bulk form, All Might dives in from the sky and smashes his fist into the beast's face, causing Nu to fall back. Purple Lightning. Kakashi dives next and with purple lightning surging in his right hand, he slashes the Nu's tail off, which makes it roar in pain as blood spurs out of it. We can't let this thing go loose any longer. All Might lands, as well as Kakashi. First, we need a diversion. The latter strategizes. I'm on it. Mount. Lady enlarges in size and begins to tangle with the beast, taking it on by bashing its head with a punch. He's in range. Snipe fires a large bullets from his rifle and shoots the beast at the side of its head. Super Beast Scroll. Sai paints a bird on his scroll to attack the beast in helping MT. Lady. Mud Wall. Kakashi smacks both his hands to the ground and creates mud walls around the large forest to keep the beast from moving onward. The beast has had enough and uses its regrown tail to wrap around MT. Lady. She feels her energy begin to drain. My strength. She kneels and begins going back to her normal human size. All Might swoops in and grabs her before the tail can squeeze her again, and gets back to Kakashi and the others. What do we do? Snipe asks the masked hero. I'm thinking, but for now, this isn't good. Kakashi mutters. Agreed, this thing can drain the strength of a person's quirk. All Might adds, things have gotten more complicated. With the teens. Boruto, followed by Izuku, are getting closer to where the beast is, but the mud wall prevents them from getting closer. What now? Boruto wonders upon glaring far at the beast, whose tail is attacking the heroes. That thing is spiraling out of control. Izuku comments as well. I wouldn't get any closer for you guys. Mitsuki warns upon catching up with them, getting their attention, the strength and energy in everyone's quirks will be extracted. Everyone in the city. Izuku questions, stunned. Then what are we going to do? Boruto asks, knowing something has to be done. There is a way. Mitsuki confirms and reveals, if the summoner were to die, then Nu will stop. Dies? You don't mean. Boruto knows what he's trying to do. Now what will you do? The lives of everyone else are Sumayer. Mitsuki asks, which will you choose? How on Mitsuki? Izuku interjects, there has to be some other way to solve this, I mean. Sumayer's still our friend. Exactly. Boruto agrees and with a determined look, both sides will be saved. This surprises Mitsuki. I see, that's an answer I would have a hard time choosing. He then immediately wraps both Boruto and Izuku in snake bindings, tying them up till they fall over to the ground. Huh. Boruto exclaims at this sudden act. Mitsuki, what are you doing? Izuku doesn't get it. I'll get rid of the summoner, as I was ordered to. He replies to them, turning around. Order. You're alright with going through this? Boruto asks, trying to break free from the snake binding, which squeezes a little tighter. Ite the only way. He replies, oh, if you guys come with me, then you'll definitely regret it. With that said, Mitsuki dashes off to where Sumayer is hiding. Wait, Mitsuki. Izuku calls out, but to no avail. Grr. Boruto struggles, that does it. He puts his fingers together and forms two shadow clones to release the snake bindings off of him and Izuku before the clones step on the snakes to make them puff away. Thanks for that. Izuku gets up and thanks the clones. No prob. One of them reply before they puff away in smoke. Boruto stands up as well and comments, we have no time to waste, we need to get to Sumayer before Mitsuki does. But the thing is, we don't know where she is. Izuku said. Knowing this is true, Boruto starts looking around until his right eye glows again and spots energy coming from a quirk that leads to a cliff. I think. I found out where she is. Really? Where? Izuku wants to know. Let's go. Boruto dashes ahead, which makes Izuku follow behind. Meanwhile, Nu breaks the mud wall and continues fighting off the pro-heroes in this area, as they try everything they can to restrain and bring down the creature while the relief operations are being taken care of by the police and Anbu forces. Random pros with barrier quirks put up a barrier to prevent Nu from going further and holding it in place. This is when Naruto arrives to the field in his hero costume. Are you two alright? Yeah. What about the relief operations? Kakashi asks. Shikamaru and Tsukuchi are on it. He replies before glaring up at the barrier-constrained beast, now for me to jump in on the action too. He begins to power up with his quirk, but... Wait, Fire Fox. All Might halts him, causing him to stop his powering up, using that isn't gonna do, because it can drain strength and energy from a quirk, even chakra-related ones. He adds, which Naruto is surprised to hear. Furthermore, if that thing absorbs any more energy, then as a last resort, the summit will detonate the energy absorbed inside Nu. Kakashi adds, we'll be blown to bits. So you're saying he's a giant bomb? Naruto asks, not pleased with the sound of that. As a summoning, that might be its original purpose. Kakashi said as they're in battle position, the user of the Gozu Tenu would be sent into enemy territory to go on a rampage, and then, he would blow himself up along with everyone in range. Goo, the cold thought of that makes me want to vomit. All Might expresses disgust. Observing from afar on the mountain cliff. Sumayer, wearing a purple sleeveless halterneck shirt with a light pink sash around her waist and dark pants with long fingerless black gloves, as well as having bandages wrapped around her wrists and footwear, with her hair let down as the barrier restrains Nu and the beast continues trying to fight back. They put up a barrier, huh? She looks on with a grimace expression. Nu doesn't have enough strength to break through right now. With her eyes closed and thinking, should I detonate it? After coming this far, she opens her eyes after thinking, if I can give it a little more quirk energy, then Nu will be complete. Out of nowhere, Mitsuki appears behind her to attack, which Sumayer turns around and reacts to before blocking two kicks from him and retaliates with a punch, but Mitsuki jumps back and gains distance between them. Your go when you put your to it, Sumayer. Mitsuki smirks, impressed. No, not really, Mitsuki. Sumayer remarks and smirks back, how did you find me? Hiding is my specialty. When I visited you earlier at the hospital. He reveals, having made some preparations that took some time. Smirking with her head bent, have you come to kill me? She asks. Yeah, pretty much. He replies in being honest, after all, orders are orders. You're just a hero in training, so I doubt a pro would order it. Sumayer knows, so who do you really work for? Unfortunately, that's irrelevant right now. Mitsuki replies otherwise before attacking her again with an extension of his arm, which she barely dodges, but this gave him the opening to sweep her legs over. She falls to the ground before he puts his knee down on her neck to pin her in place. I'm sorry, but this ends now. Mitsuki forms his right fingertips in claws and before he could finish her. Mitsuki, stop. Izuku exclaims as he and Boruto made it there on time. You guys. He's surprised that they even decided to come here, but this distraction gives Sumair the opportunity to leap away to get some distance and escape from his knee hold. Sumair, are you really the culprit behind the ghost that I've been seeing? Boruto asks, disappointed, and, were you the one who signaled those villains to attack us at the USJ facility? Boruto, it's not. She looks down in starting to show a little bit of remorse, but quickly changes her expression to a mild serious one, yes, it was me. She reveals in telling truth, so you were the only one would see new, huh? But why, Sumair? Izuku utters, not getting it, why are you doing this? Why? It's all for the purpose of manifesting new and carrying out my master's orders to destroy this hero society. She reveals, stating her goal. To destroy, the hero society. Izuku questions. And what about Ochako and Asui? Mina and Sarada? All of our classmates. Boruto questions seriously. They don't matter to me. She reveals with no remorse, revenge was the reason why I was born, and why I lived until now. From the start, it has solely been that way. She further adds her motivates, I'll do what my father was unable to do. What you father couldn't do. Izuku utters. The child shall accomplish, right. Mitsuki gets the parallels. Following orders, revenge. You guys are too extreme. Boruto argues, I'm not gonna let you do as you please. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to stop me by killing me here? She tests him, with a hand on her hip, can you really do it? Even if you know me unconscious and turn me in, it still won't change anything. It's not about that, Sumair. Izuku said in backing up his friend, is doing all of this, really worth it to you? It is. She replies, I'll have no regrets. Mitsuki sighs and states, I'm not surprised that it would turn out like this. He turns his right nails into claws again. Mitsuki, hold on. Izuku calls out, but he isn't listening. That's why I told you guys that you'd regret it if you came here. He warned them before, but they ignored him. Sumair gets ready to retaliate why form her hand with purple snake aura as he approaches. Stop. Mitsuki. Boruto tries halting him, but he ignores him and dashes at the girl, who does the same. Both of you stop. Izuku exclaims in concern. Before they could clash, Boruto swoops in between them and intercepts them before they could strike by hold them back by their arms, surprising them by this act of interference. Boruto. Izuku utters, as they do too. Knock it both of you. The blonde warns, having his right eye glow in activation too, do you really want to kill each other? Up until now, you've been, before he could finish, lightning zips from his right eye, which takes him by surprise as well as the other three. What? Sumair's stunned by this. At the forest area, Nu begins warping away until it's out of sight and now freed form the barrier in front of all the pores in the area. That looked like a teleportation quirk. All Might guesses in surprise. That definitely wasn't a warping quirk. Naruto trials. It's one thing after another, what's going on? Kakashi wonders. Back at the cliff, a dark portal opens above the teens and Sumair smirks upward at knowing it's time, fine. She speaks up at Nu before stretching her arms out in surrender, you can take the energy from Quirk now. She allows the beats to swallow her up with its tail and pulling her into the portal, which shocks them. Sumair. Boruto's utters in disbelief at what he saw. Wait. Mitsuki puts a hand on his shoulder in stopping him from going any further, but it's shoved off. Sumair. He jumps into the portal to go after her. Boruto. Izuku exclaims in shock at him going in there without restraint. Quote exclamation mark quote. The portal's vacuum pulls Izuku and Mitsuki in the dark hole as well before the portal shuts and closes in the air out of sight while a hair tie drops to the ground, which belonged to Sumair. Back at the forest. Sage mode. Naruto activates the orange markings around his eyes while his pupils become toad-like as he searches around and scans the area for Nu, but with no luck. Did you find anything? All Might asks. No, he's not anywhere in this area now. He replies, still trying to find him. This summoning quirk is different from regular summoning. Kakashi said, it summons in a unique way. Is that why I can't sense it anywhere? Naruto asks, describing Sage mode. Is you're saying we can't intervene right now? All Might starts understanding. Yeah, that sums it up. Kakashi confirms and admits that he's at a loss for words on this one. The caster could still be around here for all we know. Snipe theorizes after walking up. I put a rush on the investigation, but there's nothing. Sai gives the bad news after walking up as well. So you're saying that. All Might trails. Kakashi sighs and confirms, the caster could be in another dimension as well, we genders us from looking around here any further. A bomb that can be sent without detection. Sai trails. Danzo Shimura, what a troublesome thing he left for us to deal with. Kakashi voices in thought at the man's actions. Ending 2 inches I keep running, by MELOFLOAT. Opens with Class 1A on a start line before they all begin to race each toward the USJ finish line. Scene switch to the class talking and have fun conversations in class. And then switches to them in hero costumes doing the practical training in the USJ while using their quirks. Next, shows flashes of Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri, Shin Uchiha, and Kid Shin. We then switch back to the students racing, while Katsuki tries to dramatically get the best of Boruto and Izuku. This is when the background turns dark, and footsteps are being walked, which is revealed to be Sumair, while looks down sadly before looking up with a not changed look of seriousness. The scene changes to the battle against the beast, new, in another dimension. Boruto uses 5 shadow clones to launch an all-out attack against the monster while using his wind and light quirks. Mitsuki dodges water bullet attacks from the mastermind behind the ghost incidents before retaliating with 3-wind scythe. Izuku readies his fingers toward the beats before flicking a shockwave attack at it. Ina void of darkness is then turned to light as Sumair looks up to Boruto with Izuku and Mitsuki by his sides reaching for her hand, which she smiles slowly and accepts. The scene goes back to Class 1A racing, and it ends up being crossed the protagonists Izuku, Boruto, with Katsuki roaring at them as he dramatically came in 3rd place. The sun shines outside UA as the wind blows refreshingly. 805 Chapter 19, The Demon Beast appears. At a destroyed hideout of the Hero Foundation, Sai and Tsukuchi, along with a few police officers, walk around a few parts of the place and search for any evidence leading to the recent incidents. So he's the one, Tanuki Hoea. Tsukuchi asks by the time Sai finds a picture of a Foundation member. Yeah, a missing survivor from the Foundation. Sai replies while looking at the photo closer, seems he was a talent researcher and ardent follower of Danzo, and was the brains behind a plan to develop a new weapon utilizing the Hashirama cells. He reveals another, the project's code name, Gozu Tanu, which he never gave up, even after the death of Danzo. Even so, he disappeared after quite some time before the recent incidents began. Tsukuchi said. It's a letdown for sure. A police officer walks up to them with an Anbu member. After we successfully uncovered his hideout, it became a waste of time at the point. So we're back to square one, huh? Tsukuchi sighs a bit before they continue investigate around the place once more. Sai approaches a desk, he sees a picture of a small figure next to the late Tanuki, hold on. What is it, Sai? Tsukuchi asks, just as he was about to leave the room. The incidents actually started at UA. Sai reveals and begins putting the pieces together, why didn't we notice this sooner? The leading police officer comes over and sees the picture and is surprised as well, this person, was there the entire time. What? Do you guys know who the perpetrator is? An Anbu member asks the two. Yeah, Sai replies, with a frown, same with Tsukuchi. Elsewhere in a random bar. Sitting on the couch ominously, the pale villain Tamura Shigaraki taps his feet on the ground constantly in an impatient member, while Kurogiri is with him as well. Patience, Tamura. The voice on the computer advises him calmly, our second plan is about to take place at this time. Easier said than done. Tamura scoffs, aside from giving us the signal to attack the USJ last time, are you certain that my sister is up to this task? Precisely. The voice speaks through the computer, after all, she's been embedded with the Gozu Tanu, an extraordinary quirk created by the late Danzo Shimura and comprised of cells from Hashirama Senju. He smirks through the speaker only. The late first Cage hero to exist. Tamura asks in knowing. Indeed. The voice replies, there's more to the Gozu Tanu than what will be shown tonight. He adds, which makes the two question in wonder at what the actual rare quirk can do. Back near the park, the culprit is. Mitsuki begins to reveal. Well, who is it? Boruto is anxious to know. We can't afford to waste time, if we know and catch this culprit now, then it'll be over. Izuku adds. Ever since you found out about the incident during training, you've been trying to find some clues about your eye in order to get involved further and try to restore everyone. Mitsuki said, specifically to Boruto. I don't get what you're saying, but isn't that natural? He asks, confused if that is a good or bad thing. However, I wonder what your reactions would be this time. Mitsuki said. Huh, what do you mean? Izuku asks. Mitsuki slowly walks past them and reveals, the culprit. He states the name, as Sumair Kake. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. The two are shocked upon hearing this, eyes wide open in not believing this as this remains to be a real shocker. Opening 1. The Day, by Porno Graffiti. Izuku's eyes are shining wide as stars flow around him, glimpsing ahead at All Might, whose back is turned with fists on hips. Izuku extends his hand out to the grinning All Might, who starts turning his head toward the teen. As his cloak flows in the wind, mhaXnaruto smiles with his back turned before Boruto jumps out and towards the screen, with a grin, and punches at it. The students of Class -1A are now shown in their hero costumes. Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Sarada, Shikadai, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Asui, Eijiro, Ayawa, Metal, Minoru, Momo, Chocho, Kaminari, Kamiko, Inojin, Kyoka, Hanta, Fumikage, Yuga, Mashiro, Mina, Rikido, Mezzo, Koji, Toru, and Shoto. In the night, Izuku looks up at the raining sky before looking down with a low expression before walking on. Next, it shows Boruto running on the sidewalk while it rains, but pauses and looks down, before looking back up at the night sky again. With her back turned, Sumire looks down sadly while in her hero costume, before it transitions to the culprit of the ghost incidents in a white horned mask before the culprit fires a dark pulse from its right hand at the screen. Next shows the Beast, news attack in the middle of Japan while a group of pro-heroes Naruto, All Might, Kakashi, Kamui Woods, Sai, Rock Lee, and Snipe arrive standing on buildings before jumping to engage the Beast. Naruto lands a Rasengan on the Beast's face, Kakashi uses purple lightning to slice one of the Beast's arm off, while All Might makes a shockwave with his Detroit Smash. Izuku and Boruto dash and jump into the air in their school uniforms before a few Class 1A students also join in through the sky while in their hero costumes. Ochako puts her fingers together. Shikadai puts his hand signs together, Sarada activates her red Tomo eyes, Lita does a swift kick, Misuki extends his long arms out, Minoru cries dramatically, Asui catches Minoru with her frog tongue, Chocho expands her giant hand, Metal does a round kick, Inojin flies on his paint-made bird, Shoto surfs on ice, Ayawa smashes down his earth hammer, Eijiro hardens his whole body, and Katsuki doing a small explosion while raring to go. Izuku and Boruto morph into their hero costumes before charging a forward punch at the same time before showing the rest of the class and also doing their own small attacks. It ends with All Might, Naruto Fire Fox, and the rest of Class 1A in front of the UA school building. Chapter 19. The Demon Beast appears. In the streets of Japan, the culprit revealed to be Sumire puts her mask on and stealthy moves through the crowded sidewalk to avoid getting caught by pro-heroes. UA staff office. So that's what's going on, huh? Principal Nezu sits near the table, along with Naruto, All Might, and Shota. Right, the one who caused these incidents is the daughter of a survivor from the Foundation. Shikamaru slips the photo in front of the table, Sumire Kake. Isn't she a student in your class, Aizawa? Naruto asks. Yeah, but, Shota trails after replying and leans back against the chair, I never thought that she'd be capable of doing this. There's more. Her father's name was Tanuki Hoea. Shikamaru gets their attentions. Just before he died, he entrusted her with the Gozu Tenu, which he perfected. He further adds, Sai and Tsukuchi are searching for her since she disappeared from her hospital room. Aside from that, complaints are coming in that these incidents are continuing to occur because the pro-heroes didn't make it on time or thoroughly vet anyone involved. No surprise, considering that we didn't have high security when the villains easily got in and attacked last time at the USJ. All Might said, they're beginning to show distrust at this point. I agree. Nezu nods, we had a traitor all this time in the midst of UA and there's a high possibility that Sumire might have been the that signaled the villains to attack our students at the USJ last time. That theory might be true, but, we don't have any evidence about that yet. Naruto replies, capturing Sumire is the only way we'll know. Quote. Shota thinks about that one while frowning under his bandaged mouth. Back to the Foundation topic. Kakashi walks into the room, gaining their attentions, many of them were rounded up a while back by my agency. Kakashi. Naruto glances as he stands near the door with arms crossed. That's true, but either way, not seeing through her scheme was a big mistake on our part. All Might said, arms crossed. But wasn't there a background check on everyone here? So they wouldn't become suspicious of one another? Shikamaru asks. There was. Kakashi nods. Back then, Japan was in shambles after the superhuman society war against the Akatsuki 20 years ago. Naruto brings up. Ah yes, that war, even against him. All Might grimaces upon thinking of his nemesis. Back then, a lot of lives were lost that day. Pro-heroes and civilians. In that environment, if we provoked any suspicion that a family member or colleague was a survivor from the Hero Foundation, then it would have been devastating for everyone here. Shikamaru states. That was the right call to round up every one of them. Shota said, if it hadn't been for that then Sai would have been suspected among them and the first one at that. I agree with Aizawa. Shikamaru nods, and now the problem is Sumire. Her late mother wasn't a hero or anything associated. Nezu said upon holding a profile of her in his paws, we confirmed that when we received her UA application. Her father's background is unknown, but we knew that he became a villain, right? Kakashi asks. That may be true, but there's no rule that someone can't be accepted just because they don't have a parent. Naruto interjects. You're right, Fire Fox, but even so. Nezu notes next, we can't overlook the fact that she involved many people into this, no matter what her reasons were. Yeah, even if she's a child. Shikamaru adds. Quote. Shota only listens whiling frowning under his bandaged mouth. So we should punish her as if she's a villain. All Might asks, agreeing with Naruto. Even if it comes down to that, she will have consequences and responsibility for her actions. Nezu replies. We can't play by the book at the strange times like this. Kakashi said, and adds this, I've also been looking for traces of Danzo's research since him and I are somewhat linked by destiny. And, what did you find? Shota asks. Something I wish that I never found, the Gozu Tanu, Danzo's legacy. He reveals, it's embedded within this girl, Sumayor's body. Quote! Naruto, All Might, Shota, and Nezu are surprised by this. It's no wonder we couldn't find it in the first place, no matter how hard we tried. Shikamaru adds. Her father most likely took that measure, and it means Sumayor Kake is the very gate through which Nu is summoned. Kakashi explains. Bastard. Shota curses under his breath at Danzo pulling this, that guy always thought that whatever he was doing was for the good of saving people. Indeed, that's not good. Nezu voices his concern. Damn it, Danzo. All Might clenches his fist in frustration. Then by now, she should be. Naruto theorizes what's next and knows that it'll be bad. Meanwhile, during that conversation, Sumayor, wearing her mask hood, is on the move while dashing through the forest, all the while having flashbacks about her real father Tanuki Hoea putting the Gozu Tanu on her back while telling her to seek vengeance against the Society of Heroes and avenge the Foundation. After thinking about the past a little, she stops upon dodging a small blast as two random pro heroes show up. Not bad, for a little kid. One of them comment. Be on guard, who knows what she'll do. The other said in alert. Quote. Sumayor stays quiet under her mask and begins forming purple aura around her hands, and before she attacks them, Kamui Woods appears and restrains her by tying her with his armed roots. There's no escape now. Kamui Woods states out in holding her in place. Quote! Sumayor tries to break freedom, but then Sai comes in and chops her on the side of her neck, which makes her mask fall off her face and she slowly starts to her fall unconscious from the impact. I'm sorry. Sai apologizes, I know that you're in the same class as my son, Inojin. So as long as I'm here, nothing bad will happen to you. He adds, otherwise, however, Kamui Woods is gonna keep you restrained for now. Sumayor groans weakly, but refuses to fall unconscious or give up. She utters a name, N-U-E. A dark purple light burns through Kamui's wood hold on her, which shocks him and Sai as Nu comes out of her back through the Gozu Tanu and makes a full appearance. Before Nu is launched and during the talk at the UA staff office. The culprit is Sumayor Kake. Mitsuki reveals to Boruto and Izuku. Quote! Causing the two to react in shock. Or should I say, Sumayor Shigaraki. He reveals her full name. Shiga, Reiki. I've heard that name. Izuku trails out, having heard that name from Kurogiri at the USJ attack, it belonged to that guy with the hand over his face. So does that mean, she's his brother or something? Possibly. Mitsuki replies. That's totally not funny, Mitsuki. Boruto doesn't believe it one bit, there just isn't anything funny about that. What I'm stating now is the truth. Mitsuki states otherwise, before you ask how do I know this, I put a white tracking snake on her out of suspicion when I visited the hospital yesterday. He adds, and it turns out I was right. Right, about what? Izuku utters. She was in contact with every one victim before the incident took place, including a few pro-heroes. He explains, and reveals, and it turns out that she was the one who informed the villains to attack us at the USJ back then. Quote! This shocks the two even more. It even sounded like she was communicating with someone, like she's taking orders from that individual from the shadows. Mitsuki adds more. You're wrong, she was a victim as well. Boruto refuses to believe it. Mitsuki shakes his head in that being wrong as well and replies, I think that was a feint to deflect suspicion from herself. No way. Izuku utters, disbelief. I'll tell you more if you're not convinced. Mitsuki was gonna add more, but that's enough. Boruto exclaims, even so, why? Why would she do such a thing to us? I just don't believe it. If you don't want to believe me, then do as you please. He doesn't care either way, before closing his eyes in something else, although, I think it's too late. Too late? What do you mean by that? Izuku asks, confused. She's realized that she can no longer hide it any longer. Mitsuki notes and knows, there's no doubt that she's already started moving around this time. He adds, manipulating her victims and causing them to rampage wasn't the purpose of the ghost incidents, it was to absorb the energy from their quirks. Just a way. Boruto asks, stunned before they hear a loud rumble that causes them to stagger. What was that? Izuku exclaims as they look over the rail at what's happening. Looks like it's begun. Mitsuki trails with a frown as Sumayor summons Nu to emerge all the way from the forest area. They see that Nu is large and has a monkey's head with large fangs and a white mane, a tanuki's body, a tiger's legs, a white snake for a tail and glowing yellow eyes. What the hell? Boruto exclaims. Nu. Mitsuki reveals the name. The Gozutanu is being summoned after gathering Quirk energy. If something like that goes on a rampage. Izuku trails, knowing that a lot of things will be destroyed if that happens, as well as civilians at risk. Boruto was about to rush to go, but Mitsuki stops him with a hand on his shoulder. What can you do even if you go there? I don't know. Boruto shoves his hand away, but until I talk to Sumire face to face, I ain't believing anything. He dashes onward immediately. Boruto, wait. Izuku calls out, running after him. Quote. Mitsuki only glances as they proceed before a small snake crawls from under his sleeve up to his shoulder. What do you want? I'm a little occupied right now. He hears the statement through the snake and is surprised to hear, weren't you going to let her live and observe her? Why now? He asks before the person through the snake gives him another order, which he understands without second thoughts. Alright, fine. He accepts the mission, here and now. He reveals with a straight dark face, I'll eliminate Sumire Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Nu begins to attack at Sai, Kamui, and a few police and Anbu unit, which forces them to pull back and gain some distance. As the beast begins to strike again with its tail, Detroit Smash. In his bulk form, All Might dives in from the sky and smashes his fist into the beast's face, causing Nu to fall back. Purple Lightning. Kakashi dives next and with purple lightning surging in his right hand, he slashes the Nu's tail off, which makes it roar in pain as blood spurs out of it. We can't let this thing go loose any longer. All Might lands, as well as Kakashi. First, we need a diversion. The latter strategizes. I'm on it. Mount. Lady enlarges in size and begins to tangle with the beast, taking it on by bashing its head with a punch. He's in range. Snipe fires a large bullets from his rifle and shoots the beast at the side of its head. Super Beast Scroll. Sai paints a bird on his scroll to attack the beast in helping MT. Lady. Mud Wall. Kakashi smacks both his hands to the ground and creates mud walls around the large forest to keep the beast from moving onward. The beast has had enough and uses its regrown tail to wrap around MT. Lady. She feels her energy begin to drain. My strength. She kneels and begins going back to her normal human size. All Might swoops in and grabs her before the tail can squeeze her again, and gets back to Kakashi and the others. What do we do? Snipe asks the masked hero. I'm thinking, but for now, this isn't good. Kakashi mutters. Agreed, this thing can drain the strength of a person's quirk. All Might adds, things have gotten more complicated. With the teens, Boruto, followed by Izuku, are getting closer to where the beast is, but the mud wall prevents them from getting closer. What now? Boruto wonders upon glaring far at the beast, whose tail is attacking the heroes. That thing is spiraling out of control. Izuku comments as well. I wouldn't get any closer for you guys. Mitsuki warns upon catching up with them, getting their attention, the strength and energy in everyone's quirks will be extracted. Everyone in the city. Izuku questions, stunned. Then what are we going to do? Boruto asks, knowing something has to be done. There is a way. Mitsuki confirms and reveals, if the summoner were to die, then Nu will stop. Dies? You don't mean. Boruto knows what he's trying to do. Now what will you do? The lives of everyone else are Sumire. Mitsuki asks, which will you choose? How on Mitsuki? Izuku interjects, there has to be some other way to solve this, I mean. Sumire's still our friend. Exactly. Boruto agrees and with a determined look, both sides will be saved. This surprises Mitsuki. I see, that's an answer I would have a hard time choosing. He then immediately wraps both Boruto and Izuku in snake bindings, tying them up till they fall over to the ground. Boruto exclaims at this sudden act. Mitsuki, what are you doing? Izuku doesn't get it. I'll get rid of the summoner, as I was ordered to. He replies to them, turning around. Order. You're alright with going through this? Boruto asks, trying to break free from the snake binding, which squeezes a little tighter. Ite the only way. He replies, oh, if you guys come with me, then you'll definitely regret it. With that said, Mitsuki dashes off to where Sumire is hiding. Wait, Mitsuki. Izuku calls out, but to no avail. Grr. Boruto struggles, that does it. He puts his fingers together and forms to shadow clones to release the snake bindings off of him and Izuku before the clones step on the snakes to make them puff away. Thanks for that. Izuku gets up and thanks the clones. No prob. One of them reply before they puff away in smoke. Boruto stands up as well and comments, we have no time to waste, we need to get to Sumire before Mitsuki does. But the thing is, we don't know where she is. Izuku said. Knowing this is true, Boruto starts looking around until his right eye glows again and spots energy coming from a quirk that leads to a cliff. I think. I found out where she is. Really? Where? Izuku wants to know. Let's go. Boruto dashes ahead, which makes Izuku follow behind. Meanwhile, Nu breaks the mud wall and continues fighting off the pro-heroes in this area, as they try everything they can to restrain and bring down the creature while the relief operations are being taken care of by the police and Anbu forces. Random pros with barrier quirks put up a barrier to prevent Nu from going further and holding it in place. This is when Naruto arrives to the field in his hero costume. Are you two alright? Yeah. What about the relief operations? Kakashi asks. Shikamaru and Tsukuchi are on it. He replies before glaring up at the barrier-constrained beast. Now for me to jump in on the action too. He begins to power up with his quirk, but... Wait, Fire Fox. All Might halts him, causing him to stop his powering up, using that isn't gonna do, because it can drain strength and energy from a quirk, even chakra-related ones. He adds, which Naruto is surprised to hear. Furthermore, if that thing absorbs any more energy, then as a last resort, the summit will detonate the energy absorbed inside Nu. Kakashi adds, we'll be blown to bits. So you're saying he's a giant bomb? Naruto asks, not pleased with the sound of that. As a summoning, that might be its original purpose. Kakashi said as they're in battle position, the user of the Gozu Tenu would be sent into enemy territory to go on a rampage, and then, he would blow himself up along with everyone in range. Goo, the cold thought of that makes me want to vomit. All Might expresses disgust. Observing from afar on the mountain cliff. Sumair, wearing a purple sleeveless halterneck shirt with a light pink sash around her waist and dark pants with long fingerless black gloves, as well as having bandages wrapped around her wrists and footwear, with her hair let down as the barrier restrains Nu and the beast continues trying to fight back. They put up a barrier, huh? She looks on with a grimace expression. Nu doesn't have enough strength to break through right now. With her eyes closed and thinking, should I detonate it? After coming this far, she opens her eyes after thinking, if I can give it a little more quirk energy, then Nu will be complete. Out of nowhere, Mitsuki appears behind her to attack, which Sumair turns around and reacts to before blocking 2 kicks from him and retaliates with a punch, but Mitsuki jumps back and gains distance between them. Your go when you put your to it, Sumair. Mitsuki smirks, impressed. No, not really, Mitsuki. Sumair remarks and smirks back, how did you find me? Hiding is my specialty. When I visited you earlier at the hospital. He reveals, having made some preparations that took some time. Smirking with her head bent, have you come to kill me? She asks. Yeah, pretty much. He replies in being honest, after all, orders are orders. You're just a hero in training, so I doubt a pro would order it. Sumair knows, so who do you really work for? Unfortunately, that's irrelevant right now. Mitsuki replies otherwise before attacking her again with an extension of his arm, which she barely dodges, but this gave him the opening to sweep her legs over. She falls to the ground before he puts his knee down on her neck to pin her in place. I'm sorry, but this ends now. Mitsuki forms his right fingertips in claws and before he could finish her. Mitsuki, stop. Izuku exclaims as he and Boruto made it there on time. You guys. He's surprised that they even decided to come here, but this distraction gives Sumair the opportunity to leap away to get some distance and escape from his knee hold. Sumair, are you really the culprit behind the ghost that I've been seeing? Boruto asks, disappointed, and, were you the one who signaled those villains to attack us at the USJ facility? Boruto, it's not. She looks down in starting to show a little bit of remorse, but quickly changes her expression to a mild serious one, yes, it was me. She reveals in telling truth, so you were the only one would see Nu, huh? But why, Sumair? Izuku utters, not getting it, why are you doing this? Why? It's all for the purpose of manifesting Nu and carrying out my master's orders to destroy this hero society. She reveals, stating her goal. To destroy, the hero society. Izuku questions. And what about Ochako and Asui? Mina and Sarada? All of our classmates? Boruto questions seriously. They don't matter to me. She reveals with no remorse, revenge was the reason why I was born, and why I lived until now. From the start, it has solely been that way. She further adds her motivates, I'll do what my father was unable to do. What you father couldn't do. Izuku utters. The child shall accomplish, right. Mitsuki gets the parallels. Following orders, revenge. You guys are too extreme. Boruto argues, I'm not gonna let you do as you please. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to stop me by killing me here? She tests him, with a hand on her hip, can you really do it? Even if you know me unconscious and turn me in, it still won't change anything. It's not about that, Sumair. Izuku said in backing up his friend, is doing all of this, really worth it to you? It is. She replies, I'll have no regrets. Mitsuki sighs and states, I'm not surprised that it would turn out like this. He turns his right nails into claws again. Mitsuki, hold on. Izuku calls out, but he isn't listening. That's why I told you guys that you'd regret it if you came here. He warned them before, but they ignored him. Sumair gets ready to retaliate why form her hand with purple snake aura as he approaches. Stop. Mitsuki. Boruto tries halting him, but he ignores him and dashes at the girl, who does the same. Both of you stop, Izuku exclaims in concern. Before they could clash, Boruto swoops in between them and intercepts them before they could strike by hold them back by their arms, surprising them by this act of interference. Boruto. Izuku utters, as they do too. Knock it both of you. The blonde warns, having his right eye glow in activation too, do you really want to kill each other? Up until now, you've been, before he could finish, lightning zips from his right eye, which takes him by surprise as well as the other three. What? Sumayor's stunned by this. At the forest area, Nu begins warping away until it's out of sight and now freed form the barrier in front of all the pores in the area. That looked like a teleportation quirk. All Might guesses in surprise. That definitely wasn't a warping quirk. Naruto trials. It's one thing after another, what's going on? Kakashi wonders. Back at the cliff, a dark portal opens above the teens and Sumayor smirks upward at knowing it's time, fine. She speaks up at Nu before stretching her arms out in surrender, you can take the energy from Quirk now. She allows the beats to swallow her up with its tail and pulling her into the portal, which shocks them. Sumayor. Boruto's utters in disbelief at what he saw. Wait. Mitsuki puts a hand on his shoulder in stopping him from going any further, but it's shoved off. Sumayor. He jumps into the portal to go after her. Boruto. Izuku exclaims in shock at him going in there without restraint. Quote exclamation mark quote. The portal's vacuum pulls Izuku and Mitsuki in the dark hole as well before the portal shuts and closes in the air out of sight while a hair tie drops to the ground, which belonged to Sumayor. Back at the forest. Sage mode. Naruto activates the orange markings around his eyes while his pupils become toad-like as he searches around and scans the area for Nu, but with no luck. Did you find anything? All Might asks. No, he's not anywhere in this area now. He replies, still trying to find him. This summoning quirk is different from regular summoning. Kakashi said, it summons in a unique way. Is that why I can't sense it anywhere? Naruto asks, describing Sage mode. Is you're saying we can't intervene right now? All Might starts understanding. Yeah, that sums it up. Kakashi confirms and admits that he's at a loss for words on this one. The caster could still be around here for all we know. Snipe theorizes after walking up. I put a rush on the investigation, but there's nothing. Sai gives the bad news after walking up as well. So you're saying that? All Might trails. Kakashi sighs and confirms, the caster could be in another dimension as well, we genders us from looking around here any further. A bomb that can be sent without detection. Sai trails. Danzo Shimura, what a troublesome thing he left for us to deal with. Kakashi voices in thought at the man's actions. Ending 2 inches I keep running, by MELOFLOAT. Opens with Class 1A on a start line before they all begin to race each toward the USJ finish line. Scene switch to the class talking and have fun conversations in class. And then switches to them in hero costumes doing the practical training in the USJ while using their quirks. Next, shows flashes of Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri, Shin Uchiha, and Kid Shin. We then switch back to the students racing, while Katsuki tries to dramatically get the best of Boruto and Izuku. This is when the background turns dark, and footsteps are being walked, which is revealed to be Sumayor, while looks down sadly before looking up with a not changed look of seriousness. The scene changes to the battle against the beast, Nu, in another dimension. Boruto uses 5 shadow clones to launch an all-out attack against the monster while using his wind and light quirks. Mitsuki dodges water bullet attacks from the mastermind behind the ghost incidents before retaliating with 3 wind scythe. Izuku readies his fingers toward the beats before flicking a shockwave attack at it. Ina void of darkness is then turned to light as Sumayor looks up to Boruto with Izuku and Mitsuki by his sides reaching for her hand, which she smiles slowly and accepts. The scene goes back to Class 1A racing, and it ends up being crossed the protagonists, Izuku, Boruto, with Katsuki roaring at them as he dramatically came in 3rd place. The sun shines outside UA as the wind blows refreshingly.